Konoha. Hinata went to catch the thief, but I caught him. Chapter 61. Orochimaru and Hash 039's hunting time. The atmosphere in Hokage's office is very depressing. The patriarchs of the major families and several responsible jonin did not know how to deal with Tsubai's behavior of threatening Konoha with Naruto. Are you really going to let his plan succeed? In case Hinata actually does something to damage Konoha village. Could it be that everyone can only watch her continue the exam? Although Hyuga Hiyashi is still a little more relaxed because of Hinata's temporary safety. But this is not a long-term solution. No matter who it is, there is a bomb hanging on his chest that may explode at any time. This feeling is oppressive for all. I'm just wondering. Why is this white Yaksha's ability to collect intelligence so outstanding? Not only knowing Naruto is very important to us in Konoha village. Be clearer about the telescope technique of the third generation. Might Guy complained unintentionally. This kind of thing is particularly outrageous. Even Might Guy, who is usually very nervous, felt that things were very strange. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't surprised. Isn't it normal for Danzo's former right-hand man to know this kind of information? Looking at it now, Tsubai is indeed the traitor of Konoha village. No. It was that idiot Danzo who failed to grasp such a talent. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is different from Danzo. He had to find out just how much Tsubai hated Konoha village. Then make plans for the next step according to different situations. However, Tsubai at this time is completely unclear. After being missed by Hanabi, he was missed by the bad old man again. Hey! Can you let me down? In the forest of death. Seeing Tsubai stop suddenly, Mao Uxi's pretty face remained frosty, and her attitude was extremely bad. Oh. Feel the dissatisfaction from Shien. After Tsubai replied lightly, he loosened his hands. Boom. There was a soft sound. Azuki Shien squatted on the ground in an instant. The expression was slightly painful, and her pretty face was slightly distorted. Hiss. It hurts. Feel the pain coming from behind. Shi Yan's face was slightly angry, and her white fingers pointed at Tsubai viciously. Damn guy, he really doesn't understand pity at all. But Tsubai ignored the angry Azuki Shien. He simply gestured to her. Hush. I'll take you to a big show. Big drama. Before Shi Yan could react, she saw that Tsubai had already jumped onto the branch. Seeing this, Azuki Shien didn't have time to argue with him about throwing herself just now. In order to ensure the Sarutobi Hiruzen telescope technique observation at any time, Shien reluctantly stood up. Swish. With a soft sound, he came to Tsubai's side. White Yasha, what do you want? It's just that before Shi Yan could speak, Tsubai covered her mouth on the spot. Well. Shi Yan struggled again to break free from Tsubai's shackles, but she heard a whisper in her ear, be quiet. Don't be found out. Look over there. Tsubai's voice was extremely low, and he pointed to a clearing in the forest far away. Dense forests tightly surround the open space. Following Tsubai's pointing, Shi Yan found that the forest glade was at this time. There were 3 people standing there. 2 of them are young genin with the Konoha village forehead protector. There is also a big sister with fluttering long hair, but the forehead protector of Kaoyan village is on her forehead. Tsubai let go, Shien let out a long breath, and looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Seeing this, she was taken aback. That boy is Uchiha Sasuke. Via the Uchiha clan logo on Sasuke's clothing. Azuki Shien recognized the only remaining Uchiha tribe in Konoha village at a glance. Nani. When I learned from Shi Yan that Tsubai's so-called big play has Uchiha Sasuke. The Hokage office is like fresh popcorn. Blast again. Sasuke. Hitaki Kakashi was even more surprised. Sasuke's words, then isn't Tsubai's goal Naruto? Third generation project. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Stop barking. My old man is already going to be called numb by you. Without further ado, Sarutobi Hiruzen seals again. Zoomed out the lens distance of the telescope technique. Although it seems that the characters have become a little small. But the scope is much wider. The scene that caught everyone's eyes at this time made them feel surprised. Who is this long-haired guy? Hitaki Kakashi couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The opponent stood firmly in place. And his proud subordinate Uchiha Sasuke was kneeling on the ground. After moving a few times, he lay on the ground and vomited. Haruno Sakura was even more miserable, as if she didn't know what she was frightened by, and she also knelt down on the ground. What the hell is going on here? Where's Naruto? Where did Naruto go? Only Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are in the shot. Haruno Sakura has the very rare Sakura-colored hair in Konoha village. Very easy to identify. Among the 3 people in the 7th class, Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who could not be seen. For a moment, everyone panicked even more. The matter of Tsubai has not been clarified yet, but his own Jinchuriki has disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't sit still. Switch chakras tracking again, targeting Uzumaki Naruto. When they found Uzumaki Naruto, everyone was even more dazed. This is Naruto. Naruto was actually eaten. Chapter 62. Tsubai and Hasho 39's purpose, cut Orochimaru a few knives. Picture. The previous chapter was forced to modify a lot of content last night. If you feel that the content you read before feels uncomfortable, you can go back and take a look at the revised one. A lot of deletions have been made. Close black lens bracket. Picture. This pair, is it okay? Ignore the carrot head by yourself, close black lens bracket. Based on everyone's observations and guesses, Uzumaki Naruto is likely to be swallowed whole by a giant snake-like creature. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was quite witty and successfully escaped through multiple shadow clone techniques. Is it really a snake? Hitaki Kakashi was slightly stunned as he watched the huge snake that fell on the ground and its belly was broken by Naruto. And Sarutobi Hiruzen looked even more dignified. Serpent. He recalled the hidden grass ninja he had seen interacting with Anko earlier. The long tongue looks like someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, startling everyone. Before everyone could respond to what happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already switched the camera to Sasuke. Do not come. As soon as the camera cut, everyone heard Sasuke's terrified shouts. Take a closer look. Only then did I realize that it was the same giant snake, attacking Sasuke with its bloody mouth wide open. And Sasuke was completely panicked, so frightened, he threw the shuriken in his hand into the giant snake's mouth. Boom. There was a soft sound. The giant snake's head shrugged and pulled to the branch, dying. Sasuke, who fell to the opposite branch, panted heavily, with a panicked expression on his face. He stared at the giant snake's corpse vigilantly, for fear that the other party would suddenly come back to life. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. The 7-inch snake actually split open on the spot, and the ninja from Kauyan village got out from the 7-inch snake. Sasuke and Haruno Sakura couldn't help being terrified by the sight in front of them. But the other party mocked with a stern smile. You can't be distracted even for a moment. The so-called prey is to always maintain high tension and run around. Especially in front of a predator. Hum hum. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat. It was the first time he had such a bad feeling. Who is this person? Why is it so strange? Might Guy has never seen such a disgusting ninja. Just as he asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Yuzuki Azuki again. At this time, Azuki Shien's expression was also terrified. Even her pretty face turned pale. It seems to have experienced something particularly frightening. Shien. What happened to her? Could it be that Shiroyasha did something to her when we observed Naruto just now? Shi Hahong has already hated Tsubai to the bone. Especially thinking that Hinata would even sell Konoha in order to get his approval. This simply doesn't take Yu Hahong's rightful role as Jonin into consideration. Robbing the girl from her family is wishful thinking. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer Kurani Yuhi's words, he just stared at the crystal ball quietly and seriously. After trembling several times, Azuki Shien's red lips finally blurted out, You mean she. Shion pointed forward in disbelief, looking at Tsubai with fear in her eyes, her big and bright eyes trembling constantly. You mean she's big? Big. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. As soon as these 3 words were said, the people in Hokage's office were shocked into silence. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's most beloved disciple, the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Everyone couldn't believe Uzuki Shion's words. How could that ninja from Hidden Grass Village be Orochimaru? Besides, why did Orochimaru pretend to be a ninja from Kauyan Village to take the Chunin exam? None of this makes sense at all. And from the behavior of Uzuki Shion, it can be seen that the person who identified the other party for her was Tsubai. Shirayasha said that the ninja of Kusanagi Village is Orochimaru. Why does he know? What is Shiroyasha's purpose? Is he coming to find Orochimaru? Are the two in a cooperative relationship, or a hostile relationship? Nara Shirju fell into confusion. There were too many problems, and even he couldn't make a correct judgment for a while. Damn it, it doesn't matter whether it's a hostile relationship or a cooperative relationship. Third generation, hey. Asuma was completely helpless. If he had listened to him back then, he would have sent people to the Forest of Death earlier and he would not have ended up in such a situation. White Yasha alone is enough trouble. Now another Orochimaru runs out. Although it is still uncertain whether the identity of the other party is really Orochimaru, the traitor of Konoha Village. But if Shirayasha and Orochimaru come together, for better or for worse, Konoha Village will suffer. Their goal seems to be Kakashi's 7th squad, which is the team with Jinchuriki. This slip was caused by Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecision. However, just when everyone was already at a loss. But Tsubai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen tremble all over, and he became energetic again. He's Orochimaru. Beauty, don't you want to know the purpose of my coming to Konoha Village this time? Just to chop him a few times. Chapter 63. Uzuki Shion. By Yasha, you are too shameless. It turns out that Shiroyasha came to Konoha Village to kill Orochimaru. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. Although this is a great thing for Konoha Village. But it doesn't make sense at all. What is the conflict between the bounty hunter who has been hanging out with the black market and Orochimaru? Oh. Could it be that Shiroyasha has taken a fancy to Orochimaru's bounty? Nara Shirju also couldn't figure it out. But he still managed to find a reasonable reason. After all, for a wanted criminal like Orochimaru, the bounty offered is not low. Well, I think what Lu Ju said is correct. Hyuga Hiyashi was overjoyed when he heard this. If this is the case, then the suspicion of Hinata can be cleared. But an enemy like Orochimaru is no ordinary enemy. Hitaki Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of Orochimaru, it reminded him of his life in Anbu. He was among those who pursued Orochimaru. For Hitaki Kakashi, this incident has a particularly deep memory, and it can be regarded as a stain in his ninja career. Facing Orochimaru, who was injured by the detonator, Kakashi just exchanged a glance with the opponent's snake. Frightened by Orochimaru, he didn't dare to move, and let the opponent pass by him, but he didn't dare to attack Orochimaru. Of course Kakashi is different now. He thinks that if he meets Orochimaru again, at least he can die with him. Kakashi's mind, Tsubai, is clear. It's a pity that Kakashi did meet Orochimaru when he sealed the curse for Sasuke, and he did say what he thought. As a result, Orochimaru sneered, and scared Kakashi Reikiri held it in his hand, sweating coldly on the spot, trembling all over and still daring not to move. In desperation, I can only say one sentence. Do we die together? I am so stupid. Well, it does. Orochimaru, as the rebellious ninja of Konoha Village, has the ability to destroy a small country with one person. Being hostile to Konoha Village, many countries will even join forces with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was serious. He regretted that his subordinates were merciful and left such a disaster behind. And he also knows that Orochimaru will make a comeback sooner or later. Why did he have a feud with Tsubai? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to break his head at this point, he couldn't figure it out. Is it really like what Lu Ju said? This kind of thing should be impossible. Even if Tsubai was short of money, he wouldn't take such a big risk to kill Orochimaru. If you kill a few more bounty criminals, won't the money be collected? This is only one side of Tsubai's words. I think the possibility of the other party as Orochimaru is not high. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucked on his bong. In order to avoid unnecessary panic. He still wanted to dismiss the idea. However, the slap in the face came too fast. Bang bang bang. Just after Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell to the ground, there was a hasty knock on the office door. How is this going? Sarutobi Hiruzen froze slightly, and gave Kakashi a look. Hitaki Kakashi understood, came to the door and opened it. Kakashi. Senior Kakashi, is Hadaime Hokage here? The big thing is bad. Before Hitaki Kakashi came and asked, the other party was sweating profusely and exclaimed a few times. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned instantly. What happened? Hitaki Kakashi, who returned to Hokage's office again, suddenly became ugly. Not only him, but the people in the whole house also looked dejected. The ninja of the Hidden Grass Village. It turned out to be Orochimaru really. According to the information reported by the reporter. Mitarashi Anko, the invigilator of the second Chunin exam, received a tip and found the bodies of 3 ninjas from the village of Hikari. The opponent's face completely disappeared. And this is the camouflage technique commonly used by Orochimaru, the technique of erasing face. Real skin, so no flaws. It's really Orochimaru. Kakashi whispered in embarrassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, embarrassment flashed past, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Send someone to chase Anko back. Don't let her go to the dead forest to find Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen still knows Mitarashi Anko's thoughts very well. Anko, who was left behind by Orochimaru, has always had a piece of heart missing. She didn't understand why a ninja as good as her teacher would defect. Why leave her? The reason why Anko wants to find Orochimaru so strongly is because he wants to die with him. But today's young people don't have any awareness of their own level at all. Go. It is also free. Master Third Generation. Yu Hahong, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke again. I think we still need to send someone to bring Shion and Kakashi's 7th class back first. If that white yaksha's goal is really Orochimaru, then let these two fight to the death. Just the right thing. Don't both of them have the ability to destroy a small country by one of them? Looking at Kuroyuki's unwilling expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Red. I know you are not reconciled to the fact that Tsubai robbed Hinata. But if the other party really helped us solve Orochimaru, then he also helped us Konoha village. I do hope, if that's the case, you don't keep targeting Tsubai. Nani. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made everyone here collectively confused. Are you kidding me? Master Third Hokage, Shiroyasha is a wanted criminal in the ninja world. But before everyone finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his arm. Stop arguing, old man, my head will be blown up by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen is helpless. Shouldn't the current situation be to consider why Tsubai targeted Orochimaru first? Fortunately, I played a clever game before and didn't notify Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura to detect Tsubai together. Faced with such a situation, it is not over if the two of them do not quarrel. And even if things change, Shion will definitely take Naruto and the 3 of them away first. Don't worry about it. Dead forest. At this time, Orochimaru's legs are like the tail of a long snake in the branches. This is his self-created secret technique, software transformation. Maximize your body's flexibility. He looked up to Uzumaki Naruto, who came to support Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Showed a disdainful smile. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation at all in the face of the already frightened and panicked Sasuke. Continue to provoke. Oh, you bastard. Naruto pointed to Orochimaru, who was lying leisurely on the branch, and said dissatisfiedly, no matter how you look at it, you are bullying the weak. Since I, Uzumaki Naruto-sama, are here, I will give you a good lesson. As soon as this remark came out, Uchiha Sasuke secretly scolded Uzumaki Naruto for being stupid. This kind of words is clearly intended to provoke the other party. In this way, none of the three of them had to think about surviving. Tsubai in the distance heard the sound, but smiled. Azuki Shion next to him was anxious, pulled Tsubai's arm, and begged, "Didn't you say that you were going to chop Orochimaru a few times? You have to do it. Just looking here. Shion is really in a hurry. If the other party is really Orochimaru, the current Uzumaki Naruto is here for nothing. If this is killed by Orochimaru, then everything is over. What are you in such a hurry for? You didn't see Naruto trying to catch Sasuke's embarrassing appearance to show off his presence, you have to bother him. It's really ignorant. Shi Yan. How can this person speak so unacceptably? What is a sense of presence? This is a matter of life and death, but also show a sense of existence. Naruto is ignorant, you, as the 800 million tail bounty criminal, don't you understand? Are you embarrassed to say that I am ignorant? Wait a moment. Just when Azuki Shion's teeth were itching with hatred, Sasuke in the distance spoke. He yelled and got Orochimaru's attention. This is the scroll, take it away. Sasuke took out the scroll from the ninja bag, looked at Orochimaru, take the scroll and go quickly. The implication is that please let the three of us live together. But Sasuke's actions surprised Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Can't believe this is something Sasuke can do. Sasuke. But when the scroll was thrown into the air, it was snatched by Naruto. And one punch sent Sasuke flying. Oh. Infighting. Tsubai watched with gusto, but Azuki Shion beside her couldn't bear the anxiety in her heart. Regardless of whether the opponent is Orochimaru, but in terms of skills, the three of Sasuke are not opponents at all. No, you don't, I can't treat our Konoha village ninjas as accidents. Maoyu Shion was about to jump up, but was robbed by Tsubai, who held her in his arms by the way. Feeling the strangeness in her waist, Shion was even more embarrassed. Bastard, what are you doing? In Hokage's office. Everyone was numb immediately. Damn Shirayasha, I just said, he just wants to take advantage of Shion. So I've been looking for a reason. Quote. Saint. Third Hokage-sama, you can't wait any longer, Shirayasha is not here to deal with Orochimaru at all. Just use this kind of thing as a cover, and then. Having said this, Yuhi Hong's pretty face blushed immediately, and she didn't say the second half of the sentence after holding back for a long time. Looking at Yin Shion in my heart, I felt sorry for falling into the hands of the devil. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to Kurenai Yuhi, and still focused on the crystal ball. Quote. Hey. You woman is really impatient. Even if you want to play, you have to choose the time. Do you understand or not? Shi Yan. I get it. I get you, Hammer. I know right now that you seem to enjoy blatant mopping. Shameless, despicable and shameless. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto roared unwillingly, but his thoughts were still very clear. He looked at Sasuke and shouted, this guy has. I don't know how strong it is, but who can guarantee that we hand over the scroll, he will let us go. Listen to you. Sasuke was enlightened on the spot. Not only him, but even Haruno Sakura beside him was horrified. Yes. They were in a moment of haste and forgot about it. Uzumaki Naruto's words also made Orochimaru, who was lying leisurely on the tree, stand up. Suddenly sneered. Naruto-kun. Correct answer. Orochimaru's distorted expression coupled with his long tongue made him look extremely weird. Sasuke and Haruno Sakura shuddered again. Scrolls or something, just kill you and take them back. Orochimaru rolled up his sleeves, bit his finger and was about to summon the giant snake. But his words clearly angered Uzumaki Naruto. Are you kidding, you bastard? Naruto roared, took out kunai, and jumped. Dre. In this situation, Naruto suddenly felt someone pressing down on his shoulders. Let him, who had just jumped up, return to the branch again. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Orochimaru. Azuki Shion stared at a figure that suddenly appeared in the distance, and looked around for a while. It was then that Tsubai disappeared without a trace. What a quick move. Not only Azuki Shion, even Zan Sarutobi Hiruzen and others couldn't help being shocked by Tsubai's actions. Is this also his space-time ninjutsu? Everyone became suspicious again. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He didn't agree. He thinks it's just Tsubai's body flicker technique. Who are you? Damn it, Wang Chenjiao, let me go, I want to teach that bastard a lesson. Uzumaki Naruto meets Tsubai, who suddenly appeared. First of all, I was taken aback. Immediately the yelling was about to go forward and teach Orochimaru a lesson. At this moment, Sasuke called out to Naruto. Naruto. Be quiet. You. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke stared warily at the person who appeared in front of him. He didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. You. Which village's ninja are you from? If it's from Konoha village, can you help us? Haruno Sakura was also taken aback by the appearance of Tsubai. Although the appearance of the other party is beyond her cognition, but now it is not about the appearance, but the issue of life is more important. Moreover, Haruno Sakura did not find the forehead protector from Tsubai, nor did he know which village the other party belonged to. Emergency medical treatment. Haruno Sakura only wanted the strength of one more person, at least to have a greater chance of getting rid of the terrifying elder sister of Kauyan village in front of her. Orochimaru frowned when he saw Tsubai appearing. Don't say anything else. The kid in front of him looked familiar. It seems to have seen it somewhere. Orochimaru's pair of snake eyes sized Tsubai up and down, looking at the long knife at his waist. He finally remembered. HMPH. So it's really you. Especially thinking of Danzo's reminder to him before, telling him to be careful of white yaksha sausage. Orochimaru didn't think Shiroyasha would have any influence on them at first. Of course, even if Shiroyasha will target them, Orochimaru is not afraid. After all, in Orochimaru's eyes, Tsubai is just a bounty criminal whose value has been inflated by false information. But about Tsubai's feud with Hidan and Kakuzu, the Red Sand Scorpion didn't tell Yakushi Kabuto, and Orochimaru naturally didn't know either. White Yasha. What are you here for? Chapter 64. Yuhihong. Idan and Hasho 39. Chi want to judge you, but I hope you show some face. This is really a leak in the house and it rains all night. When Orochimaru said the word Shirayasha, the hearts of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are like sinking into the sea. Depression, despair, all kinds of bad emotions came to my heart. In vain. Haruno Sakura tried to drop back. At this moment, she seemed to see her own death picture again. White Yasha. The 800 million tales of bounty criminal, the bounty criminal who once captured Hyuga Hinata. Why? Why is he in Konoha village? Both of them had heard about Hyuga Hinata's kidnapping long before. I even heard about Hinata being tortured and gouged out his eyes in the street. The original Haruno Sakura was almost scared out of his wits. Fortunately in the end Hinata was sent back, but in Haruno's heart. Shirayasha is the kind of person who looks very scary and likes to abuse young girls like them. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke are already numb. I just felt my legs trembling constantly, completely disobedient. Since this ninja from Hidden Grass Village can reveal the identity of the other party, it seems that the two must have some relationship. Plus Tsubai kidnapped Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura take it for granted that the two of them are together. But Uzumaki Naruto doesn't quite know who Tsubai is. He had long since forgotten about it. Even he forgot that when he heard about the Shirayasha incident for the first time, he threatened to beat down this hateful guy who attacked his Konoha village companions. Seeing Haruno Sakura and Sasuke trembling, Naruto was even more puzzled. Huh? Who is Shiroyasha? Hey! Sasuke, little Sakura, what's the matter with you two? But at this moment, Sasuke's face changed suddenly, and he shouted loudly, Naruto! Leave him immediately! Uchiha Sasuke exerted all his strength and finally summoned up the courage to shout out loudly. That guy is dangerous, run away. Seeing that Naruto still looked dull, Uchiha Sasuke was even more worried. It's over. It's all over. Hey. White Yaksha. You are very famous in front of these brats. Snort. Orochimaru was very calm and said in a strange way. Of course, this is also due to his technique of eliminating makeup. So what if Tsubai knows himself 160 times? Could he still see himself as Orochimaru? This behavior of confusing the other party made Orochimaru feel very happy, and he couldn't help teasing again, White Yasha. What are you doing here? Do you want to kidnap people from Konoha village again? Which one do you like this time? This yellow-haired boy? Or the little pink-haired one over there? Orochimaru deliberately did not mention Sasuke's name. I just wanted to test Tsubai's reaction. If the other party does not want Sasuke, there is no conflict of interest between the two. Each catches his own, and lives in peace. White Yaksha. White Yaksha. Listen to Orochimaru calling Tsubai. Uzumaki Naruto also began to whisper in his heart. These 3 words sound familiar, but I really can't remember them. Naruto. Quick. Get away from him. Quote. Stupid. He's the bounty guy who kidnapped Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke trembled for a while, and finally breathed out again. He wanted to be able to understand his own words before Naruto fully reacted, and to run for his life while he had the strength. It's a pity that Sasuke talks too much. When it is said that Tsubai is the bounty for Hinata's kidnapping, add the memory of Naruto's efforts just now. The two connected together. Naruto finally remembered who Shiroyasha was. You are. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly taken aback. But the sudden sense of oppression that followed made his face extremely ugly. The tension is indescribable. This depressive feeling is much stronger than what Mitarashi Anko gave him before. Well. Don't worry, Naruto. Tsubai ignored Orochimaru and put his arm on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. The two were like brothers, shoulder to shoulder. Oh. Looks like your target is Naruto. Orochimaru closed his eyes slightly. Although Naruto's disappearance will certainly take a great toll on Konoha village. At that time, even if Shimura Danzo is in the top position, he will feel very uncomfortable because of this. 18. What does this have to do with him, Orochimaru? One thing more is not BCDD as one thing less. No. But at this moment, Tsubai interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. And narrowed his eyes, looked at Orochimaru with a smile. I'm Naruto's friend, Haruno Sakura likes me, so I say. Sasuke is my friend. It doesn't matter if you hit Sasuke, but if you hurt the pink-hair girl, there will be some scars on your skin. It will affect the appearance. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yu Hahong. How can this guy be so shameless? He said he liked him the first time we met. I've never seen such a thick-skinned person. Azuki Shion, who was eavesdropping behind a tree in the distance, was so angry that she almost fell off the tree. This bastard Yasha, he's talking nonsense. How can you talk about a girl like that? It's really unforgivable. Orochimaru's face darkened, and he suddenly fell silent. Naturally, he could tell that Tsubai was deliberately mocking him again. What puzzled Orochimaru was that. How did Tsubai know the identity of the three? But when I think about it, it's normal. During the Chunin exam, there were items such as ninja cards that registered information. Even Yakushi Kabuto can get all the information of Genin, and it is still possible to come to Tsubai. What the hell are you trying to do? Orochimaru's tone has also changed, no longer with a yin and yang tone, but a little more serious. So, I'm going to cut you off. Don't you understand? Mr. Leng. Tsubai smiled. But his words directly brought a sigh of relief to Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. The big stone in my heart fell to the ground on the spot. The mood that was originally hopeless and gray seemed to see the sunshine in an instant. But Orochimaru was at a loss. Leng Jun. Who is this fucking Mr. Leng? I have to say that Orochimaru is a little confused, he has never heard of this name. Could it be the name of the Kauyan village ninja he killed? By the way, it must be. Perhaps this unlucky guy had a feud with Bayasha, and in the end he was slaughtered instead. The way Orochimaru frowned made Subai feel a little amused. Leng Jun, Ningxiong. Of course Orochimaru didn't know, since it didn't exist in the first place. However, it is not clear which talented person took this title, so Subai couldn't help but want to learn from it. In the future, a team of Sailor Moon will be assembled. Mercury Hyuga Hinata. Mars Haruno Sakura. Venus Yamanaka Ino. Jupiter every day. The so-called water Bingyu may only have Uzumaki Naruko join the team. Known as the Ninja Sailor Warrior Group, it can also be called the Five Beauties of Konoha Village. Okay, Orochimaru, I've said hello. Let's get started. Subai smiled and decided not to tease Orochimaru anymore. By the way, he grabbed Uzumaki Naruto by the collar and threw him backwards. Wow. After Uzumaki Naruto screamed, he felt hugged from behind. Azuki Shion gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. But I still don't forget to roll my eyes at Subai. This man, don't you know how to be gentle with others? It's just the title of Subai that made Orochimaru stunned. Impossible. How did this guy figure out who I am? Unfortunately, there is not much time left for Orochimaru to think about it. The moment Subai drew out the black knife, 7 streaks of white smoke appeared from behind. Shadow clone technique. Sure enough, 7 people can be separated. Seeing this, Shi Yan forgot about the dangerous situation. Instead, she remembered what Kosuke told her earlier about Subai's ninjutsu. But she didn't know that, strictly speaking, Subai's move was not ninjutsu. The moment the separated 7 formed, they turned into flashes of light and disappeared. Puff! In the next second, under the astonished eyes of everyone, those 7 people had already surrounded Orochimaru. The black knife in his hand had already penetrated into his body. Ah, this! Azuki Shion stared at the scene in front of her in horror. She couldn't believe it, and couldn't accept it. Subai made a move, but she didn't see clearly what happened. Is this the person I wanted to defeat in the first place? Just hearing about it from Gyugia can't truly understand it deeply. After seeing it with her own eyes, Shi Yan could only cover her red lips excitedly, not knowing how to express her inner thoughts. So strong. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura stared blankly. Subai looks only 3 or 4 years older than them. Why is the power gap so large? When they saw Orochimaru, they couldn't even move. As a result, the other party. Is this the strength of Shiroyasha? Terrified, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Subai on the branch. Did he kill that dreadful fellow without moving? However, when Sasuke was still unable to extricate himself from the shock, Bai said, "You two better stay away from here. Your big sister Anbu from Konoha village is behind you, let's go. Orochimaru is fine. The battle will be too intense later, so be careful not to get involved." Nani? Subai's words made Sasuke and Haruno Sakura swallow again. Can you still live after being pierced by 7 knives? This one is called Orochimaru. Who is it? But now there is no time to think about it. Little Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke called Haruno Sakura back. Aha. Ellipsis quote. Hearing the sound, Haruno Sakura finally reacted. Seeing Sasuke waving at her, she hurried to follow Sasuke, Asahi Yan and Naruto. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen also panted excitedly. At this age to be with Orochimaru. Is their shadow clone combined with body flicker technique to add overpowering body skills? Sharp. Ellipsis quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed regret, and seemed a little irritable. He didn't notice the expressions of the people around him. Yuhihong is even more dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks. What is boasting about White Yaksha? Master 3rd generation, Shiroyasha is indeed powerful. But he didn't do Orochimaru any harm. Why? Ellipsis quote. The reason why Yuhihong is dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen is that although the current White Yasha is targeting Orochimaru, but he is not a Konoha village ninja, maybe one day, he will still cause irreparable damage to Yi Shi. Smelly old man, this indecisive character is really, hey. Kurenai Yuhi didn't want to think about it anymore. Through the observation of the crystal head, he found that Orochimaru had popped up on other ground at this time. The one that Shiroyasha stabbed to death just now was just a soil clone technique. White Yasha. The level of swordsmanship is really good. Physical skills are fine. Orochimaru popped up from the ground. Seeing Tsubai jumping down, Orochimaru licked his tongue. Interesting. Then I'll play with you first. Having said that, Orochimaru was a little restless at this time. Originally, I planned to try Uchiha Sasuke's level of strength, and by the way, I wanted to give him the Seal of Heaven's curse. Why was he being targeted by Yasha? Even the other party can see through his identity at a glance. Could it be that he was caught early in the morning? Orochimaru only had this one direction to consider, and that was when he killed the 3 Konoha villagers from entering Konoha village. It happened to be installed by Tsubai. Unable to figure out how to think or feel, Orochimaru looked at the 4 people who were still watching the battle not far away and were reluctant to leave. Forget it. Don't think about it if you don't understand. Go to Sasuke after killing him. Orochimaru showed disdain, and he also knew Azuki Shion. When he didn't defect, this little girl had become Anbu next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although she is now slim and tall, her purple hair with a shawl is still very recognizable. A bunch of crap, no big deal. Orochimaru thought of this and suddenly got up. Put your palms on your stomach and stroke upwards. A Kusanagi sword rose from his mouth. Come on. White Yasha. I'll use swordsmanship to play with you. Chapter 65. Hinata and Hasho 39's surprise and joy, Hinata and Hasho 39's depression. Picture. The knife is drawn. Clang clang clang. The sound of swords clashing could be heard endlessly. Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. The pair of Ergoyu Sharingans kept swaying from side to side in their eye sockets. Trying to see through the trajectory of action between Tsubai and Orochimaru. After half a minute, he gave up. Originally, he could still see clearly, but with the acceleration of the movements of the two, the current Sasuke can't see clearly even with the help of Sharingan. Not to mention Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. The two stood there, looking at each other, completely unclear about what happened. Azuki Shion was also somewhat muggle. Originally, I also wanted to see how strong Tsubai's swordsmanship was. It's good now, only a few phantoms colliding back and forth can be seen. God is really unfair. Why should such a person have such terrifying talent and strength? Azuki Shion sighed and murmured to herself. May I ask that? At this time Haruno Sakura also came out from the shadow of being intimidated by Orochimaru. Senior, why did White Yaksha help us? Faced with Haruno Sakura's naive doubts, Shiyan's lips twitched a few times. I am not sure as well. Are they really here to help Class 7 led by Kakashi-senpai? Azuki Shion took a deep look at the two shadows that were still flickering. There was a layer of melancholy in my heart. Looking at the appearance and strength of the Kauyan village ninja, it is indeed not a height that Shion can understand. Orochimaru is not an exaggeration. But in Shiyan's memory, Orochimaru is not a woman. If the opponent is really Orochimaru, it is indeed a very important thing for Konoha village. At the same time, she also wondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen should have observed everything through telescopic technique but did not send reinforcements. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Azuki Shion showed a little surprise on her pretty face. What's wrong, senior? Is there any problem? Haruno Sakura didn't understand what Azuki Yugao's strange expression meant. But Shiyan felt a turmoil in her heart. As the captain of Anbu's squad for many years, the ability to analyze and command the situation is still good. This also led to the fact that her brain flexibility is not low. Understood. Shiyan's sudden smile puzzled the three of them even more. It might not be possible for them to guess that at this time, Shion thought that Tsubai was invited by Sarutobi Hiruzen to help with the investigation. Azuki Yugao, who lived in the Sarutobi Hiruzen era from birth, still admires 3rd Hokage very much. Master 3rd Hokage must have gotten wind of Orochimaru. That's why I secretly contacted Tsubai. In this way, not only can the loss of Konoha village be avoided, but also a reliable thug can be hired. Shion decided in her heart that this was the case. Just to avoid gossip about Konoha village from the outside world, so it has not been made public. As soon as this idea popped up, Shion had other strange ideas. For example, let the other party guide your own swordsmanship. Then his own progress is definitely very fast. Oh, girl. If you regard him as a good person, sooner or later he will be broken. Give up this dangerous idea. It's so strange, what are you laughing at yourself? That white yaksha is obviously a bounty criminal, but you can still show this yearning expression. And he is disgusting, he even said little Sakura likes him, I have never seen such a shameless person. Uzumaki Naruto wrinkled his nose. He was a little unhappy. Azuki Shion. Naruto. Don't talk nonsense. Haruno Sakura heard an inexplicable blush on her face. After getting out of her fear, she finally had time to reflect on Tsubai's appearance. What the hell? How did Hinata spend so long alone with such a handsome man? Didn't you say he looks very ugly? If Tsubai knew what Haruno Sakura was thinking, he would have stuck her in a hole in the wall and whipped her. Ugly or not, I don't know how to find a reward list and take a look. Although the real person is much more handsome than the reward list. But it's not enough to be thought of as ugly. Clang clang. After 2 collision sounds, Tsubai and Orochimaru each backed away. The figure finally appeared in the line of sight of the 4. Especially when they saw the Kusanagi sword in Tsubai's hand, they all looked dull. So strong. Yasha actually snatched the sword from that guy's hand. Azuki Shion gasped. But doubts inevitably arose in my heart. Is that man really Orochimaru? Legend has it that Sannin was taken by a sword struck by a young lad. Is this kind of strength really what Sannin should have? Give back your broken sword. It's just that what they didn't expect was that Yinbai held the grass-shaving sword and stared at it for a long time. Throwing it to Orochimaru again. This sword is too rubbish, and it won't be of much use if I keep it. Orochimaru. What an arrogant brat. Orochimaru frowned slightly, his face made Tien a little embarrassed. He thinks that his swordsmanship is still very strong. But honestly, I didn't expect to lose so embarrassingly. The sword in his hand was taken away by the opponent. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Orochimaru to get this out? How to lead the subordinates in the future? As expected of Shiroyasha, who specializes in swordsmanship, the strength of swordsmanship is indeed powerful. I'm going to be serious next time. Orochimaru's face was slightly condensed, and he took the Kusanagi sword back. Smile coldly. Find yourself a good reason to fail. In Hokage's office, several people were expressionless. Could it be that those two were testing each other just now? Shihahong was very unwilling to accept this fact. She didn't want to admit that Tsubai's strength was able to fight back and forth with the legendary Sannin. No. Maybe Orochimaru is testing Shiroyasha. We all know that White Yasha was a wandering swordsman before. Naturally, I don't know too many ninjutsu. Although the multiple shadow clone technique just now combined with the high-speed mobile attack is really beautiful. But in a real fight, I think Orochimaru has the upper hand. The comments of several people reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't comment either. If Orochimaru really fights Tsubai desperately, it is impossible for Tsubai to defeat Orochimaru. After all, it is true that Orochimaru conquered a small country by himself. Tsubai's is fake. What the hell is this guy thinking? Why is he fighting Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen is really puzzled, and this question is what he wants to know the most at present. What is this mark? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Orochimaru, who had already made Shadow Clone. He also saw all the seals of the two of them. Great Breakthrough and Great Fireball. As a ninjutsu professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized these two jutsu at a glance. Oh no. He panicked. Hot flames coupled with powerful storms. The result can be imagined. In the Forest of Death. Orochimaru finished printing, showing a sinister smile. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback when he saw Orochimaru perform the Great Fireball technique. This is the fire-style ninjutsu commonly used by their Uchiha clan. I didn't expect the other party to do the same. And the volume of this fireball is obviously many times larger than the one he used. Yet, at this moment, Tsubai felt the marks of sharp knives on the surrounding trees. The move comes first. It was followed by Orochimaru's wind style. The moment the gust of wind came into contact with the Great Fireball technique, it turned into a flame storm. Ask for flowers. The raging fire immediately engulfed Tsubai. Boom. With a loud bang, the flame exploded in a huge explosion. All of a sudden, the dust rose. Blocked everyone's sight. Elsewhere in the dead forest, Hyuga Hinata advancing towards the central tower. Still thinking about Tsubai in my heart. She's having a hard time. I really didn't expect to be targeted by the ninjas of Konoha village because of my negligence. She doesn't know what happened to Tsubai now. At this moment, a loud noise woke her up. Swish. With a sliding step, Hinata stopped immediately. What's wrong? Hinata. Seeing this, Inuzuka Kiba and Shino also stopped in their tracks. Only then did I find out. Hinata has already opened her eyes, looking at the place where the smoke is rising in the distance. Hinata. You are too cautious, that place is still far away from us. It may not be clear who is fighting. It doesn't have much to do with us, let's hurry up. But Inuzuka's earnest words did not convince Hyuga Hinata. Hinata was in a mess, always feeling that the place where the thick smoke rose might have something to do with Tsubai. Gathering more chakra, she looked further afield. 0. This look. But Hinata was taken aback. B. What is that? Inuzuka Fang and Aburame Shino were also taken aback. After looking at each other, the two looked at the direction of the thick smoke that Hinata was watching at the same time. Although the two did not know exactly what happened at the scene. But the originally light and thick smoke seemed to be disturbed by some external force. A whirlwind swirled in an instant, and within a few seconds, it completely dissipated. But at this moment, Hinata didn't know what she saw, and shed a few drops of cold sweat in horror. Chakra. What a powerful chakra, it's all spilled out. And there is a black and red light shining, and my white eyes can't see through it. Nani. Hinata's words surprised Inuzuka Kiba and Shino. What chakra? Why can't you see clearly with the white eyes? What is the black and red light? At this moment, Aburame Shino always felt that something was wrong, so he looked up. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yeah, look at the sky. Heaven. Hearing this, Inuzuka Tooth quickly looked up. Indeed, only a black and red flash rose up from the ground, and disappeared in an instant. However, Hyuga Hinata, who had been observing, became more and more surprised with a pair of white eyes. That is. Ah. Hinata covered her small mouth in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Hey. Hinata, what the hell did you see? When Inuzuka saw Hinata like this, he was even more curious. But Hinata blushed and shook her head, unwilling to say anything. Tsubai. It's Tsubai. Hinata saw clearly, after the black-red flash disappeared. A heavily armed man appeared in her eyes. Although the clothes have changed a lot, Hinata can recognize who that person is at a glance. It was Tsubai who pulled out the blackened holy sword. Mr. Tsubai actually has such a terrible chakra. I don't know at all. Hinata felt a little depressed inside. She has been with Tsubai for so long, but she has never seen Tsubai in real battle. Looking at it now, it really shocked her. While shocked, Hinata was even more delighted, chest bumps like a deer. Mr. Tsubai. Sure enough, it's really amazing. But at the same time as pleasantly surprised, Hinata still had some small complaints in her heart. She thinks that in Tsubai's heart, she is not important at all. Otherwise why never tell yourself about him Van? Chapter 66. Is there such a thing? Tsubai explodes in place. The smoke clears. When Tsubai appeared in front of everyone again, everyone turned pale with astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to question. As a ninjutsu professor, he couldn't understand Tsubai's routines at all. A sudden cross-dressing. Could it be a transformation technique? You mean he's bluffing? Kurenai Yuhi looked at the gloomy Hitaki Kakashi. This kind of ninjutsu is indeed too weird. Even the ninjutsu of time-space summoning ninjutsu has never seen one that can change the appearance of clothing in an instant. Or is it said that his set was made by the former craftsman's country? Looking at the sword of vowed victory, blackened, in Tsubai's hand, Kakashi analyzed it seriously. The black sword body is accompanied by red lines, which is exactly the same color tone as the armor worn by Tsubai. But this kind of strange sword and armor is not available here. You mean those guys in the country of craftsmen who only like to make weapons made it? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his pupils, his expression suddenly serious. After all, the country of craftsmen has been gone for many years. And with their level, it is impossible to create such a powerful thing. HMPH. Tsubai is not from the country of craftsmen. If he is from the country of craftsmen, do you think the people of the country of craftsmen are honest? Naturally, they will start a war with such powerful weapons and equipment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words immediately puzzled everyone. No matter how powerful this weapon is, it cannot start a war by itself. Besides, Tsubai hasn't made a move yet, but the effect of his appearance is quite scary. Chakra was able to condense into a black-red light that soared into the sky. Everyone looked at each other and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the battle seriously. Today third Hokage is 653, what's the matter? Could it be that he was stimulated by the appearance of Orochimaru and Shirayasha? In the Forest of Death. Shien and Squad 7 watching the battle. The four of them suddenly felt unwell. The chakra exuded by Tsubai before was too powerful, oppressing the four people with dizziness and chest tightness. There is also an urge to kneel down on the ground, unable to bear the pressure. Fortunately, this is not murderous. Azuki Shien took a look at the three people in the 7th class. Although his face is ugly, at least his condition is not very miserable. Or Tsubai's huge chakra, if it releases murderous aura. It was very difficult for Shi Yan to guarantee that she would not wet her pants on the spot. On the other side, Orochimaru's eyes were focused, and his expression became serious and vigilant. This guy. It's weird. Orochimaru looked up and down carefully at Tsubai standing in front of him. The black gown is covered with black armor, and those red patterns on the armor are really strange. Like blood. There are occasional flashes of flow in that vein. Even the neck is covered. Orochimaru whispered to himself. The current Tsubai. The palms, forearms, calves and feet are also tightly wrapped in armor. Even the neck is protected. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru snorted disdainfully. Fast printing. Whoosh whoosh. The several shurikens thrown out will not stop Shadow Clone during the flight in the air. Between the number of interest. A dense shuriken strikes towards Tsubai. This is. Seeing this, Shien turned pale with shock. Orochimaru. It looks like that guy is really Orochimaru. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. It is an A-rank ninjutsu created by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very few people will. And Orochimaru, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice, must have been taught ninjutsu by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Clang clang clang. The shuriken struck Tsubai's breastplate continuously, making a crisp sound. However, the shuriken's attack has absolutely no effect on Tsubai. He didn't even bother to hide. Whoosh. Just at this moment, several shurikens struck his face. Swish. Tsubai raised his left arm and instantly grasped the oncoming shuriken in his hand. Gently push. With a few clicks, the shuriken was crushed by Tsubai, and then thrown to the ground. Orochimaru. Stop probing in such a boring way. I'm going to kill you with all my strength. Pill. Hash. Big snake. This is very confusing. Orochimaru still hasn't figured out why Tsubai wanted to kill him. At least give a reason. By Yasha, I remember that there shouldn't be much enmity between the two of us. Or. Snort. When Orochimaru said this, a little disdain appeared on his face. After a pause, he grinned and said, "Or do you choose to contribute to Konoha village in order to eliminate the 500 million additional reward that Konoha village put on you?" Tsubai. In Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he burst into a smile. "This Orochimaru. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect my brain to work much better than before." Everyone. Facing Orochimaru's suspicion, Tsubai didn't pay much attention to it. The right arm shook slightly. The black sword in his hand pointed at Orochimaru. "If I have to say a reason. It's just that you are too disgusting. Ninjutsu is disgusting, but human beings are also disgusting. Playing with life for my own stupid ideals." Quote. "The most disgusting thing is that you especially like to take innocent children to do things that satisfy your personal pursuits. Orochimaru. You will not forget the Shenyan incident in the Kingdom of the Sea 10 years ago, right? For the study of animals and people." Tsubai's face darkened. "Forget it, you can only bully those helpless children. If you are interested, you can take me away and study it. I am full of treasures." When Tsubai said this, his face was full of sarcasm. Orochimaru didn't care about Tsubai's taunt. And 10 years ago in the country of the sea, he did capture a group of children. Research creature merman. Could it be that? Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and didn't want to think about these useless things anymore. Just being ridiculed by such a brat, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Snort. Spread your hands. A few seconds later, Orochimaru's face changed suddenly, and he said ferociously, "Boy, you are courting death." The voice fell to the ground. Orochimaru disappeared instantly. The reappearance has come to the sky above Tsubai's head. There are many snake hands in the latent image. Several long snakes emerged from his arms. It tightly trapped Tsubai's right arm. He had already analyzed everything. As Tsubai who can only use swords, he must be at a disadvantage when facing long-distance ninjutsu duels. That's why he chose to give up speed and use this full-body armed method to resist ninjutsu attacks. But it's a pity that he doesn't have any defensive objects on his head. Orochimaru sneered inwardly. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was ready to be inserted into Tsubai's head. Go to hell. Orochimaru looked triumphant. Go down with a sword. He stabbed the Kusanagi sword into the ground viciously. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. It's a pity that before he could react, his head was slammed down. Tsubai stepped on Orochimaru's head, stomping it into the ground. Orochimaru. Why did you choose such a dangerous method of melee attack? Could it be that you despise your own life for being too long? The long snake was still stuck on Tsubai's right arm. But it has no effect on his speed at all. Just when the few people watching the battle were still in horror. The holy sword in Tsubai's hand emitted a black-red light, and then... boom! There was a loud bang. Accompanied by the impact of black and red energy, Tsubai exploded on the spot. The impact of energy caused the trees in front of them to be cut off. Wait until the dust clears. Tsubai stood there unharmed. The long snake that bound his right arm disappeared. But Orochimaru, who escaped unharmed, was in a panic. The left arm was actually blown off, and blood dripped to the ground continuously. Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others gasped. What happened just now? Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't find any signs of movement from Tsubai at all. In addition, the right arm is bound by Orochimaru's long snake, and the mobility is even more restricted. Duh. However, the long sword flashed, and the originally slender blade was completely covered by a thick black-red light. Then, exploded in situ. Could it be the blasting knife spray? Asuma took a sharp puff on his cigarette in shock. Hitaki Kakashi was slightly startled when he heard the words, "You mean the one who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Yes, I heard that among Kurigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen, isn't there an explosive sword? Asuma had indeed heard of it, but hadn't seen it. And for Kurigakure, who has not appeared for a long time, Asuma did not pay special attention to them. Explosive knife is not like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and gave Asuma a blank look. The explosion of the blasting knife droplets is to use the summoning detonator to implement the explosion effect. The sword in Tsubai's hand doesn't look like a spray either. And Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and said seriously, the explosion just now is obviously Chakra's problem. What? Hearing the sound, everyone was shocked again. Third generation, are you talking about the explosive power released purely by the compressed chakra? Impossible, that depends on how much chakra needs to be compressed. I think it's some kind of ninjutsu of the fire attribute. The patriarchs of several major families also expressed their views. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, stopped talking. Yu Hahong, who was among them, looked around foolishly. All kinds of mistakes appeared on the beautiful face. What's this? Is that guy so scary? At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi asked in surprise, third generation, that is. Yes. It is Orochimaru's original body replacement technique. Using the external body as a substitute, transferring itself from the mouth, without the need for mudras, is the most perfect body replacement technique. Like a snake shedding its skin, also known as the Orochimaru flow body replacement technique. Looking at the big one coming out of the mouth again. Shiwan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Due to the use of the Orochimaru flow body replacement technique, the previous body was abandoned, and the Orochimaru's facial makeup technique also disappeared. The person standing in front of everyone now. It was he, Orochimaru himself, no doubt. It's really Orochimaru. When seeing Orochimaru herself, Azuki Yugao still involuntarily exclaimed. He even cast an incredible look at Tsubai. This guy can even see through Orochimaru's disguise, it's scary. Looking at Shien's shocked expression. The three little ones in the 7th class were also a little confused. Senior, who is Yinji? Hearing the sound, Shi-Yan let out a long breath, and said with some regret, Orochimaru was once an extremely talented ninja in Konoha village. He is the favorite apprentice of Lord Third Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin in the ninja world. The strength is strong, so I don't need to say more. What? Azuki Shien's general explanation immediately attracted Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke to be on the spot. Only Uzumaki Naruto, after being taken aback for a moment, nodded immediately, as if he understood very well. Why did the disciple of the third Hokage, the legendary Sannin, come to attack us? Haruno Sakura asked anxiously. Though she doesn't quite understand what the fabled one of the Sannin really means. But just by the name, you know it's great. What's more, the opponent is Hokage's favorite disciple, and his strength can be imagined. Now recalling that I almost wet my pants by Orochimaru's murderous aura just now, it's not such a shameful thing. Because, hey, he defected for unknown reasons. Thinking of this kind of thing, Azuki Shien felt very incomprehensible. The original Orochimaru was the Master Orochimaru they called. How did you defect? But now it is no longer a matter of thinking about why Orochimaru defected, the main thing is what he wants to do when he comes to Konoha village again. Why is it attacking the 7th squad led by Hitaki Kakashi? At the same time as this 0.7. Orochimaru was already anxious. He really couldn't understand how a bounty-offering criminal with a fake name could be so powerful. Could it be that both he and Yakushi Kabuto were teased by the Red Sand Scorpion? Call. Orochimaru took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Maybe it was really being played. After all, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion really wanted face. It is quite possible to take the credit for Tsubai for himself. Now is not the time to think about this. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke not far away. He had to solve the trouble of Tsubai before he could continue to put pressure on Sasuke. Not only does it need to give Sasuke a curse seal, but also needs to give Sasuke a greater blow to his mind in order to lead him into darkness. It's a quick fight. If Konoha village finds out about me after a while, it will be even more troublesome to send reinforcements. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's body softened and he lay on the ground. Wow! He opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, dense long snakes crawled out of his mouth. Ah, this! Everyone watching the battle couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb from the scene in front of them. Hyuga Hinata even closed her eyes in fright on the spot. Hinata. On the side, Inuzuka and Aburame Shino are completely muggle. The two of them really couldn't figure out what was going on with Hinata. Since being rescued by Konoha village Anbu, it's like a different person. It's a pity that his companions, Inuzuka and Aburame Shino, still indulge Hinata. Since she wanted to see, the two could only wait for her from the side. This is something I saw again, and I was very interested when I was surprised. Inuzuka Tooth regrets that he does not have a pair of Hinata-like eyes that can see so far. Chapter 67. The old man has already seen through everything. Do you like them? Countless long snakes turned into snake waves and rushed towards Tsubai. Each snake holds a short sword in its mouth, as if to stab the opponent into a sieve. When Tsubai saw this, there was no expression change on his face. He shook his arm. The holy sword shines again. A sword swung out. The powerful energy is like a laser, instantly piercing the snake wave. Not only that, accompanied by the movement of Tsubai's arm. The laser-like energy light also moved with the holy sword. From left to right, because the long snake spit out of the mouth was cleaned up on the spot. There was an explosion. The location where Orochimaru was located was even more ablaze. However, before everyone had time to react to what Tsubai was using, the yin snake came out of the ground again. With the Kusanagi sword in his mouth, he aimed at Tsubai's head. Boom! Orochimaru is about to succeed, but he can't imagine. Tsubai had seen through his behavior a long time ago, and even slapped Orochimaru in the face with his sword. Brutally, Orochimaru was shot more than 10 meters away. He stood up in embarrassment, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru looked at Tsubai in shock. Impossible. Why does this guy have such terrifying power? He looked at Orochimaru panicked because of his ignorance. Tsubai still didn't show any expression. Instead, he said, "You Konoha village ninjas really look the same, they all like to drill the ground." Why? Hearing this, Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the guess is right, this kid is looking for revenge. Maybe it was a child from a small village in the country of the sea. But why? Why does he have such strange and terrifying powers? It's a pity that Orochimaru didn't have time to think about it, and saw that Tsubai on the opposite side had already raised his long sword above his head. The black and red light on the sword is even better, accompanied by the tyrannical energy soaring to the sky 12 times. The ground where Tsubai was standing was also shattered. What it is? At this time, ellipsis. Genin, who was taking the Chunin exam, suddenly noticed the tyrannical light shooting into the sky. Everyone stopped immediately. Is there someone fighting? Feeling an ominous premonition every day, my heart trembled, and I asked weakly. Neji. Rock Lee was also horrified, looking at Hyuga Neji beside him. However, Neji has already rolled his eyes back at this time. Sorry, the distance is too far, I can't see clearly. Gaara, who was on the verge of killing, also seemed to feel some kind of terrible feeling. After a while, he calmed down. Gaara. Tamari looked nervously at Gaara, who was silent in front of him. She couldn't even believe that Gaara, who had a hideous face just now, would calm down at this moment. Could it be that the black-red light is more terrifying than Gaara? Wow! What is this thing? It feels horrible. Yamanaka Ino of the Ino. Shika. Cho Team crouched in the grass holding his head in fright. Nara Shikamaru was also in a cold sweat. Hey, isn't it? Is there such a terrible existence in this Chunin exam? Don't talk about genin who have never seen the world. Even everyone in Hokage's office couldn't help but gape. Hey! Got it wrong. What's going on here? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also terrified to the point of cold sweat. As a ninjutsu professor, he knows too many ninjutsu. But he has never seen a fighting style like Tsubai's. Is there a limit to blood succession? Or is it the elimination of the blood succession? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked heavy, he was totally confused about this kind of existence that couldn't even figure out chakra's attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. The 7 chakra attributes. Which one is Subai? Or is it pure chakra compression? If that's the case. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more horrified. He has seen this kind of attack, and the only thing that can explain it is the tailed beast bomb of the tailed beast. It can be used to compress high-density chakra, and then release a single chakra burst in a devastating attack. Is this guy a Jinchuriki too? No. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already numb. After guessing so much, in the end, the more you think about it, the more chaotic you become. The more I think about it, the more I can't figure it out. It was as if he had stared at the abyss for a long time, imagining what the abyss looked like. The result was quite different. The main battlefield of the Death Forest. Orochimaru grinned, cold sweat dripping down his back. It's terrible. He sighed, remembering Subai's attack just now. If you get hit like this, I'm afraid I really have to explain. Orochimaru hastily touched the blood hanging from the corner of his mouth with his fingers. Start printing. And Subai seemed to sense the time was right. With a slight movement of both hands, the holy sword in his hand slashed directly towards Orochimaru. Excalibur. Triple Rashomon. Looking at the black and red energy beam that looks head-on. Orochimaru clapped his hands on the ground without saying a word. Pause time. The ground trembled. 3 huge gates engraved with Shira masks rose from the ground. The laser-like slash collided with Rashomon, who could absorb all power. Bang. After a loud noise that resounded through the sky and the earth. The thick pillar of fire instantly engulfed Rashomon. Ah! With the burst of power, a strong storm suddenly rushed to the surroundings. The other genin candidates in the Forest of Death were lying on the ground, trembling with their heads covered. Hinata, lying on the ground, raised her head with difficulty, and wanted to continue to observe Subai's situation with her blank eyes. But the pressure of the storm was too strong, and in desperation, she could only give up. But Hinata at this time. I was going crazy with excitement. Is that the power of Mr. Subai? It was really powerful. This time it's going to be a big trouble. Hinata's admiration for Subai has reached an uncontrollable level. Although it is not clear who Subai's opponent is. But Hinata is not stupid. He can guess the opponent's strength just by the 3 giant gates summoned by the opponent, which is definitely not comparable to people like them. But Mr. Subai is still amazing. Hinata didn't care about the branches hanging on her head, she was still whispering in her heart. Wait for the storm to stop. Azuki Shion emerged from the broken branch. As this white Yasha. Looking at the empty field in front of Subai, Azuki Shion's pretty face trembled uncontrollably. Has the venue been bombed flat? Call. She adjusted her breathing with difficulty, trying to cool herself down. Fine. Ellipsis. Fortunately, Subai is facing the northeast direction of the Death Forest, and fortunately, this is the edge of the Death Forest. If the direction of the sword was in the southwest, I am afraid that the entire Death Forest will be completely destroyed. The students who take the Chunin exam are almost crippled if they don't die. And Konoha village, located in the southwest, also suffered severe damage to the edge. Even scarier is the Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru. To be honest. Ellipsis. Azuki Shion only knew that the thing was very big, but she didn't know its specific function. Subai still stood there quietly, holding the holy sword lightly in Quangjang. With a slightly condensed face, he said with a smile, as expected of Orochimaru, the speed of escape is really fast. At the moment when Orochimaru's summoning came out of the triple Rashomon, he didn't stay any longer. Use Earth style to escape on the spot. All of this was clearly seen by Subai's white eyes. Like a loach, Orochimaru drilled into the middle and ran away. In Hokage's office, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the predictions are correct, the back mountain should have been severely damaged. I didn't expect that even Rashomon, which can absorb powerful attacks, was blown up. This power, tisk tisk tisk. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucks on the bong. Breathe out a puff of smoke. Sunset red. Kurenai Yuhi, who had just come out of shock, was very dissatisfied when she heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. What are you talking about? If Tsubai slashed that sword in the opposite direction, the examinee would be finished. Master third generation, I don't know what you are thinking. But is it really good to let Shirayasha go? Kurenai Yuhi seemed respectful, but the displeasure on her face could not be hidden from Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Ho ho ho, Red. I naturally have my own thoughts, so don't think too much about Tsubai. Sarutobi laughed a few times. I also feel worried for these young children in my heart. What a fool. Do you really think it was all a fluke? Tsubai obviously took this into consideration during the fight. It seems that he cut Orochimaru in the northeast direction, but in fact it was planned by him long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly happy. Sure enough, I can't escape my old man's thoughts. This boy seems to have a special idea for the little girl of the Hyuga family. Otherwise, he would think so much. Yes, there is also Shion. Of course Tsubai never thought about such a thing. Everything is really a coincidence. At this time, he was listening to the sound of the system. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for beating Orochimaru away. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Close black lens bracket. Reward. 10 fist sword. Close black lens bracket. 10 fist sword. Tsubai went through it in his mind. Sure enough, it was the orange Kusanagi sword that appeared in the wine gourd. Just wine gourd or 10 fist sword. All in the form of chakra. No entity. But it can still be turned into a sharp sword for normal use. And when you want to use the seal, you can completely seal the opponent's body and soul into the wine gourd. After sorting everything out, Tsubai walked slowly towards Mao Yushian. What do you want to do? That. Seeing Tsubai walking towards her holding the holy sword, Mao Yushian's delicate body trembled in fright. He faltered, his head went blank, and he was so scared that he didn't know what to say. Go and dig out those 3 little guys. I'm hungry, let them get me something to eat. Shi Yan. This guy. In particular, Mao Yuxi, who was looking at the threat, dug out the 3 little ones who were still in a dazed state in the messy branches. A trace of resentment suddenly rose in Shi Hahong's heart. Damn by Yasha, you know it's wrong to bully us Yi Shi. He had the nerve to say Orochimaru. It's the same with him. In the face of Kurenai Yuhi's indignant words of justice, none of the crowd spoke up. Does cutting Orochimaru a few times count as bullying the younger generation? Could it be possible to let him chop those of us here? Red. He's not bullying Shion and the others. Isn't it just to find something to eat? Don't get too excited. Shouldn't we be more concerned about Hyuga Hinata now? She has been specially trained by Tsubai. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. He thought Orochimaru had been hacked to death by Tsubai. Good one Tsubai. If you kill my apprentice, then you will pay me an apprentice. Master Third Hokage, it's over. You still have to punish Hinata for his actions. Don't worry, our Hyuga clan absolutely understands, and we will never allow Hinata's behavior. Hyuga Hiyashi at this time. His tone of voice was extremely calm. No emotional changes at all. But in the eyes of other family patriarchs, they could clearly feel the pride of Hyuga Hiyashi. Why? After hearing the words, Yuhihong sighed. After a long silence, she said to Sarutobi Hiruzen apologetically, I'm sorry, 3rd generation. I'm not as optimistic about Shiroyasha as you are. I don't believe he's been kind to us at Konoha village. And the matter of Orochimaru has not been resolved. In the explosion just now, no one can see where Orochimaru went. What Kurenai Yuhi said made Sarutobi Hiruzen startled. This is also reasonable. Ellipsis. Let's not worry too much about Orochimaru. Whether it's him or Tsubai, it doesn't matter whether their thoughts are pure or purposeful. We at Konoha village have been through so much and I believe we can handle it ourselves. Isn't it? Isn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement really made everyone present speechless to refute. No matter what the purpose of these two people is, ultimately it's up to Konoha village themselves to resolve the matter. And with regard to Hinata, you can't act rashly without more certain evidence. What if it's a good thing? Once unnecessary actions are launched, good things can be turned into bad things. It will be too late to regret. Chapter 68. Azuki Shien. White Yaksha, stretch out your mouth and see if I won in #039, chop it up for. After a long time, all genin candidates started to act again. They felt very grateful in their hearts. I didn't expect that there was such a terrible guy hiding in genin, and what I didn't expect was that those two people would kill each other to the death from the very beginning. Simply good news for all of them. Except that Hyuga Hinata knew it was Tsubai's handwriting. There are 3 Shaoqiang who understand this. That is the 7th team that is catching fish in the lake at this time. Wow. Why should we do this kind of thing? Uzumaki Naruto slapped the clear lake surface restlessly. If we don't fight for the scroll, we will be eliminated. Facing Uzumaki Naruto, who was burning with anger, Uchiha Sasuke sighed softly. Naruto, let's just bear with it. In case that guy named White Yasha gets angry again, we really can't deal with him. Snort. Sasuke's words made Naruto even more irritated. Turning his head to look at Tsubai lying on Haruno Sakura's lap pillow, Naruto was even more angry. That's right. Haruno Sakura was threatened with kidnapping. If Naruto and Sasuke dare to escape while catching fish, then Tsubai breaks Haruno Sakura's legs. Damn it, why is that guy so strong? After complaining a few words, Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to sit in the clear lake water, busy with Uchiha Sasuke. But Haruno Sakura on the shore felt shivering. She didn't even dare to lower her head, for fear that if she lowered her head, she would see Tsubai lying on her lap. Ah. You were really slow. It takes so long to pick up firewood. Sensing Mao Yushian's arrival, Tsubai bit his nose and pretended to complain. Shi-yan. Snort. Shian snorted coldly, and got angry seeing this guy's leisurely appearance. And she was even more surprised that Tsubai didn't choose to leave after defeating Orochimaru, but still stayed in the Death Forest. Don't know what to expect. As expected, Lord Third Generation did not send reinforcements. I think there must be an unspeakable secret between the senior management of Konoha village and the White Yasha in front of me. Thinking of this, Shion felt a lot more relaxed. The firewood for grilling fish was placed on the ground. Feel Haruno Sakura, who was trembling with fear. Shion sighed secretly in her heart. Hey. Little girl, I can only wrong you first. After all, some confidential things cannot be told to you. Naturally, Tsubai didn't know what Uyushian was thinking. He didn't care whether Konoha village sent reinforcements or not. According to Konoha village's current strength, it doesn't matter who they send. There is no threat to Tsubai. Not to mention that he still has the ability to go home at any time. Coupled with the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that it was Orochimaru he was repelling, he would not be idle to provoke him. Unless he actually starts killing ninjas in Konoha village. Maybe the old man from Third Generation couldn't sit still. But for Tsubai's character, he is not the kind of person who kills. Occasionally, I have nothing to do to tease the little beauty, but it is out of interest. Mr. Shiroyasha, I have something to ask you. In order to make Haruno Sakura less nervous, Azuki Shion asked, how did you learn swordsmanship? Your teacher is tilde degree. Azuki Shion is still very interested in this matter. No one wants to become stronger. But Tsubai's answer made her face darken immediately. Have you ever heard that when a person lies down at home, his swordsmanship heart will rise? Shi-yan. 27. Ah, this is pure nonsense. Can you practice swordsmanship while lying down? It's really a mouthful of running the train. Snort. Shion rolled her eyes at Tsubai dissatisfied, pouted her lips, and didn't want to ask any more questions. And Tsubai's answer made her understand that the other party didn't want to tell her how to practice. Of course, Shion also felt a little ashamed. After all, The method of practice is considered a confidential issue for the other party. It is reasonable for Subai not to want to tell her. Sorry, I asked unnecessary words. A trace of disappointment flashed across her delicate face. Shi Yan squeezed out a smile again, and patted the dust off her body. Then I went to clean up the grill for grilling fish. Haruno Sakura. Senpai. Don't go, I'm afraid. However, feel the trembling Haruno Sakura. Subai raised his head slightly to look at her. What's wrong with you? Are your pants wet? Hearing Subai talking to her, Haruno Sakura shuddered again. No. No. Subai responded casually, and slowly sat up. You are not as good as Hinata. After Hinata was captured by me, at least she knew how to run for her life. Although I got a whipping on my pea stalk, I'm a lot more honest. These words reached Mao Yuxian's ears. It made Xian feel a little tight in her chest, and then she turned her head to Subai. Can you pay attention when you speak? Little Sakura is still very small. I really can't get angry at one place, but I get angry when I hear this man speak. Xian angrily cleaned up everything. Walked back again. She is different from Haruno Sakura. Her long ninja career has already made Xian put her life and death aside. No matter how powerful Subai was, he would kill her with a single blow. Haruno Sakura may be scared, but Xian is more able to face Subai normally. After hearing Xian's speech, Subai shook his head. You don't really understand. The pink hair is really small. But she still has merit. For example, ellipsis quote. Awkward. Azuki Xian. His face darkened. She pointed at Subai and yelled, you. But seeing Subai's look like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Xian finally swallowed a breath forcefully. Grabbed Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura, come to my side. However, Haruno Sakura was stunned. Staring at the heroic Azuki Xian, her eyes are full of admiration. Senior is so powerful that he is not afraid of this terrifying white yaksha at all. Little Sakura, let me tell you. Now you are a ninja. To be a ninja, you must have the awareness to become a ninja. If you don't have the consciousness to face death, then how to become a responsible ninja? Azuki Yugao was preaching to Haruno Sakura. Subai just sat on the ground and kept nodding. It seems to be agreeing with Azuki Xian's statement. By the way, I added, occasionally seeing something terrible, it is understandable to squeeze out some water and wet your pants. Haruno Sakura was stunned by Subai's words. Who was he talking about? I. Or Senior Xian. But Subai's words made Azuki Xian's frosty face suddenly turn red. How on earth did this bastard know such a thing? This is no longer embarrassing. Azuki Xian felt a sense of death on the spot. At that time, she really felt so lost. Of course she didn't know what was going on. Physical problems. Or emotional problems. But Subai's fears are not entirely true. When Xian was watching Subai fight, her emotions changed drastically. The main reason may also be because Subai's kendo level has completely shocked her. Excitement, nervousness, plus fear. Many factors did have a great influence on her. Bastard. You shut up. Seeing what Subai wanted to say, Azuki Xian got excited for a moment. Just remember the tiger rushing to eat. He jumped into Subai's arms and blocked his mouth with his palm. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. The sky slowly darkened. In the dark dead forest. Swish swish swish. Boom. A figure shuttled back and forth in the forest, and finally landed firmly on Mahjong. Master Orochimaru. I am coming. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Said in a very low voice. But as soon as his words fell, there was a figure of a person printed in the thick trunk that was originally empty. When the man fully appeared in front of Yakushi Kabuto, it was Orochimaru with long hair. Double. The plan failed. Nani? Yakushi Kabuto couldn't believe his ears. Master Orochimaru's plan failed. How can it be? Yakushi Kabuto also looked flustered, and hurriedly asked, Master Orochimaru, how could the plan fail? Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke is dead? The results are obvious. Yukushi Kabuto is still very clear about Orochimaru's strength. This is Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What is strength? Maybe Master Orochimaru accidentally hit a little harder in the process of testing him. Just die. This is normal. Orochimaru turned a blind eye to Yukushi Kabuto in front of him. It's also unclear whether this Yukushi Kabuto is complimenting him or belittling him. Doesn't he know the severity of the attack? Snort. It's White Yasha. White Yasha. The name was beyond Yukushi Kabuto's expectation. The moonlight cast a bright light on his glasses. Yukushi Kabuto asked suspiciously, could it be that Sasuke was killed by Shiroyasha in advance? Orochimaru. I was wondering, why, that Sasuke died when the mission failed. Nor did Orochimaru argue with Yukushi Kabuto on this kind of issue. He is well aware of Yukushi Kabuto's psychology. Although Yukushi Kabuto knew that Orochimaru went to Sasuke for the container problem. But this guy is still jealous of Sasuke. So I really hope that Sasuke will die soon, even if Orochimaru allows, Yukushi Kabuto will take action to finish Sasuke himself. I think you should have seen the battle between me and Bai today. We were deceived by the Red Sand Scorpion. White Yasha is indeed the one who destroyed this country. He's definitely capable of that. But I just don't know what is his purpose of getting close to Sasuke now. You will investigate tomorrow as a Konoha village genin senior. Orochimaru finished speaking. Yukushi Kabuto replied repeatedly, okay Master Orochimaru, leave this matter to me. But in Yukushi Kabuto's heart, he certainly knows why Orochimaru's plan failed. Triple Rashomon. It's not that he doesn't know each other. He definitely couldn't say such words. Just didn't expect that the one fighting Orochimaru would be Tsubebu. This is indeed beyond Yukushi Kabuto's imagination. At such a young age, Tsubai was able to defeat Orochimaru's triple Rashomon. Yukushi Kabuto couldn't even think about it. White Yasha. When Orochimaru left, Yukushi Kabuto snorted coldly, HMPH. No matter how strong you are, I'm afraid you won't know what a professional undercover agent is. Chapter 69. Take a closer look, you are the kind of person who eats everything. Dead forest at night. Tsubai, Shion, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke gathered around the campfire. The nervous Uzumaki Naruto has fallen asleep. Maoyu Shion squinted at Tsubai who was sitting quietly with a slight resentment on her face. She was a little angry. When he threw himself into Tsubai's arms and covered his mouth, he ignored that the other party was a guy who liked to grab money. Inadvertently, he was pinched several times by Tsubai. After a meal, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke relaxed a lot mentally. The atmosphere was a little dull. Haruno Sakura can't sleep, but Uchiha Sasuke can't sleep because of something on his mind. After a long silence, Sasuke said, Shirayasha, can you guide me? Huh. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura was surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's sudden request. She had no idea what Sasuke was talking about. Ask Tsubai to guide him. No kidding. After Azuki Shion heard this, her expression did not change at all. She still knows a little about Sasuke. Revenge. Shion murmured to herself. She was the one who sent the dying Sasuke to the hospital. Until now, Azuki Yugao doesn't know why Uchiha Itachi suddenly slaughtered a family. Her former senior Hitaki Kakashi didn't even know. What's more, there are orders from above that it is not allowed to discuss these things in private. But for Sasuke's revenge, she got some information from Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, who became the 7th squad leader. It's easy to understand just by imagining it. Of course the person who slaughtered the family needs to be punished, not to mention that the other party is Sasuke's own brother. Sasuke is even more unforgivable. Hearing Sasuke's request, Tsubai looked Sasuke up and down. Think for a while. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Indra Chakra reincarnation and Ashura Chakra reincarnation. Sasuke inherited the fairy eye, and Naruto inherited the sage body. The future of these two people is naturally different from that of any ninja. Even if they don't get very good rewards from these two people. In the future, they can also share part of their growth. This is also what Tsubai aims to. In fact, without Sasuke opening his mouth, Tsubai also wanted to fool the two into so-called servants. It doesn't matter anything else, it is still necessary to obtain their power. No. I can't guide you. It's a pity that Tsubai flatly refused. Surely Sasuke can't just guide him if he says guide him. And now is not the time. What's more, let Tsubai guide them to learn and progress. HMPH. Don't make trouble. He himself was originally a non-practiced person. Your Uchiha clan grew differently from other ninjas. Tsubai's words made Uchiha Sasuke a little confused. Haruno Sakura was even more puzzled and puzzled. Even Azuki Shion felt puzzled. What you said, if you don't want to guide Sasuke, just say it, why use these as excuses to prevaricate him? Snort. Maoyu Shion still felt a little angry. As a woman, she needs to use her unreasonable temper to, difficult, Tsubai. It's really long hair but short knowledge. Beauty Shion, you entered Anbu not long after graduation, don't you know what is the most important thing to the Uchiha clan? Sharingan, of course I know, don't you think I'm not as good as you as a foreigner? Azuki Shion finally felt that she had the upper hand. He smiled proudly and puffed out his chest. She really knows the difference between the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who have Sharingan enabled and the ninjas who have not. But she didn't have much understanding of the power of Sharingan. Every time Guyu Sharingan has one more tomo, his strength will rise to a higher level. Uchiha, who has activated Mangekyo Sharingan, has improved his strength beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Shallow. Tsubai laughed. Shi Yan. You. Tsubai's words suddenly added fuel to the fire. Azuki Shion, who had just put a smile on her face, glared at him again, gritted her teeth angrily and said, then tell me, am I wrong? Tsubai ignored Azuki Shion who was in a panic, but looked at Uchiha Sasuke instead. I once knew a guy, his name was Uchiha Shisui. Nani? Uchiha Shisui. When the name came out of Tsubai's mouth, Uchiha Sasuke and Azuki Shion were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Why did Tsubai know Uchiha Shisui? Of course, the two of them didn't know that Tsubai was talking nonsense. But Uchiha Shisui has been dead for so many years, and the body cannot be found. Even if you want to dig out and confront, there is no way. Isn't this a ready-made wingman? You know Shisui. After Uchiha Sasuke looked stunned, he suddenly became angry. Then you must know about Uchiha Itachi. Feel something wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Haruno Sakura was even more confused, unable to understand what the three people in front of her were talking about. Don't get excited. Once Shisui told me that his Sharingan had broken through the 3-tomo Sharingan and reached the point of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. It even opened up a brand new pupil technique. Sharingan is not just a see-through technique and illusion technique. When the Sharingan reaches the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will bring new power. So, when you are doing these boring practices, you might as well find a way to activate Mangekyo Sharingan. Then your strength will be qualitatively different and leapfrogged from what it is now. Of course Shisui also told me how to activate Mangekyo Sharingan. When Tsubai said this, he paused. Because the current Sasuke is trembling all over, not knowing what terrible thing he thought of. Hey! Why do you say half of what you say? You should keep talking. It was the first time Azuki Yugao had heard about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Is this still the case? There is Mangekyo Sharingan on top of Sharingan. But Uchiha Sasuke believed it. After all, Uchiha Itachi did explain to Sasuke about the Mangekyo Sharingan before the genocide left. To open Mangekyo Sharingan, you must kill your best friend with your own hands. But Sasuke never thought that after opening Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha's strength would be improved so much. Sasuke trembled, excited, and thus confused. His eyes flicked to Uzumaki Naruto who was sleeping soundly. And this action happened to be reflected in Tsubai's eyes. Hehe, how is it? I think you should know too. Killing one's best friend makes oneself miserable. Shi Yan. Haruno Sakura. What? Shirayasha, don't bewitch Sasuke here. Even if Sharingan were to become Mangekyo Sharingan, it wouldn't be this way. Sasuke, don't listen to him. Azuki Shion stood up abruptly, then scolded the son. Spring BCFJ, Sakura even broke out in a cold sweat as she listened on the sidelines. The Uchiha clan. Is there such a terrible eye-opening condition? Unfortunately, Sasuke's words shocked Azuki Shion even more, and she couldn't extricate herself. No. What Shiroyasha said is not wrong at all. That's what the Itachi told me back then. Sasuke sighed, excruciatingly painful. Want to kill Uzumaki Naruto. He knew this way early on. But he doesn't want to gain power in the way of people like Uchiha Itachi. He spurned the executioner who killed his compatriots and parents. It's a pity that the confrontation between Orochimaru and Tsubai made Sasuke realize how small he is now. Tiny. So tiny. Just relying on ordinary practice, how long will it be possible to complete the goal of killing Uchiha Itachi? Want to kill Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's chest was heavy. Heart palpitations, sweating, trouble breathing. Hoo. Sasuke. Seeing this, Shi Yan turned pale with shock. Sasuke, how are you doing? Hey. White Yasha, what happened to him? Tsubai spread his hands, sighed and said, it's not a big problem, it's just that I'm overbreathing, I can't die, don't worry. Sure enough, it didn't take a while. Uchiha Sasuke's breathing gradually calmed down, and his face became much better. Immediately, he sneered, HMPH. I still can't accept the methods of people like Itachi. I will grow stronger in my own way and kill him in the end. Clap clap. However, at this moment, Tsubai clapped his hands and said with a smile, it's amazing, what a ninja with ambition. I just like a loving and righteous child like you. Well, I can't guide you though. But there are indeed some ways to make you stronger quickly, and there are no side effects. However, after the Chunin exam, you can find me when you have made up your mind. There is no point in helping Sasuke now, and it may affect the normal progress of the Chunin exam. Tsubai will not forget that the protagonist of this Chunin exam is Hyuga Hinata. No. This agrees. Uchiha Sasuke was obviously stunned for a moment, it was really another village. He couldn't believe his ears, the white yaksha in front of him wanted to help him. Hello. What do you mean? Why did I ask you to help me, and you didn't say anything at all? Azuki Shion also breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Sasuke is really an ambitious ninja. But she couldn't swallow it. As for the simple two-sentence matter, Sasuke just expressed his attitude, and Tsubai agreed to help him become stronger quickly. Then the oil that has been wiped by oneself is not wiped in vain. It's a pity that Mao Yuxian's words made Tsubai stunned. When did you ask me to help you? Shi Yan. Dumbfounded, completely shocked to the point of being speechless. I have seen people who turn their faces and deny people, but I have never seen ones who turn their faces so quickly. Shion was afraid that Tsubai would add another sentence. Who are you? Do we know each other? But it's really just wiped out, and I don't admit it when I look back. It looks like he doesn't want to be responsible after playing. Hey, what's your expression? You just asked me how I usually practice, and I told you to. When a person is lying at home, his swordsmanship is soaring. Shion. Ho. Across the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen was amused to laugh. Nara Lugiu at the side really didn't understand his behavior. Master third generation. Could it be that? Nara Deer thought for a long time, and was about to say something, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just brushed off questions from Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura about the back hill situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen only took Nara Shirju this time to continue to detect Tsubai. No one is allowed to mention that Tsubai has sneaked into Konoha village. Now the main task is to wait for the end of the Forest of Death to follow Hinata's Chunin exam performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had an idea in his mind. Especially when Tsubai sneaked into Konoha this time, he has a lot of evidence. Proof that Tsubai was once Danzo's right-hand man. Definitely defected because he couldn't understand some of Danzo's practices, and the key evidence is that Tsubai told Orochimaru about the child. HMPH. Danzo, do you really think I don't know what you're doing? Thinking of the wood-style boy who was once rooted in the organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more convinced that he was right. After all, he terminated the experiments with Hashirama cells in the first place. Danzo, that's why I've been Hokage all my life. And you'll never be able to sit in that position. You are too paranoid in doing things, and you don't know how to be gentle. Narulujiu naturally didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about, so he raised his mouth just to be on the safe side. Master Third Generation, why do you know so many things in this night? Even Sharingan. Hey. Lujiu, that child Shisui is still very simple in nature. Maybe I met Tsubai once when I was out on a mission, and the two met and cherished each other. It's not surprising that Shisui said this. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. I'm the brains of Konoha village, is it really okay for you to fool me like this? It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Naradir unable to refute for a long time. Who said the other party is third Hokage? Let him handle the rest. Chapter 70. Tsubai in the crowd. Tsubai's promise to Uchiha Sasuke completely puzzled Haruno Sakura. What is Sasuke doing? As the famous Uchiha clan of Konoha village. Why would you ask Tsubai for advice? Tsubai's identity is. Haruno Sakura would think this way, because she couldn't figure out what Shachu meant in Sasuke's heart. That is, no matter what, even if it means letting him sell his soul to the devil. Actually, the identity of your reward offerer is fake. If I'm right, you're a Konoha village ninja. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Tsubai. The smile on the corner of his mouth is enough to see Sasuke's thoughts. Nothing escapes his Sharingan. Sasuke, you said Tsubai is our Konoha village ninja. Tsubai hasn't expressed his opinion yet, Haruno Sakura has already looked at Tsubai excitedly. Snort. This guy from here until now, went through such a brutal battle with Orochimaru without seeing any support from the village. And there is a ninja from Konoha village who has been following. Don't you think it's weird, little Sakura? Sasuke's words really stunned Haruno Sakura for a long time. Although he is a top student, his experience in actual combat analysis is still somewhat limited. But Sasuke's words made her completely relaxed. Makes sense. Otherwise why would he suddenly show up to kill Orochimaru? Also to help Sasuke improve his strength. No wonder Senior Shien wasn't afraid of him at all, it turned out he was one of his own. What's more, Shisui will tell you about Sharingan. I'm right, Shiroyasha. No. Big mistake. Tsubai never thought that they would have such thoughts. Even a little surprised, at this time, Mao Yuxian also calmed down, as if she had acquiesced. The direction of the plot seems to be going a bit out of line. Seeing that Tsubai was silent, Haruno Sakura was even more excited, stood up immediately and said, Senior Tsubai, can you improve my strength? Tsubai. He was just thinking about how to sneak into the tower in the center of the Death Forest. As a result, these guys actually regarded him as a senior from Konoha village. I really don't understand why you have such an idea. I kidnapped Hinata. Didn't you also send her back safe and sound? In the face of Haruno Sakura's excited chatter, Tsubai seemed a bit dumb. Crucially, he didn't know why Azuki Yugao, who was Anbu, didn't say a word. If Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke have little experience and are simple, that Shien who stayed in Anbu all the year round is not so innocent and cute. It's a pity that Tsubai doesn't know. Azuki Shien has already defined him as an undercover agent in Konoha village outside. After all, every village has a few people with this status, and there is nothing new about it. Especially after being in contact with Tsubai for so long, I haven't seen any hostility towards the ninjas in Konoha village, and he even wants to help Sasuke. Shien's thoughts were further strengthened. Fan Mao's words. Do you want to go back with me? I can give you some strength. As soon as Tsubai finished speaking, she and Izuki immediately stood in front of Haruno Sakura. Don't think about it. Tsubai. Then you can follow along. Don't even think about it. Azuki Shion looked at Tsubai warily. Whether or not he's a ninja undercover in Konoha village out there gathering intel. But Tsubai is definitely not a gentleman. What are you looking at? Looking at Tsubai's malicious eyes. Azuki Shion shivered unconsciously as if she had been electrocuted all over. Fine. By the way, this thing is for you. After Tsubai said something lightly, he took down the black knife Chushui from his waist and threw it directly at Maoyu Shion. This is your knife. What a nice knife. This was beyond Shi Yan's expectation. She blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of doubts. Why did you give it to me? It's nothing, and it's not very useful to keep it. And, you can't touch it in vain, right? Shi Yan. White Yasha. Azuki Shion was about to get angry, but a portal appeared behind Tsubai. I'm going back to sleep, and I'll let you know one last time. Orochimaru didn't die, he ran away. Nani? Orochimaru isn't dead. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were stunned, and panic appeared on their faces. But in the future, Shion will express her thoughts. Tsubai had already disappeared in front of them. Isn't Orochimaru dead? When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his face suddenly became serious. He took a sharp puff on his pipe. He looks out the window at Konoha village. Orochimaru. What did he come for? Why did he attack Sasuke? After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think clearly about Orochimaru's purpose. But anyway, definitely not a good thing. A.B. Now it is the joint Chunin exam, if it is said that the exam will be interrupted because of Orochimaru. That must have had a very big impact on Konoha village's reputation. It looks like I have to find Tsubai in person. Have a nice talk with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke, but his originally dignified face stretched a little. Early the next morning, Yakushi Kabuto hid in the bushes and listened quietly to the conversation of Uzumaki Naruto and the others. Ah. When did you get the Earth Scroll? Naruto fell asleep and woke up. Only to find that their 7th class has already collected the Earth Coiling Shaft. Speaking of this matter, it is still the credit of Azuki Shion. If Orochimaru is not dead, then it is likely that he will continue to come to Sasuke. Just when she didn't know what to do, she received a communication from Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle of the night. Ask Azuki Shion to grab the scrolls of the first team casually, and help the 7th team of Kakashi get enough earth-coiling scrolls. Escort them to the high tower in the center of the Death Forest, and prevent Dewey from having any chance to contact the 7th squad. Although the technique was a bit disgraceful, Shi Yan didn't think so. Special treatment. Yeah. Little Sakura and I got it last night while you were sound asleep. Okay. Naruto, let's hurry to the central tower. Sasuke also sighed softly. This kind of thing is actually unacceptable to him. But Shion told him that the follow-up assessment is actually the most important. It is time to show more personal strength. Naruto. Don't think too much about it. The ferocious white Yaksha seems to be aiming to kidnap Haruno Sakura, so he didn't know what happened last night, so he left first. Asking for flowers. But no one can guarantee whether he will make a comeback. So now our top priority is to get out of this dangerous place. This is also the lame reason Azuki Shion thought about all night. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were quite smart enough to know the seriousness of the situation. But Naruto is a stunned green iron-headed boy, so it's hard to convince him without any extravagance. Nani? Is that nasty guy targeting cute little Sakura? Uzumaki Naruto was shocked when he heard this. That won't work, we have to get out of here quickly. Haruno Sakura. Naruto actually believed it. As the target the girl. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't figure it out either. Tsubai threatened to come to Konoha village, and the target was the seemingly useless Haruno Sakura. No, I also have to hurry to the tower in the center of the Death Forest. Go and tell Master Orochimaru. Think here. Yukushi Kabuto also disappeared in place. Go back to where you were with your companions. Yukushi Kabuto asked anxiously, have you got all the scrolls? Jien Mikang. Where's Copper Guy? Seeing that Red Copper Guy was not there, Yukushi Kabuto's face darkened and he said dissatisfied. Snort. Jien Mikang heard this, and cast a disdainful glance at Yukushi Kabuto. Because you have recently received the attention of Master Orochimaru, do you think you have become the leader of the team? Jien Mikang, Red Copper Guy and Yukushi Kabuto. All three of them were Orochimaru's undercover agents in Konoha village. It's convenient for Guy to go. We got the scroll a long time ago. Yukushi Kabuto didn't argue with Jien Mikang after hearing this. After all, in Pocket's heart, these two want to earn their place in Orochimaru's heart with themselves. They don't deserve it. If it wasn't necessary for the three of them to rush to the central tower together, Yukushi Kabuto would have left them both. It's his life and death, Yukushi Kabuto. Just two cannon fodder. Why haven't you come back yet? The waiting time was quite long, and even Jien Mikang was a little impatient. However, at this moment, there was a movement in the grass not far away. Swish. A figure jumped out. Feel sorry. I've been constipated recently. Just let you wait. Next, how do we go? The Red Copper Guy with a mask on his face and sunglasses walked slowly towards Yukushi Kabuto and Jien Mikang. HMPH. Things have changed now. Let's head to the central tower to meet Lord Orochimaru. Yukushi Kabuto left a word and stopped talking to the two of them. The figure disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Jien Mikang followed closely behind. Only Red Copper is left. Guy spreads his hands, but still kept up with the pace of the two. Deep in the forest of death, the masked Red Copper Guy with sunglasses on his face was terrified. He never expected to meet the legendary White Yaksha in the Death Forest. The other party even buried him. Only the head remained on the ground. At this time, a huge black bear was walking towards him. Since his mouth was sealed, the Red Copper Guy could only utter a few whines. Chapter 71. Hyuga Hinata, have you grown up? How dare you roll your eyes at me? The 5-day survival in the Dead Forest was finally over. Tsubai turned into Red Copper Guy has been mixed with Yukushi Kabuto. Also met Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance is quite happy. The mood was not affected by Tsubai's interference. And Yukushi Kabuto just reported information about himself to Orochimaru. His goal is Haruno Sakura. Tsubai couldn't believe what was going on in this group of people's minds. The Konoha village ninja thinks he is the Konoha village ninja. Yukushi Kabuto actually thinks that his goal is Haruno Sakura to fight Orochimaru to the death. It is indeed a little speechless. But Tsubai didn't care. After all, their heads and mouths grew on them. Just let them go. But look at Orochimaru's confident look. Tsubai understood immediately. The key is the Honkai plan for Konoha village. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen dies and Shimura Danzo takes the Hokage position. Let alone Uchiha Sasuke like that. If you want a Sharingan, you have a Sharingan. If you want a white eye, you have a white eye. Even if Orochimaru is interested in bugs that day, it doesn't matter if you give him a few Abarames. It's a pity that these two people conspired to calculate, and did not expect Tsunade to be persuaded by Jiraiya to inherit the position of 5th Hokage. Forehead. When it comes to Tsunade, Tsubai really misses this heroine. Fortunately, Tsubai is strong. Otherwise, with Tsunade's bottomless strength, not anyone can defeat her. Right in front of the venue, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the crowd wearing a Hokage hat and a bong. Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, the two chief invigilators stood beside him. Behind him is Jonin, the leader of each passing team. At the far end of the line, the white-faced little sex with a hidden account. Just 7:30 is Orochimaru who got mixed in. Tsubai stood behind Yukushi Kabuto, feeling something moving beside him. Turning my head to look, I saw Nara Shikamaru's Hyuga Hinata kept looking around, as if looking for something. Didn't Mr. Tsubai say that he would find a way to see my performance? Where are people? Looking at Hinata's confused, expectant and disappointed expression. Tsubai lowered his eyes slightly. This silly girl doesn't think that I will stand in the stands to watch her game openly, right? However, just when Tsubai thought of this, he felt a cold gaze pass by his side again. Take a closer look. The source of this gaze was Hyuga Neji on the other side. But it was Uchiha Sasuke who met Neji's gaze. Why? Sure enough, in Neji's eyes, Hinata is not considered at all. Tsubai felt quite interesting. This is the first time he has participated in activities related to ninjas. Let's ask Hokage-sama to introduce you to the third exam. Please listen carefully. The invigilator Mitarashi Anko in front of him spoke. Then he gave way. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, coughed a few times, and then began a long and smelly speech. The significance of the joint Chunin examination among the allied nations is introduced. It's like military drama. It's just that their exam is not cooperation, but more like the epitome of war between the two countries. To put it bluntly, it is to show each other the future military strength of their own country. So, every genin must fight with the mentality of mortal in this exam. And their performance will be watched by big names and important figures from all over the world. Ninja Village with good performance will be more popular with these people. We'll give them more commissions. After explaining these things, the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to cough twice. I will leave the rest to you. Yes. My lord, third generation. After answering, Moonlight Gale with a pale face walked out of the crowd. Let me explain to everyone. Because there are too many people left this time. The big names from various countries don't have so much time to watch the games here. So this playoff will be eliminating a bunch of genin. The final stage of the Chunin exam will not take place until a month later. Of course, for the speed of the game, is there anyone here who chooses to quit directly? Yugong Galifang's words immediately aroused the displeasure of everyone. What is this? Everyone worked hard for 5 days, and in the end they continued to the next competition before they had time to rest. Even if the heart is full of all kinds of dissatisfaction. But no one opted out. But at this moment, Yakushi Kabuto's voice came from Tsubai's ear. I leave this to you. Especially you, Guy. With your ability, it should be no problem at all. This is an excellent opportunity to perform in front of Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto smirked. He secretly scolded Jien Maikang and Red Copper Guy, Tsubai, for being stupid. Orochimaru probably hasn't figured out yet that he's mixed in with the Jonin in charge. Tsubai was taken aback when he heard this. It was only then that he remembered that the unlucky guy he buried had special abilities. Ability to absorb other people's chakra. And the other guy named Jien Maikang. The body can transform into rubber. The characteristics of the ability are exactly the same as the Straw Hat Boy next door who was adventuring in the sea. Orochimaru sure enough got some weird-looking guys. Thoughts flashed by. Tsubai corrected his attitude. Okay, no problem, don't worry, leave it to me. Jien Maikang. He looked at Tsubai suspiciously, a little surprised in his heart, and even wondered if his companion had taken the wrong medicine. To be so polite to Yakushi Kabuto. After Yakushi Kabuto responded lightly, he turned his head and raised his hand with a smile and said, that. I'm very sorry, but I'm planning to quit. Yakushi Kabuto's behavior caught the genin around him by surprise. Especially Uzumaki Naruto. He is still very impressed with Yakushi Kabuto. This genin senior explained to them the knowledge of ninja cards in the written test classroom, and failed to become a Chunin after taking the test 7 times. Brother Do, no wonder he failed every time. Will he choose to give up at this time? If it keeps like this, he will never be able to become a Chunin in his life. Uzumaki Naruto felt particularly sorry. You are Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha village, well, you can leave now. Moonlight Gale flipped through the information and said listlessly. After getting the consent, Yakushi Kabuto turned his head and walked out without any remembrance. When passing by Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto stopped Do. Brother Do, don't you feel sorry for giving up like this? It's not easy for you to get here. It's very close to being a chunin. Seeing Naruto in a hurry, he looked regretful. Tsubai was really powerless to complain. How could Uzumaki Naruto be so innocent? However, Yakushi Kabuto is also possessed by the Film King. With regret on his face, he sighed and said, I'm sorry Naruto, I was injured, and there is no chance of winning if I continue to fight. The rest of the game is all about fighting for your life, so please do your best. Looking at Naruto's regretful expression, Yakushi Kabuto sneered in his heart. He worried that if he continued to fight like this, he would be as passionate as ever. I'm sorry for Orochimaru on the platform if I expose my identity. As Orochimaru's loyal subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto quite understands Orochimaru's intention to come here. He still wants to watch Uchiha Sasuke play. Without saying anything more, Yakushi Kabuto took a deep look at Orochimaru. The master and servant looked at each other and smiled. Yakushi Kabuto turned and left. After Yakushi Kabuto left, all the remaining candidates walked to the elevated observation decks around the walls. The format of the competition below is one-on-one duels. It is not over until one party admits defeat or loses combat effectiveness. Of course, in this process, death is regarded as a normal death, and it is also judged as a loss of combat effectiveness. The electronic screen hanging on the high wall kept flickering. Until settled. The names of the two people who appeared were Red Copper Guy and Uchiha Sasuke. When Orochimaru saw this, a pair of snake pupils shot out light instantly. The first match. Copper Guy vs Uchiha Sasuke. Please come to the stage, both of you. Accompanied by the announcement of the Moonlight Blast. A smile curled up on Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. HMPH. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The first one is me. He also remembered what Azuki Shion said. Combined with Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. This one-on-one fighting method is the moment that can better reflect the ninja's personal ability. Not to mention in the heart of Uchiha Sasuke. The matter of killing Uchiha Itachi naturally requires him to do it himself, and no one can take it seriously. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke stepped on the fence, jumped into the air, and landed firmly on the field. However, Tsubai chose to walk down the stairs slowly. Just passing by Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly whispered, Guy. Show your true skills and teach him well. Yes. How can Sasuke's skills be seen without driving him to a corner? It's a pity that Tsubai raised his head slightly and looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. Who are you? Orochimaru. Orochimaru was stunned on the spot. Can't figure out what's going on. Don't look at Red Copper Guy with Konoha Village's forehead protector, he is an undercover agent. It's his Orochimaru's men. Ask yourself who is it. Although it is said that only Yakushi Kabuto saw through his identity in the crowd. But this time Orochimaru spoke in person. Even if Jien Mikeng and Red Copper Guy had poor eyesight, they could instantly recognize his identity. Could it be that? Ellipsis quote. Looking at the Red Copper Guy who came slowly to the arena. Orochimaru's expression suddenly became serious. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. By Yasha. It must be him. I didn't expect that this bastard also got in. Thinking of this, Orochimaru did not forget to look at Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura who were cheering for Sasuke. HMPH. This stupid white yaksha. If he cooperates with us. Let's not talk about a pink-haired girl, it's no problem for him to ask for a stack. Tsubai stands against Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Gale stood between the two and said, the first competition, Red Copper Guy, Uchiha Sasuke. Do you two have any objections? Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately replied, no. After hearing this, Tsubai said lightly, I surrender, I can't defeat the Uchiha clan. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Moonlight Gale was even more confused by Tsubai's behavior. Ahem. He couldn't help coughing a few times again. What did you say? I said I surrender. Su-bai said sonorously. Then he turned his head and walked towards the stage. Uchiha Sasuke was left alone on the field, bewildered. What? So there was a bastard left behind. Want to pick soft persimmons. He must have wanted to fight young girls like us, seeing that we were easy to bully, but ended up meeting Sasuke. It really deserves it. Yamanaka Ino sees through everything. If Azuki Shion was present and knew Su-bai's identity, she would definitely agree with her words. In the heat of battle, you won't be gossiped about if you take advantage of it at will. White Yasha. When Su-bai passed by Orochimaru again, Orochimaru stopped him. Aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed? However, Su-bai gave Orochimaru a kind smile and said, You are not afraid, I am afraid of nothing. However, now you bring the Yinyan village's forehead protector, and I bring the Konoha village's forehead protector. In order to avoid suspicion, I hope you'd better talk to me less. Snort. See Su-bai leave. Orochimaru also showed a reassuring smile. Looking at the other party's appearance, he really didn't have too much malice towards him. This guy really misunderstood that I was interested in that pink hair. HMPH. So it's a virtuous fellow with Jiraiya. That way there's nothing to worry about. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Jien Mikeng and Red Copper Guy were not told of the Konoha village collapse plan at the beginning. This decision was simply too correct. Su-bai strolled forward. The surrounding genins cast contemptuous glances at him. Seeing Su-bai's appearance, Jien Mikeng was equally astonished. If you guessed right, the Red Copper Guy was killed in that accident. This guy. Who exactly? Just a flash of doubt. Jien Mikeng was happy in her heart. If Red Copper Guy dies, wouldn't there be one less guy to fight for success in front of Lord Orochimaru? But what made Su-bai wonder? Even the little girl Hyuga Hinata cast a contemptuous look at him. What a skill. Thinking of 3.2, Su-bai walked slowly towards Hinata. The closer you get, the more you can feel Hinata's white eyes. This man is really frivolous. Such an important game, he said he gave up and gave up. Hinata felt dissatisfied with this in her heart. She came to the Chunin exam with Su-bai's expectations, and the mood of trying to prove herself was completely in sharp contrast to Su-bai's indifference. Hinata saw this scene as soon as he came up. Xiao Nizi naturally felt a little nauseous. Su-bai slowly approached Hinata, but Hinata shifted her body with some disdain. I'm afraid that getting too close to the other party will cause bad luck. Mr. Su-bai told me that if you performed well today and won, he allowed you to go to him tonight. When he came behind Hinata, Su-bai whispered something. But these words reached Hinata's ears, which made Hinata's delicate body tremble slightly. The previous contempt was swept away. Immediately turned to look at Su-bai, who was walking away slowly, just about to call Su-bai to ask carefully, but then remembered that this matter seemed inappropriate, so he quickly silenced his voice. Huh. Hinata. What's wrong with you? Are you interested in the guy who surrendered? Inuzuka was a little puzzled, and continued, Cut. Who is it? If you say you give up, you give up. What is the Chunin exam? No, yeah, maybe he really can't beat Sasuke. You think he's older than Sasuke, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he failed the exam again? We should understand it too. Hyuga Hinata quickly waved her little hand and explained with an apologetic expression. This move made Inuzuka a bit muggle. Shame on losing the game. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to surrender at the beginning? Hey, Hinata, that's what's wrong with you. Too gentle, helping others to make excuses for everything. Chapter 72. Hinata and Hasho 39. S praise, Kurani Yuhi and Hasho 39. S and Quat, resentment and Quat. Hidden corner of Konoha village. Orochimaru, who left the venue, called Yakushi Kabuto again. Master Orochimaru, why did you come out now? So Sasuke's game is over. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's inquiry, Orochimaru wanted to go up and slap him a few times. How about being an undercover agent like this? My own people have been transferred, but I don't know it at all. But for Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru still loves him very much. He is indeed a great man. The only blame is to blame by Yasha for being too cunning. The red copper guy has already been murdered by white Yasha. It happened that Sasuke met Shiroyasha, who was disguised as the red copper guy in the contest, and Shiroyasha directly declared his surrender. Nani. When Yakushi Kabuto heard the sound, it was as if hundreds of detonating symbols exploded in his mind at the same time. I was blindfolded on the spot. As copper guy dead? Yes, but it's unclear when it was transferred by Shirayasha. After being silent for a few seconds, Orochimaru continued, but fortunately, that guy is indeed malicious to us without a specified line. But Yakushi Kabuto couldn't accept this at all. The task Orochimaru gave him was to get into Sasuke's team and investigate why Tsubai attacked Orochimaru. But that day Tsubai had already left. But Yakushi Kabuto never counted. Tsubai's goal was set long ago. Either Red Copper Guy or Jien Mikang. As for the team that can enter the central tower, Tsubai is still very clear in his heart. If you really want to kill one and mix in, these two cannon fodder are the most suitable. What's more, these two people really disgusted Tsubai. And according to Tsubai's guess, it is absolutely impossible for Orochimaru to be beaten in vain. He will definitely turn around and investigate Tsubai's purpose. The person who can be sent is Yakushi Kabuto, who met Naruto and the others during the Chunin exam. By the way, waiting for Yakushi Kabuto to leave, Bai seized the opportunity to attack the remaining Sword Beauty and Red Copper Muscle. As a result, Red Copper Guy became that unlucky guy. That's enough, don't think about it. After all, your opponent is Shiroyasha, and the gap in strength is not small. I don't blame you. Now what we need to think about is about the future plan. 4th Kazekage is attending the Musha Joint Chunin examination. His route to Konoha village depends on you to find the Red Sand Scorpion. Orochimaru isn't the type to cling to past regrets, either. Although both plans were messed up by Tsubai. But not too important. The most important thing right now is to make Shimura Danzo the new Hokage of Konoha village. Understood, because of heaven and man. But before that, our first task is to discuss the cooperation plan with Jonin Baki, who is in charge of Sunagakur. Orochimaru nodded, thinking for a while and said, "This test can be completed in one day, and you and Baki will go to Kikyo City to discuss." After this assessment, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely send someone to convey the message to the daimyos of various countries. It should be a long time from the real assessment. We have to take advantage of this time to arrange everything properly. Orochimaru had a grim look on his face, as if he had seen Sarutobi Hiruzen die. Chunin exam site. Half of the exam is over. Uchiha Sasuke is the first winner. Although the current Sasuke still looks sad, after all, he didn't do anything, and the other party surrendered outrageously. Orochimaru's Otogakur trio have already been knocked out too by Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru. Tien lost to Sunagakur's Tamari. The Red Copper Guy's partner, Masumi Ken, originally wanted to strangle Konkuro with his soft rubber body. But he didn't expect that he was almost strangled to death by the opponent's puppet. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were both beaten unconscious. Inuzuka was even beaten by Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone who watched almost laughed and turned their heads away. According to Tsubai's memory, stop here. That would be Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata. Naruto is really different from ordinary people. Hyuga Hinata really saw it. Uzumaki Naruto stood up after being beaten so badly by Inuzuka. But Inuzuka was kicked by Naruto and lay on the ground unable to move. Of course, this may also be because after Inuzuka used the family secret art of imitating beasts, his sense of nose and smell was tens of thousands of times that of ordinary people, and he smelled farts. That kind of pain may not be comprehensible to ordinary people. Except for Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Is that the only guy left in the stands? Yuhihong stared at the Red Copper Guy, Tsubai, in the distance. The fight between the two girls, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, wasn't too harsh, and the two ended up in a coma together, but woke up soon after. The others who were defeated had already been carried away on stretchers. The only one who didn't directly declare his surrender was the red copper guy with sunglasses on his face. White Yasha. What audacity, do you think our Konoha village ninjas are fools? The more Yu Hahong thought about it, the angrier she became. Especially looking at Azuki Shion, who had a hippie smile after returning, she was even more angry. If you are asked to track down Shirayasha, you are fine. People give me a broken knife and I'm so happy. No. Of course, the broken sword is only the reason why Yu Hahong dislikes Tsubai. Kuroyuki still understood that black knife, it was a very sharp ninja tool. Snort. Even though Yu Hahong was dissatisfied in her heart, there was nothing she could do. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. Regardless of whether the trace of Shirayasha was found or not. As long as he doesn't move, everyone can't move rashly. Don't provoke him too much. Today's main task is to see Hyuga Hinata's performance. And according to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the purpose of Tsubai's coming today is also to promise Hinata to watch her performance. Damn guy. Yu Hahong's eyelids trembled slightly, staring fixedly at Tsubai in the distance, as if about to be a ferocious beast. To kill each other alive. Hiss. Tsubai couldn't help shivering. Looking behind. It really shocked me, I thought someone's ghost had escaped. Obviously he was the one who snatched Kurenai Yuhi's Hinata, but turned around and said that Kurenai Yuhi is a ghost. It is indeed a bit unreasonable. I don't know who will be next. The ray of light and the three huge iron gates in the Death Forest didn't make it clear that the two were fighting. Is it among us? Rock Lee asked with some concern. Among the remaining people, the only ones we don't know about their strength are the person from Yinyan village and the person from Sunagakur with the gourd on his back. Could it be the two of them? Hyuga Neji also broke into a cold sweat. Unless those two people fought to the death and died together in the end. Otherwise, whoever meets, is not an opponent. Not just Rock Lee and Neji. Toss of Yinyan village was also a little frightened. After all, he had never seen a battle of that level. Gaara seemed rather calm. Even his heart is still a little blood churning. If he really meets that kind of person, he must use his dozing technique, tail beastization, to fight against him. When the time comes, just have a good time. Ahem. Lee Yo. Could it be that you're scared out of your wits before you start the game? Ah. Might Guy's speech made Rock Lee feel extremely ashamed, and immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Guy. Lee Yo, it's not your fault. If you really encounter that kind of enemy, it's the most irrational thing to fight hard. Hitaki Kakashi. Sunset Red. No. Don't worry at all. Of the two so-called monsters, one was standing at the fence waiting to watch the play in every possible way. The other one, it has long been unclear where the one who was beaten went. Yu Hahong and Kakashi glanced at each other, and they looked at Tsubai, who was leaning on the fence at the same time. Then he shook his head and said nothing more. And at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing farther away, looked at Tsubai with interest, with a bong in his mouth. Boy, you are still here. Tisk tisk tisk, you are really courageous. Questions about identity. Tsubai actually didn't think much about it. He also doesn't think that the people in Konoha village are really like idiots, who can't see through anything. 18. What puzzled him was why until now there was not even a single person who came forward to talk to him and test him. Hey, look, the people who are dueling next are Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji. Ah. Poor Hinata, she's facing off against Hyuga Neji. Yamanaka Ino looked at Hinata with a worried face. What's wrong? Hinata and Neji. Ino, why do you have this expression? Haruno Sakura didn't understand where Yamanaka Ino's concerns came from. Little Sakura, don't you know? Neji was the number one in the last year. His strength is not comparable to that of Sasuke, and he is 1 year older than us. Experience, strength. There is nothing we can compare to in every aspect. Besides, Hinata how weak Hinata is, Ino still has a little understanding. Too bad her concerns didn't resonate with Haruno Sakura. After hearing this, Haruno Sakura scratched his head, and a feeling of bad taste rose leisurely in his heart. It can't be that Hinata has received special training from Senior Tsubai. If that's the case, then Hinata's strength. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura just wanted to speak, but remembered Hitaki Kakashi's advice before. Kakashi tells Haruno Sakura that they know about Tsubai and Orochimaru in the Death Forest. But I hope Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke don't spread the word. For Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi didn't give too much away. Naruto is such a nervous person, he didn't take this kind of thing to heart at all. Perhaps the current him has already forgotten all the previous things because of the excitement of the Chunin exam. No. Ino, do you want to make a bet? I bet Hinata wins. Haruno Sakura's words stunned Ino, Shikamaru and Rock Lee on the spot. Little Sakura, please don't say that. Neji is a genius among geniuses, and he is also the opponent I have been pursuing to beat. Rock Lee rejected Haruno Sakura's conjecture on the spot. Yamanaka Ino also swayed her white palm. Little Sakura, are you fooled by me for saying like this? Haruno Sakura thought to himself. HMPH. Stupid Yamanaka Ino, it's not that I want to show off to you, but I saw the legendary White Yaksha, with his strength and beauty. Forget it, I can't tell you much. If you don't believe me, we'll just wait and see. Haruno Sakura imitated Yamanaka Ino's movements and said dismissively. The speaker didn't intend to listen carefully, that's not what Haruno Sakura's words reached Sasuke's ears. Sasuke immediately understood what Haruno Sakura meant. Presumably the following Hyuga Hinata received the guidance of Tsubai. Just let me see if this Hinata can beat Neji. For Hinata's strength, Sasuke is not impressed at all. In his memory, Hinata was so weak that he could almost be ignored. But being reminded by Haruno Sakura, Sasuke was very interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen watches as Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji walk onto the field. With a pipe in his mouth, he smiled like an old fox. Ho ho, this competition is very interesting. It just shows how much Hinata has improved. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji. The two brothers and sisters stood opposite each other. I didn't expect that I could fight with you. Neji paused, with a hint of ridicule in his words, Miss Hinata. Since everything is already known. Hinata didn't seem to have much emotional change because of Neji's attitude. She just responded politely, Brother Neji. Huh, are they brother and sister? Hinata called Neji aroused the surprise of Naruto and Haruno Sakura in the stands. Do these two still have this relationship? But Hyuga Neji's fierce eyes are really not like the eyes that his brother has. No. Their relationship. Hitaki Kakashi began to explain the difference between the Hyuga main house and the branch house to everyone. And popularized some basic common sense about white eyes. Just when Kakashi's voice fell to the ground, Moonlight Hayate also announced the start of this competition. Before the game starts, I would like to give Ms. Hinata a piece of advice. You abstain, you are not suitable to be a ninja. You are too kind to long for peace and skip disputes. Always cater to what other people think. And I have never been confident, and I have always had a 243 inferiority complex. What's more, the Chunin exam must be registered in groups of 3. You were forced to take the exam because you couldn't refuse the invitation of the other students in the same group. I'm not wrong about what I said. Hyuga Neji's words made Yuhi and Aburame Shino frown. No, Neji, you are dead wrong this time. Hinata herself wanted to take the Chunin exam more strongly than Inuzuka Iba. Aburame Shino put his hands in his pockets and quietly looked at Hinata below. He has an indescribable feeling. Hyuga Neji could get a good beating. Don't give me a reason. Shino believes that the current Hinata has indeed changed a lot from before. For Neji's aggressiveness, Hinata rubbed her fingers a few times. Slowly raised his head and said, Sorry, Brother Neji. I must win this competition. Because I promised someone and couldn't fail. What does it mean? People who don't know the reason are completely shocked by Hinata's inexplicable words. But those who understood, their eyes swept over Tsubai in the stands in unison. Of course, Kurenai Yuhi's eyes can kill. After hearing this, Hyuga Neji frowned, expressing that he was completely confused. What puzzled him even more was, after hearing her remarks, shouldn't Hinata be shaken by fright? How to change but more and more firm? It's just that Hinata seems to have opened up the knot in her heart, and fell into the state of seeing nothing around her again. In fact, people outside said he was very bad. But he is actually a very gentle and responsible person. He taught me a lot, not only strength, but more importantly, let me realize what it means to truly live out myself. Hinata remembered every bit of being with Tsubai. Everyone is afraid of him. This also led to Tsubai not even having a normal life. Even if you want to walk on the street normally, you can't do it. Tsubai never frowns because of anything. It seemed like nothing could stop him. The kind of self-confidence that comes from the heart makes Hinata mesmerized. Damn Shiroyasha, if this didn't brainwash Hinata, I wouldn't believe it if he killed me. After listening to Hinata's words, Yuhahong almost couldn't hold back and rushed towards Tsubai. The angry eyes shot out rays of light, pointing directly at Tsubai, who was standing by the fence in the distance. However, Tsubai at this time was a little sluggish. Feeling sad. Does Hinata want to break off relations with Konoha village directly? But it doesn't matter, as soon as there is any problem, just run away. Huh. The person Hinata said. Who is it? Kiba. Shino. Yamanaka Ino was equally confused. However, Haruno Sakura suddenly realized that it was as expected. Let me just say, how can someone as handsome as Tsubai be as scary as the outside world says? So. Quote. Hinata paused and rolled her eyes. Step out with 2 legs left and right, spread out your arms, and you are already ready for battle. Brother Neji, let's fight it out. Chapter 73. 8 trigrams 64 palms, 128 palms, that must not be high. The battle posture of the two is completely ready. Rock Lee in the stand saw Hinata's posture, envy appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's all Hyuga style. The starting position is exactly the same as Neji. Rock Lee clenched his fists slightly excitedly. His words startled Haruno Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto slightly. Haruno Sakura. Hyuga flow. Yes. Hyuga style is Konoha's strongest taijutsu style. Rock Lee's voice trembled. Although his 8 inner gates is the strongest in physical arts. But there are too many side effects. The move of changing one life for another is indescribable. The taijutsu school of the Hyuga style is a system of taijutsu. The defense of moves is particular. Coupled with the other party's white eyes that can see the meridian clearly. Gentle Fist is even more capable of hitting internal organs that cannot be strengthened through training. This kind of unique blood is something that Rock Lee can't always ask for. As I said before, I am afraid that among the genin in Konoha village, the strongest man is in our team. He is Hyuga Neji. Rock Lee raised his eyebrows nervously and excitedly. His speech made Haruno Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto even more nervous. Is Hyuga Neji really that powerful? Uchiha Sasuke was equally astonished. I didn't expect the Rock Lee in front of me to have such a high opinion of Hyuga Neji. Sasuke, however, still remembers a brief contest with Rock Lee while taking the Chunin exam. Total defeat. Yep, Uchiha Sasuke is a complete loser. Even if you can see the opponent's movement clearly with Sharingan, your body can't keep up with it at all. So this Hyuga Neji is even stronger. Sasuke murmured in his heart for a moment, lifted his spirits in an instant, and looked at the 2 people on the field with full attention. Hinata and Neji. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at each other for a few seconds before stepping out at the same time. Hyuga Hinata slapped first with a yell. Boom. While blocking with one arm, Neji was terrified. What a heavy hand. How is this going? Hyuga Neji suddenly felt numbness in his arm. He couldn't believe it at all, this palm came from Hyuga Hinata. But he didn't know. At this time, Hinata did not use his full strength. Due to personality problems, Hinata did not dare to make too much of a big deal, and cautiously pursued progress. She must win, and her spirit and attitude cannot be relaxed for a moment. Swish. After blocking the next blow, Neji counterattacked but was slapped away by Hinata. Bang bang bang. The brother and sister strike back and forth with both palms. A collision of gentle fist methods, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. With every palm strike, the blue chakra bursts out. If a palm is slapped on the chest, gentle fists' inch of strength will directly cause huge damage to the internal organs of the chest cavity. Amazing. That Hinata was able to knock Neji back. Yamanaka Ino stared dumbfounded at the scene below. Although the two brothers and sisters are fighting each other, it is obvious that Neji is struggling more, and his steps are disordered and he keeps retreating. Hinata. Yuhihong was also shocked by the phenomenon in front of her. Raihong still knows how strong Hyuga Neji is. Even if Hinata is given a few more years of practice, it is impossible to catch up with the current Neji. But how to explain the situation at the scene? It's just that after only a short time of training in Tsubai's hands, he was able to force Neji back. No, it's impossible. Neji actually fell down. Rock Lee twitched in surprise. However, Hitaki Kakashi was calm. His eyes flicked to the seemingly bored Tsubai. Did this guy foresee the outcome? Seeing Tsubai's completely expressionless, even bored look, Kakashi lowered his eyes. White Yasha, who is it? Why did third Hokage suddenly have such a big change in attitude towards him? With doubts in my heart, Kakashi looked again at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking a pipe in the distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no expression on his face, but he was even more overjoyed in his heart. Neji, a rare genius in the Hyuga family, was completely suppressed by Hinata. It seems that Tsubai must have used some special means to allow Hinata to gain such a powerful force in a short period of time. On the playing field, Neji's heart sank more and more. Is this still Hinata? Is this still the cowardly and useless eldest lady of the Zong family? Why can she have such a powerful force now? Bang bang. Hinata hits two palms again. Neji really didn't hold back, he just slid back a few meters and almost fell to the ground. Neji. Neji was knocked back. Shikamaru. Neji was knocked back, and he was knocked back by Hinata. Could it be that Neji's strength is fake? Hearing Yamanaka Ino howl in surprise, Nara Shikamaru was also sweating coldly. He remembered that in the Forest of Death, the three met Neji by chance. The other party disliked the three of them for being too weak, so they didn't bother to attack them. The three of them also took the opportunity to escape in a hurry. But what happened today? Facing their contemporary Hyuga Hinata, the famous Hyuga Neji was beaten helplessly. Hey, Shikamaru, when did Hinata become so powerful? Akamichi Choji looked at Shikamaru foolishly. He remembered Hinata always looked weak when he was in ninja school. How could it be so powerful? But as expected of Nara Shikamaru, he analyzed the cause of the incident just based on the state of the scene. I guess Hinata's change must have something to do with the time when she was kidnapped. Ino was taken aback when he heard that. You mean that scary White Yasha? Yes. I think Shiroyasha must have done something to Hinata, that's why she changed so much. And I speculate that the person Hinata mentioned just now is neither Yan nor Shino. Before Nara Shikamaru could finish speaking, Ino's terrified roar came from next to his ear. Nani? You mean that the person Hinata is talking about is White Yasha? Haruno Sakura. That's a bad thing. I'm afraid Yamanaka Ino will know about Tsubai's senior. Thinking of Yamanaka Ino's nympho look, Haruno Sakura immediately said to Ino, Hey, what are you thinking about? White Yasha is so terrifying, I heard he can eat people. Impossible, Ino. Stop thinking about it. Haruno Sakura smiled sarcastically. Uzumaki Naruto trembled when he heard the sound. Tsubai is very handsome, but he is very annoying. I have never seen anyone more handsome than Sasuke, and Tsubai is the first. I have never seen anyone cooler than Sasuke, Tsubai is also the first. So what is White Yasha not White Yasha, Uzumaki Naruto hates the most. What's more, his strength is too terrifying. Naruto is a little terrified when he thinks about it now. That's right, little Sakura is right, I also heard that Shirayasha is a cannibal. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. However, at this time, let Hyuga Hinata on the field shoot again. Catch the moment when Neji staggers back and forth. Hinata gave a clear cry, jumped up and rushed to Neji. Hit out with one palm. If this palm hits Neji, the game is almost over. But just when Hinata was about to hit Neji, she suddenly felt that her palm was stopped by some kind of force. The corners of Neji's mouth twitched slightly, showing a hint of disdainful smile. Revolving heaven. At the same time as the words landed, Neji's body turned violently. There was a bang. Hinata was ejected by the suddenly rising blue chakra spinning shield. After landing on the ground, he couldn't stop sliding a few steps backwards. Oh. Revolving heaven. Seeing Neji cast revolving heaven, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a hint of horror on his old face. Could it be that Hiashi taught him? After muttering, he went on to deny the idea. Revolving heaven is a secret art of the Hyuga clan, and it is not a secret art handed down from generation to generation only to the heirs of the clan. Not to mention Hyuga Neji, even Hinata, who is now abandoned by Hiashi. They also have no right to learn, unless they have enough talent and hard work to develop and learn by themselves. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Neji is really good. To be able to do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. As a branch house person, he can actually learn revolving heaven through his own practice. What a talent this is. What is that? The Shaoqiangs were also stunned by Neji's revolving heaven. Right now Hinata can hit him, but what a pity. Revolving heaven. At the moment of being attacked, a large amount of gentle fist chakra is released from the chakra acupuncture points in the body, and then rotates in a circular motion like a top, which can bounce back all physical attacks. Rock Lee turned into a lecturer again, answering everyone's puzzles. After Hinata was knocked back again. Unconsciously, he looked towards Tsubai in the stands. She didn't know that it was Tsubai himself, but thought it was someone who came to deliver the message. I want to come here to record Hinata's performance, and then give feedback to Tsubai's people. But looking at the red copper guy with sunglasses on his face, Hinata couldn't see what his expression meant. No expression at all. Is it because I'm not doing well? Hinata murmured in her heart and began to get nervous. At this moment, Hyuga Neji even cast a sarcastic voice towards Hinata. It seems to want to let Hinata know. As a branch house, he has learned the secrets of the Hyuga family that only the heir of the head of the family can inherit. But look up. However, Neji noticed that Hinata's head was slightly lowered at this time, rubbing his little hands, with an anxious look on his face. I don't know what I'm thinking. But it was clear that Hinata didn't look at him at all. Damn guy. What exactly is going on? Does it mean that Hinata doesn't know anything about revolving heaven? Neji's face was slightly angry. This is the eldest lady of some clan. He didn't even know the family secrets. Simply unforgivable. Miss Hinata. Quote. Now I'm going to get serious. Quote. Neji's face darkened. The voice also became extremely indifferent. Hinata heard the sound and finally looked up. All right. I see. Glancing at the pose Neji was posing. Hyuga Hinata suddenly realized that brother Neji wanted to use the gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms. In that case, after Hinata spoke lightly, he also assumed the pose of gentle fist law 8 trigrams palms. I just don't know how many palms the current Neji brother can hit. Impossible. Hyuga Neji's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hinata's actions. Could it be that Hinata will also be 8 trigrams palms? Or is she bluffing? The posture has already been set, and Neji doesn't care too much. What's more, he has no other tricks to use. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 64 palms. After a big drink, Neji rushed towards Hinata quickly. Second hall. With 2 palms down, Neji's pupils closed sharply, because Hinata easily blocked the rain. 4 palms. 8 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Bang bang bang. The palms kept touching each other. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji played 8 trigrams 64 palms in a very short time. This scene was so shocking that everyone was speechless. The surprise is not Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palms. It's amazing how a soft girl like Hyuga Hinata can play evenly with Hyuga Neji. Yeah. Look. Nani. Hinata. Hinata's palm strike is not over yet. After hitting 64 palms, Neji obviously stagnated intermittently. But Hinata didn't stop what he was doing. 128 palms. Bang bang bang. With a pleasant drink, Hinata kept patting Neji's body. Finished the remaining 64 palms. Nani. Not only the genin of Konoha village, but also the jonin in charge were all dumbfounded. That is that still Hyuga Hinata? Shi Raihong Nuo Wangs was so startled that her eyes trembled slightly, and her beautiful red pupils almost stared out of her sockets. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, also stunned, he had already forgotten the bong in his mouth. And Hyuga Neji. After suffering the subsequent 64 chapters, he was completely knocked down to the ground. Well. With blood dripping from the corner of Neji's mouth, he looked incredulously at Hyuga Hinata who was standing opposite him. What made Neji even more humiliating was the strength of Hinata's subsequent 60 palms is completely different from the previous 64 palms. It is not clear whether Hinata has not mastered the subsequent 64 palms, or if she deliberately kept them. Brother Neji. Seeing Neji spitting blood, Hinata is still a little sorry. Seeing this, Tsubai nodded in satisfaction. Confidence and kindness are two different things. Hinata can still maintain some of his original good qualities when he gains a leap in strength. This is commendable. However, at this moment, the voice of the system came from Tsubai's mind. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for defeating Hyuga Neji. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host Chakra, whose upper limit has been greatly increased, and the upper limit of physical skills has been greatly increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for winning the Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Close black lens bracket. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. There is such a reward. Slightly stunned for a moment, Tsubai thought about it. Exchange it for chakra and taijutsu. This skill is not very useful to me. The host exchanged the Gentle Fist Method 128 palms. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting a small increase in the upper limit of chakra, and the upper limit of crystal grains has been increased. Close black lens bracket. Watching Hyuga Neji being carried down on a stretcher. Only then did Tsubai realize that Hyuga Hinata was looking in his direction. You stupid girl, are you afraid that Konoha village won't know who I am? Shrug. Tsubai shook his head lightly twice, then turned and walked towards the back corridor. Chapter 74. Horror from Hyuga Hiyashi. The thing about Hyuga Hinata defeating Hyuga Neji. There was an uproar on the spot. Hinata unexpectedly became so powerful. Yamanaka Ino stared blankly at Hinata. I don't know how to evaluate this result. After Hyuga Neji hit 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata couldn't help fighting back, and even hit 8 trigrams with 128 palms. Little Sakura. How on earth did you guess that Hinata would win? Ino twitched her thin lips, and looked at Haruno Sakura in shock. Something bad happened. Haruno Sakura was also anxious in her heart. It was just her guess at the beginning. Who knew that Hyuga Hinata had really become so powerful? It literally smacked Neji on the ground. I guessed wildly, ha ha ha. In desperation, Ji Li hurriedly found an excuse. Holding man's waist with both hands, he laughed unscrupulously. As if afraid that Yamanaka Ino would find out that she knew about Tsubai. Oh. What a strong guy. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Neji, a genius even Rock Lee admits. But it is not at all the opponent of Hinata today. This must have something to do with Shiroyasha. Sasuke is excited. Too excited. Even now he wants to rush up and take on Hyuga Hinata. See if the opponent's white eyes are stronger, or his Sharingan is stronger. But thinking of Rock Lee, Sasuke still fell silent. Carefully analyzed the strength of the strength. Although very unwilling, but Sasuke understands. Not only Neji, even now he is not Hyuga Hinata's opponent. What's more, he could see very clearly that Hinata had been looking for a gradual use of power, and he hadn't exerted his full strength at all. Chunin exam. Hurry over to 230. Uchiha Sasuke wished that the Chunin exam would end now. If that's the case, he will be able to accept the guidance of Tsubai. After all, it was what Tsubai himself promised to him. Hinata. You are really amazing. Shino looked at Hinata who was coming up, and immediately stepped forward to stare at him. If Ya was there, he would definitely be surprised. Thank you, Shino. It's a pity that Shino didn't expect it. Hinata showed no sign of being happy after winning. All of a sudden, that is to make a head of water. Not only that, but others seem to have figured this out too. Hyuga Hinata. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. No interest at all. Yuhihong looked at the depressed Hinata, closed her eyes, and looked in the direction of Tsubai. Only then did I find out. Tsubai has long since disappeared. So that's the case, is it because of Shiroyasha's departure? Yuhihong sighed inwardly. Originally, I always thought that Tsubai had given Hinata a ecstasy soup. Unexpectedly, Hinata has progressed beyond her role as Jonin. Coupled with Bayasha's handsome and sunny appearance and strong strength. A girl who says she can't be tempted is deceiving herself. Especially at Hinata's age. At the age of ignorance and ignorance, I met someone like Tsubai. Ellipsis. Another person who tried his best to help her. Kurenai Yuhi also admitted that it is quite normal for Hinata to fall into it. But Kuroyuki didn't think about it comprehensively, BCDD. Hinata doesn't think Red Copper Guy is Tsubai. She only found that the Red Copper Guy, Tsubai, shrugged, shook his head twice and left when he finally defeated Neji. Hinata's heart. It sank to the bottom of the sea. It's over. It seems that the performance is not good. That guy with sunglasses is going back to sue Mr. Tsubai. Is this the key? Of course the key. After all, Brother Sunglasses said that if she behaves well, Mr. Tsubai will allow her to go to her hometown at night. Why? Hinata sighed, completely unaware of the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd. She came to Shirai Hong. Teacher Hong, my competition is over, can I go back first? I also want to see how Brother Neji is doing. Hinata was also worried about really hitting Neji out of order. Especially when I think about what Tsubai told her about Neji. Hinata still felt a little uncomfortable. Forehead. But. Ellipsis quote. Kurenai Yuhi thought for a while and said, Hinata, you can ask third Hokage, after all, there will be a lottery ceremony after all is over. Need to assign the battle list for the last Chunin exam. Let's talk about it, but Yuhi Hong is not worried at all. With Hyuga Hinata's current skill, what is lacking is nothing more than the experience of going out to perform tasks. After another 2 years of hard work, I think I can be a Jonin. Then I'd better ask the third generation master. Hinata was depressed and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Shiha Hong. Hey. Silly boy. You can't really get stuck in it and can't get out. Don't say Hinata, you are also a matter of time. Oh. Hinata, you're doing really well. Seeing Hinata walking towards him, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face immediately. Sharp. At such a young age, he has mastered the gentle fist method, 128 palms. If Hiashi knew about this, his jaw wouldn't drop in shock. And Neji is also very strong, he learned revolving heaven by relying on his talent. In fact, Hinata is also quite strange. Why did no one ask her about it until now after the ninjas in Konoha village found out that she met Tsubai? Even the third Hokage in front of him seemed to be more kind than before. Master third generation. I want to go to the hospital to see Brother Neji. Teacher Hong said that there will be a lottery after the end. Just as Hinata said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from the pipe. If you don't mind, I'll help you with the lottery. Really? Is this okay? Hyuga Hinata was a little surprised. Lord Third Hokage draws lots for her. Is this appropriate? Sarutobi Hiruzen can naturally see through Hinata's mind. This girl is still very clever and sensible. Satisfied nodded and said, "It's just a matter of drawing lots, not so much." Go and see Neji. Konoha Village Hyuga Mansion. The force of the palm. Yes, my lord. Hyuga Hiyashi is teaching Hyuga Hanabi at home. Bang bang bang. Hasty footsteps came from between the corridors. After hearing the sound, Hiyashi frowned and his face became more and more serious. Summer. What's going on? You're so nervous. It's really outrageous. Hyuga Shaw didn't pay much attention to Hiyashi's harsh criticism. She has long been used to her master's temper. At this time, she was out of breath with excitement. This appearance made Hiyashi feel blocked even more. Shaw, what's going on with you today? I don't know any rules. Hiyashi's angry voice made Hanabi's petite body tremble slightly. Hyuga Shaw still didn't care, and finally adjusted a few breaths before saying, "Patriarch. Miss Hinata Hinata. Elder sister." Hiyashi and Hanabi were stunned when they heard Hinata's name. Hinata. Nothing will happen again. Miss Hinata, sent Hyuga Neji to the hospital during the Chunin exam. Hyuga Natsu finally finished what she wanted to say in one breath. However, Hiyashi snorted coldly, HMPH. As a member of the main family, he was sent to the hospital by the branch house. Do you have the nerve to come back and say it? Let her go to the hospital by herself. 1 inch. Hanabi, let's continue our practice. Hyuga Hanabi. Father, is there something wrong with your ears? No, Patriarch. It was Miss Hinata who sent Neji to the hospital. Seeing this, Hyuga Shaw explained it again seriously. This sentence made Hyuga Hiyashi stunned on the spot. Can you say that again? Hyuga Natsu. However, Hanabi on the side was also shocked. She still heard about Hyuga Neji. Although he is from the branch house, logically speaking, Neji is her and Hinata's older brother. People in the family say that he is a rare talent. Powerful Hyuga Neji, Hanabi is still clear. But he was beaten to the hospital by Hinata. This kind of thing is unrealistic. It's just that the more Hyuga talked, the more excited he became, and the more he talked, the more mysterious he became. Is everything you said true? After listening to Hyuga Shaw's report, Hyuga Hiyashi was even more surprised. Revolving Heaven. Neji actually learned Revolving Heaven, and even used 8 trigrams. You said Hinata. She actually hit 8 trigrams with 128 palms. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Neji alone learned Revolving Heaven and played 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hiyashi was surprised, but understandable. Neji's talent. Hiyashi is approved. But if you say that Hinata hits 8 trigrams with 128 palms. You might as well say that Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, is an idiot. Even this kind of thing can be believed. Yes, master. I heard it from the medical ninja who came back from the scene. Now Neji is lying in the hospital. Chapter 75. Hanabi. Are you calling? Believe it or not, I in #039, LL kill you. Hyuga Hinata back from the hospital. The mood is still a little down. Hyuga Neji is not seriously ill, but after the brother and sister met, Neji's attitude towards Hinata seems to have become worse. Naturally, Hinata didn't know the reason. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk to him, he left without staying for long. Just leave Hyuga Neji lying on the bed. His inner dignity was severely damaged. You're back, Hinata. As soon as Hinata entered the house, he heard Hiyashi's stern voice. Hanabi on the side looked at Hinata with little stars in his eyes. He wanted to get close, but because of Hiyashi's presence, little Hanabi didn't dare to take any action. Well, yes, Father Yins. I was worried about Brother Neji, so I left the central tower of the Death Forest early after the end. Hinata lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Hyuga Hiyashi's serious and stern gaze. But she didn't know that Hiyashi was sitting in the room long ago, waiting for her return. Obediently. His eldest daughter actually beat Hyuga Neji. Incredible. Although the excitement in my heart is hard to express, but as a well-established and famous family in Konoha village. Rigid Hiyashi also had to put on a very strict look. Understood, you step back. Hanabi, let's continue our practice. Hyuga Hiyashi pretended to be calm and waved to Hinata impatiently. Seeing this, Hinata didn't say much. Now she wanted to hurry to wash off the sticky sweat on her body. Then wait for the opportunity, and rush to the home space solidly. Looking at Hinata who left after saluting, Hyuga Hiyashi's heart skipped a beat. Good guy. Really leave like this, there is nothing else to say. Snort. I complained in my heart. Hiyashi suddenly fell into deep thought. According to the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen before, Tsubai may have had some other thoughts about Hinata. Can this work? It must not work. The other party is not a member of the Hyuga clan. Of course the most critical issue is Tsubai's identity. Bounty offender. This is no joke. Hyuga Hiyashi is not a fool either, he can naturally hear the meaning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. It is very likely that they want to use Hinata's identity to control Tsubai. Boiling the frogs in warm water allowed the two young people to grow freely. After Tsubai falls, Hinata can use Hinata's identity as Konoha shinobi to let Tsubai contribute to Konoha village. Although it feels a little mean. But Hyuga Hiyashi is very understanding. Especially after seeing Tsubai fight Orochimaru, he understands the importance of this person even more. If the opponent really wants to be an enemy of Konoha village, while everyone is asleep, run to the gate of Konoha village and directly chop a few swords. The loss of Konoha village is enough to suffocate for several years. If Tsubai used too much force on a whim, the price would be even more serious. On one side is Konoha village, and on the other side is the matter of Hyuga's honor. Why? Hyuga Hiyashi is also caught in a dilemma, but he understands better that if there is no Konoha village, the end of their Hyuga clan will be very miserable. Without shelter, they can only become the targets of other villages. All I want is a blank stare. Even if they join other villages, it is impossible to have the current status in Konoha village, and the original residents of the family cannot really regard them as companions. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be managed. I sighed in my heart. But fortunately, that Shiroyasha is still a conscientious person, and he was able to train Hinata so well in such a short period of time. I think there should be a very special secret method. Muttered a few words. Hanabi was still waving his hands, but Hiyashi had no interest in watching, and walked around the room for a few steps. He shook his head. Sure enough, according to the normal situation, Neji from Hizashi's family is more talented. Forget it, let him hand over the letter left to him by the Japanese army. In home space, Hyuga Hinata is like a little girl who made a mistake, standing awkwardly in the hall. Wait for Tsubai to appear after soaking in the hot spring. She immediately said apologetically, I'm sorry, my performance today may have disappointed Mr. Tsubai. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Slightly taken aback, Tsubai asked back, you performed very well, didn't you beat Neji? I saw it all. After hearing the words, Hinata asked Tsubai with some doubts. Why did the masked man with sunglasses connect before leaving? Tsubai. Hey. I really didn't expect Hinata's thoughts to be so meticulous. It's a good thing, but it doesn't seem to be doing the right thing. The masked man with sunglasses, that was originally transformed by me using the transformation technique. After hearing this, Hinata showed a surprised expression. There seems to be something bad about this. What if that person is Mr. Tsubai? Seeing the panic on Hinata's face, Tsubai smiled and said, I don't know who followed everyone to cast contemptuous glances at me after seeing me voluntarily surrendering. Hinata. You were such a supercilious. I didn't. Deep down, Hyuga Hinata rejected Tsubai's remarks. The main thing is to blame Tsubai for not explaining anything to her. Who would have thought that Tsubai would become that kind of guy? The gap between them is too big. Isn't it mainly because Mr. Tsubai that you didn't give me anything in advance? And Hinata pouted aggrievedly and said, and I don't know anything about Mr. Subai. Recalling Subai's strength. Hinata is nothing short of adored. That kind of people. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. How much do you need to do to walk side by side with him? However, Hinata's words made Subai amused. By the way, he joked, could it be possible that you and I still want to be the kind of people who know each other? Subai looked up and down at the current Hinata. Have to say, it is also not clear whether it is the problem of the nutrition of the big family or the original strong genes. Let's not talk about the growth in the next 2 years, but talk about the present. Hinata's figure is indeed much better than Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. And it looks more coordinated. All is well. But it is a personality problem that occasionally becomes an obstacle to these things. Yamanaka Ino's character is clearly the most suitable of them all. Even pink-haired Sakura is stronger than Hinata. Perhaps this is a fly in the ointment. Subai muttered to himself. Ah. Mr. Subai, what did you say? Listen, one word, sir, one word, you. If you are too respectful, it will appear rusty. And boring. From now on, you can call me senior. There's no need to keep your mouth shut, sir. It sounds awkward. Subai reminded helplessly. I plan to slowly change Hinata. Your opponent in the next game, are you sure? It's Uzumaki Naruto. Before I came, Shino approached me and told me the content of the final lottery. Sure enough. Uzumaki Naruto's words, Hinata you remember. Don't have too many conversations with him. No matter what he says, don't talk to him. Another point. That kid is good at using shadow clone and burrow. Be sure to maintain a high degree of vigilance. Until the invigilator declares victory, your white eyes will keep observing everything around you. Especially underground. Mark what I said, you're almost 90% victorious. Subai explained to Hinata seriously. Naruto, who still can't call Nine Tails chakra normally, will naturally not be Hinata's opponent. But Uzumaki Naruto, who seems to be bluffing, has a high IQ when he really fights. Lots of little details that had to be paid attention to. Do you understand? Subai asked again. Ask for flowers. Hinata just nodded and didn't make any other comments. After half a sound, Subai looked at Hinata in a daze. I've explained the general things to you, and the rest depends on your performance. Hinata. Stand still, motionless. Subai. You don't go back, what are you doing here? Anything else? As soon as these words came out, Hinata frowned, and his displeased expression flashed past. Then calm was restored. Pointing his fingers, he asked weakly, Senior Subai, didn't you promise me just now that you would have a mutual understanding? You didn't even say anything about you. After hearing this, Subai raised his eyebrows. Hinata is really good at it. There are already signs of resistance. Oh well. Subai stood up slowly and looked at Hinata. Come with me. Hyuga's mansion late at night. Hyuga Hanabi sneaked out of the room secretly. Came to Hinata's door, quietly opened the door. In the dimly lit room, the raised quilt on Hinata's bed made Hanabi smile. How old is she? Why does my sister cover her head when she sleeps? Because the things during the day are too shocking. Causing little Hanabi sleepless nights. She is very curious, very curious. So I wanted to take advantage of the dead of night and come to ask my sister to understand. Of course Hanabi didn't think much about it. In her heart, Sister Hinata has always loved her very much. Even if he was asleep, after being woken up by her, he would definitely not blame her. But also able to satisfy her curiosity with patience. Elder sister. I'm in. After Xiao Huahua gently closed the door, she tiptoed to the bed. Open the quilt and drill in. But at this moment, the empty bed made Hanabi stunned on the spot. Huh. Where's the person? Why is there a pillow in the quilt? At the same time, a wolf howl exploded in Hanabi's mind. It made Hanabi even more suspicious. When did Konoha village fall into wolves, howling in the middle of the night? Isn't it afraid of being beaten to death by the awakened ninja? Question mark. In the Konoha village Hokage office. Late at night Sarutobi Hiruzen is still thinking about what happened recently. Swish. A figure appeared, it was Azuki Shion. Master 3rd generation, as you said, we found the body of the red copper guy in the Death Forest. But it's very strange. He was buried in the soil, but his head seemed to be eaten by some animals. There were traces of sharp claws pawing the ground around, but in the end it seemed that the animal gave up because it was buried too deep. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after listening to the report. It seems that red copper guy really has a problem. The reason why he thinks so? Or because of Yakushi Kabuto? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally remembered Yakushi Kabuto. He is the guy who took the Chunin exam many times and gave up every time it came to a critical moment. This behavior is very abnormal. What's more, it is impossible for Yakushi Kabuto, who has taken so many Chunin exams, to be unaware that life will be in danger during the exam. What he said was that he wanted to quit on the grounds of life and death, but he picked up a stone and shot himself in the foot. No wonder Tsubai chose red copper guy as his target. These people have big problems. Shi Yan listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen muttering to herself, and smiled on her pretty face under the mask. Sure enough. It seems that Shiroyasha really has an unknown relationship with 3rd Hokage. After thinking about it for a few breaths, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Taking a deep puff of the pipe, he seemed to have made some decision and said, "Okay, Shion. You step back first, I have to send someone to follow up and investigate this guy named Yakushi Kabuto." Quote. It is very likely that this person has a dark secret with Orochimaru. Chapter 76. White Yasha, you are finished, we will eat you. Image. If she were Kurama. The Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi was pacing up and down the room restlessly. He did visit Hyuga Neji alone last night. This behavior surprised Neji as well. The two chatted for a long time. And Hiyashi also handed over the autograph letter left by Hizashi to Neji. Neji seemed greatly shaken. He didn't expect that there were so many reasons behind what happened back then. Of course, Hiyashi didn't mention Hinata's progress. According to Neji's clever head, he also suspected that this matter might have something to do with Tsubai. The two have a tacit understanding. Speaking of such things will only embarrass the Hyuga clan. But this morning, Hyuga Hiyashi received Hyuga Shaw's report. Hinata ran away again last night. And did not return all night. It really pissed me off. Hyuga Hiyashi always has a feeling that her girl was cheated by Tsubai. Although it helped Hinata improve his strength. But this behavior. Hiyashi was still very upset. Hey. Forget it. Fortunately I still have sparks, Hinata just let her go. Anyway, the future successor of Hyuga is Hanabi. The helpless Hiyashi can only rely on such reasons to paralyze himself. Talk about the other side. Hinata is miserable. After waking up, Hyuga Hinata was still dizzy. It's over. This is really a big game. What a mess last night. No. The main reason is that there is really no resistance to 017 against Tsubai's predecessors. Crooked and reluctantly came to the living room. Hinata has already seen Tsubai preparing breakfast. This scene. Ellipsis. Tsubai has experienced it before. But the one with Tsunade was too much. The house was almost blown up. Oh, you're awake. I'm making breakfast, do you want an egg? After listening to Tsubai's words. Take a break. Hyuga Hinata suddenly turned into a steam princess. The face was blushing directly at the base of the neck, and the ears were gushing out like steam. Moment of excitement. Unsteady, Hinata sat down on the sofa. Hiss. This momentary movement made Hinata's pretty face in pain tremble slightly. Enduring the pain by force, he said, "Senior, now." Tsubai. Hinata's rhetorical question made Tsubai confused. Now Tsubai suddenly feels that the more time he spends with these Konoha village ninjas, his own IQ seems to have been seriously affected. Sometimes they even don't understand what's wrong with their brain circuits at all. Or is it that their IQ is already higher than their own? Things said and done. Tsubai unexpectedly appeared an incomprehensible phenomenon. Yes, now. I'm following the article. I'm preparing breakfast, but I feel that eating noodles alone will lack some nutrition, so I ask you if you want to add an egg to supplement it. Call. Su-bai's words finally made Hinata breathe a sigh of relief. What a shock. Well, then I will trouble seniors. Hinata nodded and looked at Su-bai tenderly. But then, she rested her chin in melancholy, staring straight ahead with both eyes. It's over. I didn't go home this night. It will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Senior. I want to ask, do you really have nothing to do with Konoha village? Since they know about me and you, why didn't they stop my actions? Hinata blinked her eyes lightly, and looked at Su-bai, who was busy with breakfast, with a little expectation. If Su-bai has a good relationship with Konoha village, that was a really happy outcome. At that time, even her father will not say anything about these things. After all, Senior Su-bai is so strong. Sure to be embraced by Konoha village ninjas. But it's a pity. Su-bai turned his head and looked at Hinata with a confused expression. It doesn't matter, why do you ask like that? Maybe it's because they know that you and I have the same time and space ninjutsu, and they can't do anything to you. Plus you are not threatening, so I just ignore you. Of course, Su-bai also believes that it is very likely that Konoha village is afraid of his revenge. After all, he said that if something happened to Hinata, he would go after Uzumaki Naruto. Why? Sure enough, I was thinking too much. Hyuga Hinata shook her head and sighed inwardly. In the end, I forced myself not to think about these problems. Anyway, as long as Su-bai doesn't close the space channel of his home, it is enough that she can come to her homeland to meet Su-bai. Other things. Take one step at a time. Hyuga Hiyashi was very upset. Hyuga Hinata was still a little depressed. Su-bai didn't feel any other problems, except that some behaviors of Konoha village were quite strange. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had a big problem. In the conference room, 0109064125 Filu 142202110. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy again. The urge to eat people was revealed in the fierce eyes. I think some of you have heard of it. The body of Moonlight Gale was found near Kikyo City. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Asuma with a cigarette in his mouth suddenly panicked. What? Hayate him. Shihahong also had a face full of disbelief. How could this happen? Yubixi was also shocked and said, this is impossible. Only Mitarashi Anko asked, did Orochimaru do it? Or, everyone is still clear about the strength of Moonlight Gale. Especially his penetration. Even if the opponent is strong against Gale, if Gale cannot beat, there is still a good chance of escaping. Unless there is one point, there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Or, the opponent's perception ability is very strong and its strength is higher than that of Moonlight Gale. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer Mitarashi Anko's words directly. With a solemn face, he looked forward and said, I sent Haifeng to follow up and investigate the person named Yukushi Kabuto. In the end, Haifeng's body was found from Kikyo Mountain. The cause of death was several wounds on the chest that seemed to be cut by sharp knives. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he paused and did not continue. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to recall Moonlight Gale's death. It's just that his words attracted people in the corner of the room. Azuki Shien's delicate body wearing the Anbu mask trembled slightly. Shien and Haifeng can also be regarded as companions who grew up. It would be a lie to say that there is no emotion. But when it comes to the last step, it is indeed a lot worse. What's more, the appearance of Su-bai seems to have changed a lot of things. Are you saying that Shiroyasha did this? Nara Shirju reacted instantly and said immediately. Sure enough. After Azuki Shien heard the word Bayasha, her chest felt extremely dull. She was very happy when she got Chushui before. It was thought that Su-bai might have a more special relationship with Konoha village. But unexpectedly, he finally attacked Konoha village. And the person who killed was Shien's partner since childhood. This. Ellipsis. In an instant, Shien's heart sank to the bottom of the lake. The autumn water is not fragrant anymore. Coupled with the feeling that her trust has been betrayed, Shion has the urge to find Subai to fight for life and death. Yes. Women are so unreasonable sometimes. Obviously everything is what she thinks, but she feels that the fault is on Subai's head. Of course this is not such a bad thing. Even if Subai knew about it, he would think it was normal. Hey, woman. Occasionally being unreasonable will make her even more cute. But once you know what's going on. HMPH. The feeling of guilt at that time will slowly destroy her. No. I don't think Shiroyasha did it. After all, he has no reason. Not to mention. Quote. Saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shut his mouth again. He is the one who ordered Moonlight Gale to track down Yukushi Kabuto. And Subai killed Yukushi Kabuto's companion. This obviously doesn't make sense. Not to mention. The wound on Haifeng's chest looks like a wind blade wound. The cut is extremely smooth. If it wasn't Yukushi Kabuto, I suspect the ninjas from Sunagakur did it. There must be some wind-style masters among them. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's conjecture stunned everyone present. Utatane Kaharu immediately said, Hiruzen, don't talk nonsense. I think what Luju said is right, Kikyo City is outside Konoha village. There is still a chance that Haifeng will meet Shirayasha there. Not to mention that Sunagakur is our ally village. No matter how you say it, Shirayasha is more likely than Sunagakur ninja. Hiruzen, you. The more Utatane Kaharu spoke, the more angry he became. When Orochimaru sneaked into Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually hid them. If it weren't for the death of Moonlight Gale, he and Mitokado Homura are still kept in the dark. What the hell is going on with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Utatane Kaharu a displeased look. He said lightly, many people sitting here saw the battle between Subai and Orochimaru that day. What is his purpose in killing Gale? And Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and said with a lost expression, it's not that I'm flattering Subai, Haifeng's strength is really far behind him. If Subai really wanted to, he would be able to crush the wind and turn his bones into ashes with a single blow. And the wound on Gaifeng's chest was at least cut a few times. However at this time, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly added, the things in the allies do not mean that everything is stable. It's just a paper contract. The alliance we signed with Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village back then. Isn't it also that the opponent was torn apart in an instant, and took the opportunity to attack us, so that we were also caught off guard? Kakashi's remarks made Sarutobi Hiruzen look appreciatively. As expected of me. Man in. The critical moment is still very calm. After Utatane Kaharu heard the words, he said nothing more. Although she complained about Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, it doesn't mean she doesn't understand what Kakashi said. Wait until Utatane Kaharu is silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, we have too little information right now. We have also secretly sent Anbu to investigate the intelligence of various countries. If we act rashly now, it is very likely that we will fall into a more passive end. And, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been sullenly, finally smiled. And I trust you too. Even if something does happen, we can resist the past together. After the meeting. Wait till everyone leaves. Yu Hahong turned back. Tough. Azuki Shion was also present. Red. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled when he saw Yu Hahong. Feel troublesome things are coming again. He is worthy of being a sophisticated ninjutsu professor. Yu Hahong didn't disappoint. After taking a look at Shi Yan, she opened her mouth and said, Master Third Generation. Actually, I have a motive for Bayasha to kill Haifeng. I heard. Mao Yuxian's delicate body trembled even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, don't talk yet, let me guess what you want to say. You must have seen what happened between Subai and Shion before. Then suspect that he wants to deal with the competitor Moonlight Gale. Yes or no? Evening Red. With an embarrassed expression, Yu Hahong said with a wandering eyes. Forehead. It turns out that the adults of the Third Generation project have known about it for a long time. After hearing that Yu Hahong accepted 1.1 and confessed her inner thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes on the spot, and almost had the urge to faint. Red. I know you have a problem with Tsubai because of the Hinata thing. But please think about his elusive space-time ninjutsu and his own strength. What's the point of him going against Moonlight Gale? Why didn't he just take Shion away and never send it back to us? Wouldn't it be fine? Besides, after a long time, unless Shion commits suicide, otherwise. Hey. Forget it. I don't want to say anything more. Maoyu Shion on the side was stunned when she heard it. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's excited words made Azuki Shion collapse even more. It's as if he took me away, so I must be his. Snort. How can it be? And Yu Hahong, who was in place, was even more angry. Yu Hahong's pretty face was flushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The current situation is getting more and more confusing. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. It simply gave Kirin Yuhi the feeling that Shirayasha is their Konoha village favorite. Otherwise, why does Sarutobi Hiruzen always protect him? You can't even doubt it now. Shion, let's go out first. Don't disturb Lord Third Hokage anymore. Yu Hahong's temper also came up, pulling Azuki Shion to go out. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. It's better to leave, it's rare to be clean. He doesn't know. The more he acted in favor of Tsubai, the more Yu Hahong felt that it was Tsubai's fault. The attitude towards Tsubai will become less and less friendly. Chapter 77. Hinata. Senior. Something big happened. A tavern in Konoha village. Azuki Shion looked at Yu Hahong, who had drunk too much. His expression was a little helpless. Obviously agreeing to make her feel good, Yu Hahong accompanied her. It turned out well. After a few cups of Yu Hahong shua, she herself was a little flustered. I'll tell you, Shion. Shiroyasha is a bastard. Just because of his appearance. My life is a mess right now. Azuki Shion frowned at Yu Hahong's words. She thinks that Yu Hahong is not worthy of saying such a thing. Obviously her life is even more chaotic than Shi Hahong. All the companions I grew up with were killed, and there is no explanation until now. At least Yu Hahong is much better than her. It is also clear that Hinata ran with Tsubai. It seems that there is almost no such teacher as Kurenai Yuhi in his eyes. And what about Azuki Shion? She also suffers from doubts. Did Bayasha kill his companion from childhood to adulthood? She doesn't know. This kind of unprepared answer made Shion feel extremely irritated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words actually left some influence in her heart. What if Shiroyasha really captured her as Sarutobi Hiruzen said? What to do? Suicide? Or choose to resist? The more Maoyu Shion thought about it, the more startled she became. Resistance. Ellipsis. What resistance? The nervousness and panic suddenly made Azuki Shion shrink back suddenly. I shuddered on the spot. Call. Shion opened her mouth and took a few deep breaths. Finally adjusted his mood, he looked at 12 Yu Hahong, who was on the table. I thought in my heart. Red. In fact, if you want to say irritable, I am already more irritable than you. And now Azuki Zigao is more worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen. She is really scared as the third Hokage of Konoha village. It is because he is afraid of the threat from Tsubai that he gives way to Tsubai everywhere. If things are like this. Shion looked at Yu Hahong again. I am determined. Sooner or later, let alone Hinata. Don't even talk about herself. Even if it is the sunset red in front of my eyes. He will also be killed by Tsubai. The more Shion thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was very reliable. Especially when I think of Tsubai threatening Konoha village with Uzumaki Naruto before. She became more determined in her mind. It is possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen made a deal with Tsubai in order to keep the Konoha village Nine-Tails Jinchuriki safe. The chips are these few of them. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose in Maoyu Shion's heart. But as a Konoha village ninja who has been in Anbu, she has seen too many dark things. Such things will not shock her too strongly at all. What's more, she also knows how strategic Uzumaki Naruto is to Konoha village. She is not comparable to a ninja like Yuhihong at all. But Shion pulled up the unconscious Shihihong who was drinking and walked towards the door. Red. Fortunately, that guy doesn't seem to have discovered your charm yet. As a friend, if something really happens, I will help you take care of it. By the way, I will use the knife he gave me while he was unprepared, and learn all about it. Yes. All this is to keep Konoha village from being threatened. When Azuki Shion thought of this, her pair of beautiful eyes showed determination. The other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha village. I felt at ease in my heart. Did you come back to help Naruto control the Nine Tails chakra? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with his apprentice alone. Yes, old man. But I heard from Ebisu that Orochimaru seems to be trying to harm Konoha village. Yeah. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reminds me of the time when the four of them were together. Orochimaru is Jiraiya's always recognized friend. Unfortunately, after Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya was unable to persuade him to come to Konoha village. That seems to be the case. By the way, come here. Is there any news about Tsunade in recent years? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. It's a pity that Jiraiya shook his head, then smiled. I'd better deal with Naruto's problem first. It's not appropriate to leave the rest to me. About Orochimaru or Shiroyasha's matter, it's up to you to make your own decision. Leave a word. Jiraiya turned and left Hokage's office. For the matter of analyzing whether Shirayasha is good or bad for Konoha village, Jiraiya can't use that much brains. Harmful as the enemy, he will do his best to fight Tsubai. If it is beneficial, then why bother with him? Isn't that a fool? And Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are things they both know in common. It is about the Akatsuki organization hiding in the dark place of the ninja world. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen said that the affairs of this country were done by the Akatsuki organization, Jiraiya will naturally think that Akatsuki did it. After all, an organization composed entirely of S-level wanted criminals in the ninja world, would they be doing volunteer work for the ninja world? What's more, I heard that these people have somewhat different hobbies from ordinary people. What do you think? The existence of Akatsuki organization is much more dangerous than that of White Yaksha. Night. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Hyuga mansion slowly. Master Third Hokage. Why are you here? Hiashi sees Sarutobi Hiruzen coming. Although he asked like this on his mouth, he already knew it in his heart. Definitely come to ask about Hinata. As expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hide anything either, and straight to the point. Is Hinata at home? Forehead. One mention of Hinata. Hyuga Hiashi was so angry that he didn't vent. This damn girl. Since I didn't return late that night. Occasionally, I often go to Tsubai's place. Sometimes come back late. But today is a coincidence. Hyuga Hinata is going to visit Inuzuka Kiba at the hospital because of an appointment with Shino. Plus turning around to look at Neji. Maybe it's because of Neji's attitude change problem. The two brothers and sisters also discussed the issue of practice. Came back a little late. Just stay at home honestly. Hinata is at home. Master Third Generation. Do you have anything to do with Hinata? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring and nodded seriously. Hasn't she been looking for Tsubai recently? It's really a pot that doesn't open. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Hiashi's face turn cold. But Hiruzen didn't care, and laughed a few times. Hiashi. Sometimes you have to let go of your mind. If Tsubai is really good to Hinata, he is not bad to the Hyuga clan either. And it is not ordinary people who can make Hinata improve so much. It would be very unwise for us to choose to confront anything head-on. Why? Hyuga Hiashi sighed deeply. How could he not understand this truth? What Cloud Shinobi village brought to the Hyuga family back then was not because everything was passive. Reluctantly, he chose to give in. It's the same as the threat that Tsubai poses to Konoha village today. 8.2. The only difference is that Hyuga Hinata is like surrendering to the enemy. There is a feeling of chasing Tsubai. This is what made Hiashi even more angry. What a worthless kid. You should at least be reserved and let Tsubai beg our Hyuga clan. In the end, it was as if it was given for nothing. It's just that if Hiyashi's words reach Tsubai's ears, Tsubai will definitely say that Hiyashi is a typical white-eyed wolf. Get cheap and sell well. Not only has Hinata returned to Konoha village, it is to cultivate such a powerful 870 Hinata for the Hyuga clan. Really unreasonable stubborn old man. Okay Hiyashi. I have something to say to Hinata right now. After Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with Hiyashi for a few words, it finally got down to business. The next day, in Tsubai's home space, Tsubai lying on the bed looked at Hinata in his arms in surprise. What did you say? Tsubai also felt quite strange. I saw Hinata running over in a hurry early in the morning. It seems that something big is about to happen. But I didn't expect things to be really interesting. Senior. Master Third Hokage wants to see you tonight. Hinata blushed and rubbed back and forth in Tsubai's arms. Softly, he repeated what he had just said. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see me. Tsubai pointed at himself in a daze. Hinata nodded slightly and said, yeah. Master Third Generation visited me alone last night. Let me give him a message. He'll be waiting for you tonight on the back hill of Hokage Rock. I hope you can go see him once. He seems to have something to say to you. Can you finally bear it? In Tsubai's heart, he had long expected that such a day might come. But unexpectedly, it really made him guess right. Hinata raised her head, looked at Tsubai affectionately and said, can you tell me the truth? Is there any relationship between you and our Konoha village? Heard. Tsubai touched Hinata's head. Hinata lay down on Tsubai's hand enjoying herself like a cat. But Tsubai didn't answer her question. It really didn't matter before. It is not a hostile relationship, nor is it an alliance relationship. It's just that after this conversation, Tsubai can't guarantee whether there will be any relationship. In case Sarutobi Hiruzen's head gets hot, use Hinata to convey the message. Get ready to ambush him. At that time, it will happen that their Konoha village has a few fewer people every day. I can't blame Tsubai on his head. Chapter 78. Tsubai. Monkey. Are you crazy? Konoha village late at night. There are also a few lights. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a bong in his mouth, feels the feeling of standing on the mountain behind Hokage Rock overlooking Konoha village. The sudden movement behind him made him frown slightly. Then I adjusted my breathing. He laughed a few times. As expected, you are still here. Tsubai. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't look back, still standing at a distance. Tsubai stepped out of the portal. He looked around with his white eyes. Surprised to find no one there except Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's the matter with Hinata asking me to come? Third Hokage in Konoha village. Tsubai was relaxed and strolled to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two stood side by side like that. There is no sense of violation and seeing Tsubai acting so naturally and easily, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with more satisfaction. Tsubai, let me ask you straight to the point. Were you ever a Konoha village ninja? Tsubai. When these words reached Tsubai's ears, Tsubai was really surprised. The wily Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why do you suddenly have such a weird idea? It's really confusing. I'm afraid this old man has suffered from too much mental stress recently and suffered from paranoia. Tsubai probably thought for a while. This thing might actually exist. Originally, just one Orochimaru had already messed up Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that I have nothing to do, I just go for a walk in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more worried about whether there would be a day when he would give Konoha village a few more swords. By the way, grab the Nine-Tails brother from their village. Then Konoha village is really out of business. See Tsubai is silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt proud for a moment. Things are going very well. He was thinking in his heart, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Ho ho, if I guessed right, you should be Danzo's subordinate back then, right? This remark once again shocked Tsubai's cognition. Where is this all about? In desperation, Subai hastily flipped the system. The feature column is clearly written. Characteristics. Poison immunity, illusion immunity, close black lens bracket. There isn't anything that can affect someone's IQ or how they think. Still talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became serious. Looking at Subai's silent expression, he wanted to laugh even more. €7. His guess was indeed correct. After a pair of eyeballs rolled around twice, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you are acquiescing. Take a puff of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the bong in his hand. However, Subai looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a somewhat surprised expression. Even more unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and said, "Don't look at me with that look. Anyway, I'm the third Hokage of Konoha village. As for your identity, if you want to investigate, you can still investigate clearly tilde. You know shit." Subai was a little helpless to complain. He finally understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't interfere and suppress him too much. It turned out to be waiting for him here. Coupled with this private meeting between the two, Subai was sure that the little old man wanted to lure him into his gang. The reason why it is said that he used to be Danzo's subordinate. All he wanted was to be afraid that if he was rejected by Subai, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen can at least get over the embarrassment by admitting the wrong person. By the way, use this incident as an introduction to continue to confuse Supo. Oh, I got it. After Subai replied lightly, he looked down at Konoha village. Have to say, standing at this angle overlooking Konoha, there is indeed a feeling of carelessness. The geographical environment of the Land of Fire is indeed much better than that of other countries. Coupled with the prosperity of Konoha village. Many beauties. Subai, come back. Though you and Danzo don't get along. But I know you still have Konoha in your heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long breath. Quite a lot of emotion. Otherwise you wouldn't be as nice to Hinata, let alone give things to Shion, and ask Chunin to help Sasuke after the exam. What's more, you have no reason to provoke a ninja of Orochimaru's strength for no reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Subai. The eyes are full of kindness, just like an old man looking at his own child. This look immediately made Subai shudder all over. This acting. One word. Absolutely. It's a pity that none of Sarutobi Hiruzen's guesses were correct. But if Subai is not this identity, all the previous conjectures cannot be explained completely. How is Konoha village? Is it related to Subai? Don't say Konoha village. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya jumps out to release Infinite Tsukuyomi, it has nothing to do with Subai. Originally Subai thought so. But look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance of leading a wolf into the house. Subai sighed. Hey. Master third generation. It's a foregone conclusion, and to be honest I'm very dissatisfied with what Master Danzo has done. His philosophy I don't think fits my philosophy as a person. So I defected, but I don't know why Master Danzo didn't report this to you. Subai's words immediately made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tremble. Sure enough. Maybe it's because of your outstanding talent that Danzo couldn't bear to define you as rebellious. And, having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again stopped the bong and took a deep breath. And I have to apologize to you. I fell into the trap of other countries when I didn't have specific information. Because they tricked you into thinking you really killed Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words seemed to be full of self-blame. But in his heart, he knew very well that the reason Danzo didn't report was because he was worried that he would tear himself apart if he knew more. For these two old friends, it is enough to get over the obvious things because they are not too bad. As long as Danzo doesn't do real damage to Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen just turned a blind eye. It's a pity that with Sarutobi Hiruzen's talk, Subai's whole body is going numb. Is this really going to bring him into Konoha village? It's worth it after that. Especially when thinking about what happened afterwards, Subai felt a little excited in his heart. Think of Tsunade sitting in Hokage's office. Sarutobi, old man. You were playing with fire. But I'm sorry, Hyogi. Now everyone knows that I am a bounty criminal with a reward of 800 million taels. But I don't know that I'm a ninja. Things have come to this point, and I don't think there is any possibility of recovery. Master Third Hokage. Thank you very much for inviting me here and giving me another look at the places I have been. After Tsubai smiled lightly, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I'm leaving, third generation. Take care of yourself in the future. As soon as the words fell, Tsubai turned his head and was about to leave. Unfortunately, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed loudly, ho 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 ho. Tsubai. Or else you're still young. Not understanding that some things can actually be changed. As soon as I saw Tsubai was leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly anxious. As Tsubai said right. Nowadays, everyone only knows that he is a bounty criminal with a bounty of 800 million. In fact, for many countries, they don't care about this kind of thing at all. Just like Orochimaru. He is clearly an S-rank wanted criminal in the ninja world. What happened? Many countries will still cooperate with him for their own interests. Not to mention Tsubai in front of him possesses a power even more terrifying than Orochimaru. It's just because those people still don't know how terrible Tsubai is. Once they know Tsubai's true strength, they will naturally try their best to win them over to help them. The identity of the reward offer. Only an idiot would think this is a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned his head to look at Tsubai in front of him. Does he really believe that Tsubai is committed to Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think so in his heart. In his heart, Yinbai is obviously a guy who has a conniving attitude toward female ninjas. To put it bluntly, it's not a gluttonous body. Such people. It's too easy to be fooled. If the other party captures such important information, snort, the consequences could be disastrous. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more worried about Orochimaru. After all, Moonlight Hayate's death is definitely related to Orochimaru. Fortunately, Tsubai and Orochimaru seem to have some grievances. Otherwise, if the two join forces again, Konoha village will really be unable to withstand their attack. So in desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take a step ahead to stabilize Tsubai in front of him. Not to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always had a bad feeling lately. Coupled with his advanced age, once he dies, some of the children in the future may not be able to have such wise means as him. There was one more thing that worried him even more. That is Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that looking at the entire Konoha village, no one can suppress Shimura Danzo except him. Once he has an accident, Danzo will definitely strive for 5th Hokage. Today, the only Konoha village eligible to be Hokage are Jiraiya and Tsunade. His two apprentices did not let themselves worry. Jiraiya travels every day for the Son of Prophecy. Tsunade suffers from blood phobia, and is notoriously bad at gambling. Relax. As the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village, I still have some ideas. So Tsubai. You wait for me with peace of mind for a while, and then you can return to Konoha village in a legitimate way. During this time, I still hope that you can wait a little longer and stop running around. The voice fell to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled puffs of smoke, and after a few breaths of meditation, he said again, think about it for Hinata. Chapter 79. Summoning Technique, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hyuga Hinata sitting quietly in the living room of the home space. She was still worried about Tsubai. At this time, his eyes were full of horror. Cold sweat kept rolling down his face. What kind of monster is this? Hinata was frightened by the toad-like monster that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The monster's bulging stomach looked exactly like the toad that Hinata was familiar with. This toad has 10 tails. Mouth full of sharp fangs. There is also a pointed shell on the back that looks like a conch. What makes Hinata feel more oppressed and tense are its eyes. Only one eye. And those blood-red circles of eyes that Hinata had never seen before. In the eyes, there is actually a hook jade like the one in Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan. The number is astonishing to 6. Senior Tsubai, come back quickly. Hinata was trembling with fear. The monster just stared at Hinata with its single eye. Don't move. Hinata didn't know what was going on either. Fortunately at this time, there was a change in the space. A purple-black portal appeared in front of Hinata. Subai just stepped out one by one. Then he heard a wow. Then bursts of fragrance rushed to the face. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Feeling Hinata crying in his arms, Subai felt a little proud in his heart. I thought the girl was worried about something wrong with her, so she wailed and cried. Take a look. Weeping and trembling. However, Hinata was crying and pointing at the little monster on the table. Senior. There was a strange toad. Subai. Following the direction of Hinata's finger, Subai was taken aback for a moment. No wonder the moment I entered the home just now, I always felt that something strange was added to the home. Take a closer look. Good guy. Isn't this a 10-tails pup? Although it is said that the size is small and inappropriate, but the appearance is indeed only 10 tails. After meeting Subai, the young 10 tails finally responded. A sharp sound came from his mouth. Even more frightened, Hinata trembled all over. Welcome back, master. Close black lens bracket. White. The system started to do the translation work again. B. This time Subai really focused on the young 10 tails in front of him. No way. 197. Wouldn't it be someone planting 10 tails? Except for people from the Otsutsuki clan to do this kind of thing, who else has this group? What's more, in order for the cub of 10 tails to truly become a sacred tree, it must devour the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Now it seems. This task is very difficult. Just when Subai felt a little tricky, the sound of the system sounded again. Open black lens bracket. New task. Close black lens bracket. Please host to plant the 10 tails cubs in the homeland, and find a way to realize the homeland somewhere in the ninja world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 10 tails cubs have been processed, so they can be turned into a sacred tree for planting in a few seconds without devouring the Otsutsuki family. Close black lens bracket. Growth conditions. Through the realized home, absorb the energy of the ninja planet, and feed it back to the sacred tree body in the home. Close black lens bracket. Note. The absorbed ninja planet energy is only a numerical reference and will not cause harm to the ninja planet. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Subai was slightly taken aback. The meaning of the prompt is probably that Subai needs to realize the furniture in the different space into reality. But the homes in reality are only ordinary homes. For example, the cow in the home space will also appear in reality after Sha Xian appears. But it's just an ordinary cow. Everything is equivalent to the projection of the home space in the real world. The things in the home space will naturally be in reality. The two do not interfere. The only difference is that the ingredients produced in the home space still have a rewarding effect. But in reality, they are just ordinary ingredients, and they are still grown according to normal natural laws. The seedlings of the sacred tree will absorb the energy of the ninja planet and feed it back to the original sacred tree in their homeland, so that the sacred tree will grow vigorously. The absorbed energy is only equivalent to data and will not cause any harm to the ninja world. When the sacred tree grows into a complete body and the buds form a reincarnation Sharingan, the task is completed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission rewards. Close black lens bracket. Reward. Complete body god tree. Close black lens bracket. 58. Reward. Summoning technique Otsutsuki Kagaya. Close black lens bracket. Notes. When the host is not confident in conquering Otsutsuki Kagaya, do not use this technique. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. There is something here. Subai also didn't expect that the system would issue such a task. No. To be precise, Subai never thought that this small courtyard of his own could even grow a sacred tree. The task is not difficult, it is purely a time-consuming task. And you don't have to take the initiative to do it. I muttered in my heart. Subai confirmed the reward. Confirmed eyes. It is undoubtedly Otsutsuki Kagaya who is sealed in the moon. No wonder the system has precautions. Although the summoning technique generally requires signing a contract with the summoning beast. But it doesn't mean that the other party must be obedient after signing the contract. Even in the ninja world, the status of many summoning beasts far exceeds the ninja who signed a contract with it. Not to mention, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Once this guy is summoned, it is equivalent to Tsubai releasing him. If you don't have control over her, she is an infinite Tsukuyomi, and there are no ninja people. How else can Tsubai play casually in this world? Hyuga Hinata was still trembling in Tsubai's arms, seeing that Tsubai didn't move. He summoned up the courage to raise his head slightly. But Tsubai frowned. No. Could it be that even Senior Tsubai was frightened by this monster? What exactly is going on? Didn't Senior Tsubai once say that this sight is what he says? Why did a toad monster suddenly jump out? The big bead eyes were still staring at her. The more little Hinata thought about it, the more afraid she became, mainly because the toad's aura was strong enough. Hinata's calf was so frightened that he almost fainted. It's just that she doesn't know. Tsubai is carefully looking through the so-called complete bodyguard tree rewards. Oh. That is to say, Tsubai thought of this. But he also shivered in shock. The natural energy absorbed by the realized sacred tree seems to have a value to provide to the sacred tree of the homeland. In fact, it will not have any impact on the natural energy of the ninja planet. That is to say, this sacred tree in Tsubai's homeland, as long as time is enough, it can bear the fruit of the infinite sacred tree chakra. My dear. Thinking of this, Tsubai almost slapped his thigh excitedly. If Otsutsuki Kagaya is obedient and becomes a maid, wouldn't it be possible to feed her directly to evolve into the god match of Otsutsuki? TB. Tsubai looked down at Hinata, who was still shivering in his arms. Be sure. If Hinata eats the fruit of the sacred tree, it will definitely be able to open Tensagen. Naturally, Tsubai's rewards will not be less. Why? Sighed slightly. Originally, I just wanted to be a handsome man quietly. But fate tricked people. It's really distressing. Let's take you back to your room first. Feel the fear coming from Hinata's heart. Tsubai hugged her up. Turn around and walk into the house. BCAA. The sharp roar of the ten-tails cub came from behind again. Open black lens bracket owner, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket plant me quickly, close black lens bracket. With this roar, Hinata shivered again. Tsubai immediately turned and booed at Ten-Tails. Shush. Keep your voice down. Scared my little cutie. Hearing the sound, Ten-Tails rolled his big eyes. Roar. Open black lens bracket am I not cute, close black lens bracket. Hyuga Hinata is hiding in Tsubai's quilt and shaking. Tsubai was also digging holes in the courtyard of the home space, and the Ten-Tails cub stood on his shoulders and cheered and jumped. In the conference room at Konoha village. Except Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone's complexion is extremely ugly. This time, it is not only the patriarchs of the major families, but also the senior management of Konoha village. There are also those elite jonin, role jonin, and special jonin who are really good. Of course, among these people, Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are also included. Only there is no Shimura Danzo, the patriarch of the major families in Konoha village. This scroll will be delivered to you. Once anything happens to me, you will work together to unlock the seal on the scroll and announce the contents inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a smile on his face. It seems that he doesn't care about everyone's ugly faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who negotiated with Tsubai over. Everything is ready when you come back. In the scroll is his specially prepared content. That's right. This scroll is exactly the one where Sarutobi Hiruzen helped Tsubai clear his identity and join Konoha village. The content is probably, Tsubai is a Konoha village ninja. A ninja who was secretly raised by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen received information about someone who wanted to sneak attack on this country. So he ordered Tsubai to investigate secretly, but was framed as the murderer instead. After that, Tsubai took the initiative to devote himself to the darkness, specializing in undercover and black market, and investigating related information. Now there are eyebrows. It is an organization called Akatsuki composed of S-class rebels in the ninja world that destroyed this country. Known members include Uchiha Itachi from Konoha village, Kisame from Kurigakure, Scorpion from Sunagakure, Deidara from Iwagakure, Kakuzu from Takigakure, and Hidan from Yugakure. The common characteristics of the members of the Shao organization are wearing a red cloud robe with a black background, wearing a bamboo hat, and each member of the organization wears a ring on his finger. People in Konoha village naturally don't know, even Jiraiya doesn't know as much as Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Tsubai knew what was in the scroll, he would definitely applaud Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey. Well done. You're going to sell Uchiha Itachi with this backhand. Master third generation, you. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if about to confess his funeral. Everyone couldn't help but startled. What the hell is going on today? Hiruzen. You. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura also stunned. They didn't even think about it, the ape. Hiruzen will have a day to tell his funeral. Hiruzen, are you worried about Orochimaru? Utatane Kaharu looked sad. Disagreement is not disagreement, but the relationship between Utatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not fake. An old friend of decades suddenly announced to explain his funeral. This kind of thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I let Orochimaru go. As a master, I know very well that he has a lot of grudges against me. If there is something to do this time, I will naturally make a break with him. If I have something to do, I will leave the rest to everyone. Of course, today's events can't be revealed to the outside world. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that Shimura Danzo would hit the scroll after he knew about it. But even if he got the scroll, he couldn't open it without the help of these family patriarchs. If you try to open the scroll forcibly, it will only cause the scroll to destroy itself. But in that case, it will affect his plan. Master third generation, you can't do this kind of thing alone. You are Hokage from Konoha village. Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Hichi were muggles on the spot. It's over. The adults of third generation are crazy. Doesn't he not know that if something goes wrong with him, there is a good chance that the Leaf Village will fall into the hands of Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the anxious looks of the two, smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, everything will be fine. 11. He took a sharp puff from his pipe. Maybe it's because of old age. Sarutobi Hiruzen did have this bad feeling that he would have an inevitable fight with Orochimaru. So prepare well in advance. In case I have something to do, if I can pull Tsubai back to Konoha village. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen can be considered content. Tsubai is a ninja he secretly trained himself. According to the tradition of Konoha village, I am the master of Shiroyasha. Hey. Danzo, I'm sorry old man, I'll take your credit. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered in his heart. It's just a pity that this kind of rhetoric can only be announced after his death. It is equivalent to giving a title to the heroes who walk in the dark. If he doesn't die, Sarutobi Hiruzen has also prepared a backup. That is to discuss with Hiashi about the marriage between Tsubai and Hinata. Tsubai will appear as a Konoha village ninja, a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't it worthy of the eldest lady of their Hyuga family? However, Tsubai, who doesn't know anything about the situation, has already planted the sun star. A brand new sapling appeared in the courtyard. Tsubai wiped off his sweat and nodded with satisfaction. Go and see Hinata. If she is still trembling with fear, take her to a hot spring together to warm her body. Chapter 80. Hanabi. Is my sister missing me? Sha Shaowen. No, she was thinking about Tsubai. There was a squirm in the bed. Tsubai leisurely opened his eyes. Hyuga Hinata wakes up one step ahead of him. Did you sleep well last night? Tsubai asked casually without knowing it. Hinata didn't. Opened his mouth to answer something. The dark circles under the eyes seemed to blame Tsubai's big eyes for decoration. Last night, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep all night. My mind was full of that strange toad. Shaking his head, Tian Yingying asked, did the toad really disappear? 58. It's really speechless. But Subai didn't know how to explain this to Hinata. Regarding the 10 tails, it seems to be beyond the scope of her cognition. Not to mention their ninja ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya. No, it's right behind you now. Hinata. Scare. His complexion changed. Hinata picked up Subai with a whoosh. Limbs cling to Subai like octopus suckers. The trembling body made the other party feel like laughing. I lied to you. Get up, I'll take you to see the so-called toad in your mouth. Hyuga Hinata heard the sound. Slightly startled, he looked up at Subai again. What are you looking at? I told you last night that it was a seedling, but you didn't believe it. Now I'll take you there to have a look. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with me. Subai put down the limbs wrapped around his body. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed with a sigh. His words made Hinata heave a sigh of relief, patted his face, and refreshed. Wait for me, I haven't got any clothes on yet. In the courtyard of the home, Subai held Hinata's hand and stood in front of the sacred tree. Hinata asked with a surprised face, This is the... It's the monster you saw last night. After this tree grows up and eats its fruit, you will gain even more incredible power. Subai gently touched the seedlings of the sacred tree, and looked at Hinata with a smile. It's just that the current seedlings of the sacred tree have not absorbed any planetary energy at all. There is no change at all. Did the toad really turn into a sapling? Hinata couldn't accept the fact in front of her at all. She even once suspected that Subai was joking with her again. You always tease me like a child. Hinata said bitterly, and suddenly began to feel unconfident again. There is still a little grievance in my heart. But she didn't know that if she really wanted to get Subai's approval, it would be harder than reaching the sky. The man in front of him is powerful and mysterious. Even Lord Third Hokage of Konoha village had to ask him to meet him himself. And Hinata is still a little lost. Subai, who came back last night, didn't mention this matter to her at all. Even though Hinata took the initiative to ask, Subai shrugged and said nothing. I really didn't fool you. Why? Subai still sighed. Maybe you still can't understand these things now, take your time. Don't mention this to anyone else. After thinking about it, Subai decided to remind Hinata. Not everyone knows about 10 tails. Before it takes shape, if Obito and Black Zetsu get wind of it, it may cause unnecessary trouble. And the actual location of home space. Subai is still considering, at least looking for a good location with good feng shui. Oh, right. In 2 days it will be the final stage of the Chunin exam. Don't let up against Naruto. Subai looked Hinata up and down. Still young. How old do you want to be? Don't you worry about taking a bath in 2 years. There is always a feeling of floating. However, it's a pity that during this month, I didn't do anything. Subai said something to himself. However, his words caused Hinata to curl her lips aggrievedly. Feel free to tell someone else. It's not because of you that people are not idle. May have been hit. In the last few days, Hinata did not go to the home space. Desperately practicing at home to find the state. She still knows the importance of the last Chunin exam. I just don't know if Senior Subai will watch it. I will, I must perform well then. Think again of the tips Subai told himself about fighting Uzumaki Naruto. A hint of sweetness suddenly rose in Hyuga Hinata's heart. It is to give strength, and to think about the strategy of the game for yourself. Senior Subai is indeed strong and gentle. Especially the thought of something pleasant. Hinata blushed even more embarrassingly. Covering his face with his hands, he shook his head back and forth. Summer. What is sister doing? Hanabi, who was sneaking in the corner, asked strangely to Hyuga Natsu beside him. Hyuga Shaw said with embarrassment, Ms. Hinata may be a little nervous because tomorrow's game is too important. No. Actually thinking about men. Of course Hyuga Shaw is aware of this state, a typical girl Waichan. However, she couldn't tell Hanabi clearly. Oh. Tomorrow, my father and I will come to watch my sister's game in person. Shaw, do you think my sister is nervous because she knows this? Hyuga Hanabi looked at the flushed Hinata and smiled happily. She thinks Hinata must be thinking about how to behave well in front of her and Hiyashi. To gain their affirmation. Hyuga Shaw heard the words and smiled. No, Ms. Hanabi, Ms. Hinata don't seem to think about whether we will be there to watch. But she still smiled dotingly and said, that's for sure, miss. Konoha Village Back Mountain. Chidori. Zzz. Uchiha Sasuke drank softly, and the electric light in his hand sizzled. There were bursts of birdsong. He moved suddenly, and his right arm penetrated directly into the boulder in front of him. There was a bang. A deep pit immediately appeared in the middle of the boulder. No. The power still hasn't improved much. Sasuke panted heavily. His expression was slightly unwilling. Although Hitaki Kakashi taught Sasuke his original ninjutsu. But for the current Sasuke, Chidori is still a bit of a burden on his body. However, he practiced desperately for a month, but only had this little power. When will it become stronger? Of course, what also makes Sasuke a little annoyed is, in the last game, Uzumaki Naruto's opponent turned out to be Hyuga Hinata. Obviously he was the one who wanted to challenge Hinata, but ended up facing Tsunagaku's Gaara instead. Cut. He snorted dissatisfiedly. Sasuke adjusted his mood, turned his head and walked towards the village. Inside the Konoha village hotel room at night, Temari's white legs were stacked together, sitting on the windowsill and smoking the Samsung in his hand. Kankuro also concentrated on adjusting the puppet in his hand. No words were spoken between the siblings. But there was the same tension on his face. It's tomorrow. After half a sound, he suddenly spoke. Originally thought it was just an ordinary wood sand joint Chunin exam. As a result, when the third qualifier was over, Jonin Baki, the leader of the team, suddenly told the three siblings to unite Yinyan Village to launch a war against Konoha Village. As soon as the news came out, Temari almost fainted from fright. Yes. Kankuro didn't look up, he was still adjusting the puppet in his hand, and asked casually, where's Gaara? Still squatting on the roof of the hotel. Temari looked up at the squatting figure on the opposite roof, and bit his teeth lightly. As an elder sister, in fact, she still loves the two younger brothers in front of her very much. Even Gaara is always called a monster by the people in the village. Even she is terrified of Gaara herself. I didn't expect my father to let Gaara use that terrible power in Konoha Village. And he's going to be there to deal with third Hokage in Konoha Village himself. It looks like this war. This is the end of Temari's voice, and he didn't say any more. In Jinchuriki, Kazekage will go to the battlefield. Ask for flowers. Temari couldn't even imagine what the battle situation would look like. The crisp sound awakened Temari, only to find that Kankuro's hands were shaking slightly as he had been adjusting the puppet. The parts on the puppet unexpectedly fell to the ground. Kankuro. No. I have nothing to do with you, don't worry. Kankuro picked up the puppet parts on the ground, forcing a smile on his face. At their current age, participating in this kind of war that begins with a decisive battle is indeed a bit embarrassing for them. Former site of the Konoha Village Root Organization. In the secret room. Shimura Danzo squinted at Orochimaru across the way. How are you getting ready? Is everything going to plan? Shimura Danzo hasn't had a good night's sleep since Orochimaru was repulsed by Tsubai. But time waits for no one. Tomorrow will be the last competition for the Chunin exam. At that time, big names and dignitaries from all over the world will come to Konoha Village to watch the game. Someone has even set up a bet against Genin for their fun. Konoha Village will also send more ninjas to protect them. This would be the best and last chance to raid Konoha Village and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Relax. Everything is planned. Tsunagaku's fourth Kazekage has been intercepted by us halfway. Tomorrow, the person sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the highest stand will be me. Orochimaru smiled darkly. Danzo still didn't relax. What about Shiroyasha? Can you guarantee that he won't come to harass us? You didn't do what you wanted to do because of your carelessness. There is no need to worry about Shirayasha, he has no particular hostility towards me. What's more, That guy wants a woman from Konoha village, and there is no conflict with us. Even if he really has an idea, he will still feel it when the time comes. Thank us. Orochimaru was confident. It's like a complete mastery of the overall situation. You mean he'll take advantage of the chaos and arrest people? Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked like he didn't believe Orochimaru. HMPH. It's very normal for people to disappear during a war. It's better than all the crimes being pinned on him. Mr. Danzo, do you think he's comfortable wearing a bounty of 800 million? Akatsuki organizes those guys, but they are also running around for money. Danzo was still worried, and continued. I heard that Jiraiya is back, and he helped Naruto practice before. I don't know what happened, and he left suddenly. I wonder if Hiruzen sent him to do something. Hearing Jiraiya's name, Orochimaru licked his lips involuntarily. Don't worry about that useless guy, he is either investigating information about me or investigating information about Shirayasha. I know him too well. There is no need for Sarutobi Hiruzen to order him to do this kind of thing, he will take the initiative to do it himself. What Orochimaru said was certainly not wrong. Jiraiya who got information from Orochimaru once back to Konoha village. After letting Naruto sign a contract with Mount Myoboku, he taught Naruto summoning and tested Naruto's control over Nine-Tails chakra. Then set foot on the road to investigate Orochimaru's information. Not to mention, Lord Danzo. We've gotten this far. There's no reason to back down. War has little to do with us, the life and death of Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most important thing. Quote. It's just Tsunagakure who is unlucky. By the way, after you become Hokage, you can use this matter to attack Tsunagakure. Orochimaru's pupils glowed coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile, but he didn't mention the consequences of Yinyan village. Listening to Shimura, Danzo felt a little tingling. The man in front of him is more ruthless than him. Yinyan village can also be regarded as a ninja village founded by Orochimaru himself. This pot is about to be held in the Battle of Konoha village. And Orochimaru didn't show any concern at all. In his eyes, it seemed that everyone in Yinyan village was cannon fodder. Okay, anyway, I can't do anything now. Just after Hiruzen dies, let's move on to the next step. When the time comes, I will give you the Sasuke you want with my own hands. And ninjutsu, people. Chapter 81. The final begins, Hinata vs Naruto. Konoha village on this day. The sun has just risen. There are ninjas waiting at the gate of Konoha village. All the people who came were sitting in sedan chairs carried by 4 people. The Konoha village ninjas dare not be slighted. The time for the game is getting closer. The venue for the third official match of the Musha United Chunin selection examination is completely different from the venue for the qualifiers. The stands were full of spectators. Most of them are villagers of Konoha village. Of course, many ninjas also sat in the stands to watch the competition. Father, right too. My sister is looking in our direction. It was the first time for little Hanabi to take such a lively Chunin exam. The mood is also a little surging. Too bad Hyuga Hiyashi didn't say anything. It was obvious that Hinata looked in their direction just after looking around. As a result, when he saw Hiyashi, he immediately retracted his eyes and lowered his head. It was clearly looking for someone, but it wasn't him and Hanabi. And what worries Hiyashi even more? In this last game, it is very likely that unexpected events will occur that everyone did not expect. Inuzuka Fang, Rock Lee and Neji who were discharged from the hospital sat side by side. Ah. I really didn't expect that. I felt like I was living in a dream this month. That kind of soft and weak Hinata can pass the test. And the one who defeated was Neji. Inuzuka Tooth tilted his head and glanced at Neji. Neji grinned, and turned to stare at Inuzuka. The two looked at each other. Due to his gaze, Rock Lee sitting in the middle always felt 407, and felt several electric sparks in front of his eyes. Snort. By the way, Lee, your injuries are all right. Are you going to watch the game while on crutches? Inuzuka Tooth asked exhaustedly. In the 8th class led by Shi Raihong, he was the only one who was eliminated. This kind of thing simply engraved him on the pillar of shame. Not even an accompanying person. Well, at least it's still active now. But that Gaara is really strong, and I don't know if Sasuke can defeat him. Mention Sasuke. Hitaki Kakashi in the aisle was frowning. For myself to teach Sasuke Chidori. Sasuke readily agreed. B. Kakashi didn't feel any change from Sasuke's mood. Logically speaking, Sasuke should be a very hard-working person for revenge, and he is not willing to delay even a little thing. Unfortunately, there was an accident today. Originally, Hitaki Kakashi wanted to instruct Sasuke again. He wanted him to master Chidori better, but Sasuke refused. Came directly to the game scene. Are you really looking forward to the end of the Chunin exam so that Tsubai can help you with special training? Kakashi remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen once told him about Tsubai wanting to train Sasuke. He looked up and looked around for a long time. Hitaki Kakashi closed his eyes. His expression became serious. There are too many people this time. Where is White Yasha? On the highest observation deck. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly on the chair, as if waiting for something. Da da da. At this time, the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs caught his attention. Turn around and look. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Oh. What a rarity. Master Fungiying. Sunagaku's fourth Kazekage Rosa. At this time, he was wearing a bamboo hat to cover his face, and he was wearing a long Fungiying robe. Except for the pair of indifferent eyes that were exposed, everything else was tightly wrapped. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not clear. The person standing in front of him was his former lover, Orochimaru. It must be exhausting after a long journey. After Sarutobi Hiruzen invited Orochimaru to sit down, he asked with a smile. Orochimaru replied coldly, "No, no, where? Luckily the venue is in Mawang. Although you are still young, it will be very tiring for Hokage-sama if you go to Sunagaku. I think you should decide on your heir as soon as possible." Orochimaru can talk though. Full of sarcasm, but the same foot behind Sarutobi Hiruzen glared and glared at him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about these ridicules at all, and instead laughed, "Ha ha ha. Don't think of me as an old man. And now that the future of Konoha village is thriving, I plan on doing it for another 5 years." Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and got up and walked towards the railing of the stands. Orochimaru's pupils shot out a cold streak. A little disdainful in my heart. HMPH. You have been away for 5 years, but you have to pick out some decent successors, but it's a pity old man, today is your death date. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, he wished he could stand up and push Sarutobi Hiruzen off the high platform, smashing him to death. Pity. This kind of thing is just thinking about it. Then, let's start the game officially. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru and turned his head towards the audience. Dear distinguished guests, to all of you who came to Konoha village to watch the Chunin selection exam, I express my sincere thanks. Then let the 8 candidates who passed the preliminaries participate in the official selection competition. Please watch to your heart's content. After simply saying a few words, loud cheers erupted from the auditorium again. This is their 3rd Hokage in Konoha village. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, his reputation is definitely Konoha village #1. Almost no one does not listen to what he said, and no one does not believe it. The ninjas in the village are full of boundless admiration for him. If there are 8 people, it seems that one person is missing. Orochimaru sat behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a strange way. It seems that he never misses any chance to hate Sarutobi Hiruzen. The missing person is Toss of Yinyan village. That night in Kikyo Castle, after Yakushi Kabuto met Baki, he tried Gaara with Yin Yinkyun Toss. The result was instantly killed by Gaara. Based on the recognition of Gaara's ability to transform into a tailed beast, the two discussed in secret the details of the Konoha village collapse plan. Then he was heard by Moonlight Gale, and died tragically at the hands of Baki, a ninja from Yinyan village. It's really a pity, that village is just a small ninja village that has just risen in the past few years. The 3 ninjas who were sent here all passed the assessment in the Forest of Death. I thought the remaining ninja would be able to shine. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Regretfully took a puff of the pipe. Orochimaru. Don't be such a pity, you should think about what to do, Sarutobi-sensei. Game scene. Shiranui Genma held a toothpick that looked like 1,000 copies in his mouth, and explained the rules of the game to everyone with his hands in his pockets. Although the venue is different, the rules are exactly the same as those in the qualifiers. With one less player, maybe someone will play one more game. You are not allowed to have any objections. Alright. The first match begins. Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. The two of you come out, and the other players will wait in the rest area. Is this Hyuga Hinata? At this time, Yakushi Kabuto has turned into the Anbu ninja of Konoha village, standing behind the auditorium. In his original information, the girl named Hinata seemed not to be outstanding at all. How on earth did you beat Hyuga Neji? Could it be related to Shiroyasha? Thinking of this, Yakushi Kabuto understood. As expected, Orochimaru. That white yaksha is really a pervert. That way, there's nothing to worry about. However, at this time, Tsubai also became a commoner of Konoha village and sat in the auditorium. The reason why he was looking for this position was because he saw the two strong men in front of him. Although he didn't wear a forehead protector, this kind of all-faced egghead really made Tsubai unforgettable. The two people in front of them are Cloud Shinobi village ninjas who sneaked into Konoha village by taking advantage of Musha's joint Chunin exam. Their goal is to find an opportunity to kidnap Hinata for the second time. That girl must be from the Hyuga clan. Hinata. I remember, it seems to be the eldest lady of their clan. The voices of the two were extremely low, whispering to each other. Coupled with the hustle and bustle of the scene, no one could hear it at all. It's a pity that this didn't hinder the contemptuous gazes behind them. Looking at the appearance of two strong men whispering, Tsubai didn't have to guess what they said. After all, in his eyes, these two people are not much different from the corpse now. But Tsubai didn't quite understand the brain circuit of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja. Since I want to roll my eyes so much, why didn't I stop hitting after I got Hizashi's corpse? If only Tsubai. It is inevitable to take advantage of Konoha village's weakness, and then combine Killer Bee and Wooden Golem who can already master the power of the tailed beast in the village. Go straight through Konoha village. That time. Hyuga clan, Uchiha clan. Going to Cloud Shinobi village, after more than 10 years, there must be a group of Bion and Sharingan belonging to their own village. How stupid. There is still time for Killer Bee to practice Tailed Beast Bomb in Yunlei Gorge and squat at the gate of Konoha village to practice. Wouldn't it be nice to kill two birds with one stone? What's more, if you really want to roll your eyes, why don't you just kidnap Hinata while Hinata is out on a mission like yourself? Hyuga Hinata naturally didn't know that he was the target of Cloud Shinobi village again. She stared cautiously at Uzumaki Naruto in front of her. Nothing was said. Poses for the Hyuga style of taijutsu. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey. Before the game, shouldn't we say hello to each other? Looking at Hinata's serious face. Uzumaki Naruto was also a little puzzled. This Hinata. It's really not like Hinata from school days. The changes are too great. Uzumaki Naruto's words did not elicit Hinata's reaction. She deeply remembered what Tsubai told her. No matter what Uzumaki Naruto said, don't talk to her. But Tsubai doesn't mean that. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is very good at speaking, and talking to each other can easily cause emotional changes in the other party. When Naruto's mood fluctuates violently, the Nine-Tails chakra in his body will flow out unconsciously. It's easy to get yourself into unnecessary situations like that. It's a pity that Tsubai didn't know that Hinata was so obedient that he really didn't say a word. Well, never mind. Quote. Naruto didn't care about Hinata's reaction either. His eyes slowly gathered together. He doesn't know much about Hinata at all. But since the other side defeated Neji, they got more Sasuke's attention. Naruto is not stupid, he knows Sasuke's thoughts very well. That is to regard Hinata in front of him as a real opponent. This kind of thing makes Uzumaki Naruto very tasty. Anyway. Today I must beat you. Uzumaki Naruto was gearing up, his expression getting more and more serious. As long as he defeats Hyuga Hinata in front of him, the disguised one can prove that he is stronger than Hyuga Neji. By that time, Uchiha Sasuke will inevitably give up his focus on Hinata and see himself as a real opponent instead. Hyuga Hinata. Sure enough, as expected by the previous 3.5 generations of Tsubai, Naruto is really good at talking in the game. I think of those touches brought to me by Uzumaki Naruto when I was a child. At this time, Hinata was completely calm. That kind of self-absorbed, boastful rhetoric. It's so unreal. Like Uzumaki Naruto himself, he is completely unaware that he himself is distinct from everyone else. Some things are not very big things for him, but for others, they are obstacles that cannot be overcome in a lifetime. Fair. From the beginning there was no. Uzumaki Naruto looked seriously at Hinata, whose veins were bulging on both sides of his eyes. Without further ado, he quickly threw 2 kunai at the opponent. Clang clang sounded twice. Hinata also quickly took out the kunai and knocked the incoming kunai into the air. Ah! At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto threw a straight punch at Hinata with a rousing roar. Is the number of attacks so simple? This idea flashed in Hinata's mind for a moment, and Naruto's attack was resolved with a flick of his white palm. This idiot! How can you be so reckless? Hyuga Neji in the stands couldn't stand it anymore. Go straight to the offense like Uzumaki Naruto. For the current Hinata, it has no effect at all, and it is easy for Hinata to catch the flaw and fight back. Hey! How on earth did Naruto make it to the finals? Neji sighed. Inuzuka Tooth next door's face darkened on the spot. How did he get to the finals? Don't you know? Chapter 82. Hinata, you are so obedient. One punch won't do. Uzumaki Naruto turned around quickly and threw several punches in a row. But for Hyuga Hinata today, this level of offense is child's play. Clap clap clap. Consecutive palms blocked Naruto's straight punch. Hinata shouted. Hey! A palm landed on Uzumaki Naruto's chest. Naruto's eyes were fixed, and he was shot flying out on the spot. It has been said for a long time that this kind of offense is completely useless against the current Hinata. Neji saw Hinata shoot Naruto flying, showing a little proud look. I really didn't expect Miss Hinata, who had been following Shirayasha for a few days, to improve so rapidly. When Hyuga Hinata went to visit Neji, he didn't hide his own strength. She still told Neji very modestly. In terms of talent, Neji must be higher. All thanks to Senior Tsubai's guidance of the secret technique. Just to Neji's surprise. When Hinata talks about Tsubai, there is always an inexplicable shyness on his face. It's like the expressions of the children who look forward to Hokage at the ninja school. Oh. I didn't expect Neji, your attitude has changed so drastically recently. Inuzuka Kiba looked at Hyuga Neji curiously. He still remembered that Neji looked at Hinata with malicious eyes. 4. Is the sun coming out in the west? Seeing Naruto lying on the ground, Hinata was still staring at him vigilantly. There is no intention of rushing forward. She also remembered that Tsubai said that Uzumaki Naruto still has a lot of tricks in battle. Can't relax. Rather than me recklessly rushing up and falling for his tricks, it's better to let him attack. Hyuga Hinata murmured in his heart. She knows Uzumaki Naruto's character well. Love impulsive. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to attack, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely rush forward. Hateful. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the silent Hyuga Hinata. This feeling really made him very depressed. The other party does not speak, nor communicate with him. Like a block of wood. This made Naruto even more irritable. Hey, Hinata. You just said a few words, when did you become as flirtatious as Sasuke? No. Sasuke won't keep his mouth shut and say nothing in battle. No. Can't fall into the trap. Hinata remained silent, keeping her hands in a vigilant defensive posture. With 360-degree eyesight, Kakuzu didn't relax to observe. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't speak, anyway, I have to beat you today. The real fight. It's only now. After Uzumaki Naruto shouted. Put the fingers of both hands together to complete the seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. At the same time as 4 streaks of white smoke appeared. 4 shadow clones surrounded Uzumaki Naruto in a square formation. Shadow clone technique. That's a ninjutsu that Jonin knows how to use, that kid can even use this. And it's amazing to be able to clone 4 shadow clone at once. Above the stands. It was the first time for Gangzi Tai and Shenyu Izumo to see Uzumaki Naruto cast shadow clone, and they couldn't help being shocked. Hinata kept staring at Uzumaki Naruto with blank eyes. She also saw the so-called shadow clone for the first time when she rolled her eyes. All Uzumaki Naruto who appear have physical veins. It's really hard to tell which is real and which is fake. But at the end of the day, there is only one real body. Just beat everyone. Hyuga Hinata didn't speak, and Uzumaki Naruto's momentum was obviously much weaker. Obviously he has the advantage of numbers here. A victory declaration should have more momentum. Hinata, you have to pay attention. I'm about to go. I have to win this game. In order for Sasuke to treat me as a real opponent. Hinata's face twitched slightly upon hearing the sound. Why? What is the meaning of this statement? 4 Uzumaki Naruto took out kunai and ran towards Hinata. Just when it was close to Hinata, they changed direction suddenly, surrounded Hinata from all directions. Taking advantage of this time, we will go together because of our family. Several Uzumaki Naruto shouted in unison. The momentum is like a rainbow. Great, it worked. 4 Uzumaki Naruto jumping into the air. No matter which one Hinata deals with, the others will surely be able to knock it down. However, at this moment, a blue light of chakra suddenly appeared from Hinata's body. Revolving heaven. After a soft drink, Hyuga Hinata spun extremely fast. The blue chakra barrier immediately surrounded it, and it was accompanied by the force of rotation. Fly away the 4 Uzumaki Naruto who jumped up. Nani? The people in the stands were suddenly dumbfounded. The little girl actually has such strength. Hyuga Hiyashi was even more shocked. There was a look of horror on his face that didn't belong to any family patriarch. Hishi trembled in shock, staring at Hinata in disbelief. That's revolving heaven. Revolving heaven. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Hinata and Neji could use revolving heaven, he was also stunned. Did Hiyashi teach her during this time? Or, if it was Tsubai who guided Hinata to master revolving heaven? Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine, if it is. Then Tsubai is really scary. This person must return to their Konoha village family. It looks like after the exam is over, I have to talk to Hiyashi about Hinata and Tsubai. No one can stop these two from being together. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction on Sarutobi Day, while Orochimaru on the side muttered to himself like an idiot. Hyuga Hinata is the daughter of Hyuga Hiyashi. Are you surprised that she will be a revolving heaven? Of course Orochimaru had defected for so long, it wasn't clear that Tien had been given up by Hiden early on. Only Hyuga Hanabi clapped her fair little hands, applauding in her heart. Hinata's sister is really amazing. But what surprised everyone even more was yet to come. Hinata had already seen that there was another Uzumaki Naruto standing there without moving. After revolving heaven ended, Hinata used the remaining force of the rotation to launch a palm towards the last Uzumaki Naruto. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. Naruto still hasn't seen clearly what happened. I just felt a pain in my chest again. The whole person immediately flew several meters away. Impossible. At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi finally couldn't sit still, and stood up on the spot. By the way, it startled Hyuga Hanabi beside him. Hinata actually learned 8 trigrams air palm. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Impossible. Today's Hyuga Hiyashi, after seeing Hinata's amazing performance, did not feel joy. There are big question marks floating in my mind. When exactly did Hinata learn these things? In a short period of time, Holy Fist Technique 128 palms, Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams air palm. It's all under your control. This is impossible, it must be an illusion. Seeing this, Hyuga Neji also widened his eyes. It turned out that in the original competition, Hinata let go of the water in order to maintain his dignity as an older brother. Oops. Naruto, you idiot. How can mommy stand there in a daze? This kind of thing will definitely be seen through by Hinata. Haruno Sakura stomped her feet anxiously. Uchiha Sasuke in the players' rest area had an unusually calm face. Is this the result of practicing with White Yaksha? Thinking of this, Sasuke clenched his fists excitedly, showing a patient smile. Chunin exam. Successfully promoted to Chunin. What is the use of such a false identity title? But Aburame Shino beside him said, could it be that during the days when Hinata was captured by White Yasha, did anything happen to him? Otherwise why would she become so powerful? White Yasha. What Shino said stunned Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. Hey! Wearing sunglasses, is the White Yasha you're talking about the 800 million taels bounty criminal? Kankuro heard the words and came to Shino's side. Shino glanced at Kankuro. He remembered that this person was the one he was going to fight with. But the other party was the Alliance village of Konoha village, and Shino was not stingy, and immediately said, it is the 800 million tael reward criminal. What? After hearing this, Temari couldn't believe it. You ninjas from Konoha village would associate with bounty criminals. When Sasuke heard it, he was a little unhappy, and said with a cold snort, don't talk nonsense. Besides, Shiroyasha didn't do anything to harm our Konoha village. Is he a bounty criminal? Does he have anything to do with us? Sasuke doesn't care about these, it doesn't matter who he is or not, as long as it makes him stronger and seeks revenge from Uchiha Itachi. That's enough. When Temari heard this, Xiaobao suddenly became angry. Are you embarrassed to say such a thing? Shiroyasha is a well-known bounty offender. If you Konoha village and other villages know about him, you will be held accountable. Moreover, the 500 million taels he was added to was made by your Konoha village. Snort. Hearing this, Sasuke seemed to feel that he couldn't speak to the woman in front of him, so he snorted coldly and didn't want to talk to Temari. His mind is now full of Hinata's performance. The trick just now, revolving heaven, was matched with 8 trigrams air palm to play smoothly. After disposing of Naruto's 4 shadows 347, he even knocked his body into the air with a single palm. In an instant, all enemies were lost. However, the situation on the field does not seem to be over. Just as Uzumaki Naruto just stood up clutching his stomach, Hyuga Hinata suddenly rushed in front of him. Put 2 fingers together and use the point method to quickly point towards Naruto. Is that Hyuga's acupuncture? I remember it as a move that can hinder the normal operation of the opponent's chakra in the vein. Yamanaka Ino turned pale. The current Hinata. How powerful has it become? During the same period, she was too scary. No. Even Neji, who was a year older than her, would still be beaten up by her. Solve. After everything, Hinata took a quick step and distanced himself from Naruto again. Both palms are still in a defensive posture. Rolling eyes 360 degrees. Never dare to relax. She still remembered that Tsubai warned herself. Until the Invigilator declares victory, you can't relax your vigilance. Especially this pair of white eyes that can observe the terrain must be wide open. And we must pay attention to the changes in the ground. Naruto's shadow clone technique is really troublesome. Now that his chakra is blocked, he can no longer perform any ninjutsu. Hinata stared at Naruto who was kneeling on the ground. The current situation is very favorable to her. Just wait for Naruto to attack her again and take the opportunity to do a gentle fist. Thinking about it, the game should be over. Hinata thought very well. She also thought about the 9 tails inside Naruto. But she doesn't understand. Tsubai didn't give her a detailed explanation either. She just thought that if the acupoints in Naruto's body were sealed and his chakra couldn't flow, naturally there would be nothing to worry about. That's a good idea. But it feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot. But it doesn't matter. If Naruto uses 9 tails chakra, it's time to see how Hinata will deal with it. Seeing this, Tsubai suddenly changed his mind. I really want to see how powerful Hinata can be now. What if Hinata loses? If you lose the game, you will definitely lose some rewards. Although it is a pity. Never mind. At that time, just hang her up and punish her. Chapter 83. Hyuga Hinata, the strike is too ruthless. Unable to invoke chakra in the body, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly fell into a passive position. His expression immediately became flustered. Damn, hate. I can't feel chakra at all, what can I do? The corners of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes quivered slightly. If you want to lose this game, it must be very embarrassing. Uchiha Sasuke was watching the game from the dugout. He hasn't started yet, but he is going to lose here. Absolutely not. Naruto, who fell into tension, was thinking faster than ever at this moment. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in my mind. He remembered what Jiraiya had said before when he helped him practice. There are two types of chakra in his body. By the way, chakra from Nine Tails. Uzumaki Naruto finally recalled what it was like to use Nine Tails chakra. The originally flustered expression gradually calmed down. Seeing Naruto slowly closing his eyes, Hyuga Hinata also frowned, not knowing what he was going to do. Smelly fox, lend me chakra. Uzumaki Naruto thought of this, and opened his eyes suddenly, accompanied by bursts of loud shouts. Orange chakra twirled and emerged from beneath his feet. This is... Hinata saw more clearly with his white eyes. A chakra-like flame burst out from Naruto's body. It directly broke through his acupuncture points. Is this the power of Nine Tails that Senior Tsubai said? It's such a strong breath, chakra can actually penetrate it. And, so cold. Hinata felt the Nine Tails chakra with her heart, and a little panic rose in her heart. Spectators in the stands were also taken aback by Uzumaki Naruto's performance. Cold sweat broke out on Hiyashi's face. This chakra, does it mean? His heart sank, and if he guessed right, Naruto would definitely be using Nine Tails chakra. If that's the case, Hinata is in danger. Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly, and the chakra seeping out was like a wave. Layers of ripples appeared under his feet. The blow made Hinata's clothes sway non-stop. The tyrannical Nine Tails chakra slowly surrounded Uzumaki Naruto. After everything calmed down, Uzumaki Naruto's whole body glowed red. The whole person is like a burning flame. What a powerful force. It feels stronger than when I was practicing. Uzumaki Naruto felt the changes in himself and was very excited. This time I can finally prove myself in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Hinata. Ellipsis. Let me beat it. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at Hinata on the opposite side seriously. Hinata, I'm going to fuck. Clenching his fist, Uzumaki Naruto moved instantly, and Madoka disappeared in place. Nani? Impossible. Seeing this, all the small powerhouses in the stands were amazed. Naruto. When did he become so powerful? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino looked at each other. Uchiha Sasuke in the rest area frowned even more. What is going on with that power? The speed has become so fast. Hyuga Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Immediately calmed down. But I can still see clearly. After muttering something in his heart, Hyuga Hinata turned around immediately. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto had already appeared behind her, and threw 3 shurikens at her. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata didn't hold back either. Aim at Naruto and slap. The shuriken was smashed by Hinata during the flight. Just seeing Naruto behind Hinata's palm, his figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot again with high-speed action. This way. Revolving heaven. Through a 360-degree angle of vision, Hinata clearly saw Uzumaki Naruto rushing towards him with a forehand miss. Boom. The moment Naruto made a shot, it hit Hinata's revolving heaven chakra barrier. The moment the 2 strands of chakra collided directly, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. Next moment. Boom. There was a violent explosion where the 2 were standing. For a time, dust was everywhere in the middle of the field. Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked, and quickly opened his eyes to watch the scene. Through the dust. Hiashi can easily see. Hyuga Hinata didn't have anything to do at this time, and was still standing quietly on the playing field. And the person lying in front of her is Uzumaki Naruto. Call. What a false alarm. Hiashi wiped the sweat from his brow. I didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto could use Nine Tails chakra slightly. This is exactly what worries him. Fortunately, it's not a runaway. Speaking of this, Hyuga Hiashi did not forget to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform. There is also some dissatisfaction in my heart. Third generation is seeing Hinata's strength greatly increased, and using her to test Naruto. It's such a rush. Orochimaru looked down at Hinata with interest. Roar. As this little girl blocking Nine Tails chakra. It's incredible, it's incredible. No wonder Bayasha kidnapped her, it's interesting. After a trace of surprise flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, a smile suddenly appeared. He is very satisfied with this game. Tsubai really has something special, he can make a ninja like Hinata suddenly become so powerful. It was able to defeat Naruto who used the Nine Tails chakra. But what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen even happier? Jiraiya still didn't forget Minato's instruction, let him help Naruto master and use the power of Nine Tails. My own Jinchuriki finally started to improve. In the playing field. When the dust cleared, Hyuga Hinata looked at Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground not far away. I confirmed it with my white eyes. The Nine Tails chakra that erupted has disappeared. In this case, Uzumaki Naruto has no chance of winning. However, at this moment, Hinata suddenly found something unusual. This abnormality comes from what Tsubai warned her before. Ground. In the ground, there is another Uzumaki Naruto ambushing. Could it be that? Hinata was surprised at the same time. Bang. Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying on the ground in front of him, turned into white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. The real body is the one under the ground. At the same time, Hinata's feet creaked. At the same time as the ground cracked, a fist hit Hinata's chin. Snort. Hinata snorted coquettishly. She who had been prepared for a long time was not surprised, and her legs pulled slightly. After dodging Naruto's sneak attack, immediately fought back. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Accompanied by Naruto's cry of pain and Hinata's clear drink. Hyuga Hinata's 8 trigrams 128 palms neatly hit Uzumaki Naruto's chest. Wow. Naruto was in pain, and in the process of flying out, a stream of blood spewed out of his mouth. After falling to the ground, Uzumaki Naruto finally passed out. Sharp. Hinata. Hinata is amazing. The Shaoqiangs in the same period were completely dumbfounded. After Hyuga Hinata defeated Hyuga Neji, he even defeated Uzumaki Naruto who used a strange power. Is this still Hinata? No. This is not Hinata. Is this Hinata after being taught by Senior Tsubai? Haruno Sakura was so shocked that she didn't know how to express her surprise. She muttered unconsciously, but was caught by Yamanaka Ino beside her. Little Sakura, what are you talking about? Haruno Sakura. I said Hinata is really strong. No. You mentioned someone just now, who directed Hinata. No, I must have heard wrong. Haruno Sakura flusteredly waved her hands at Ino, which caused Ino to narrow her eyes even more. She suspected that the wide forehead in front of her was hiding something from her. Hitaki Kakashi looked serious after watching the game. There was also a murmur. Not only has Hinata's strength increased so much, but has his fighting instinct awareness also increased so much. Especially watching Uzumaki Naruto's plan fail. Hitaki Kakashi was even more stunned. Hinata's caution in battle is truly admirable. Genma Shiranui walked up to Uzumaki Naruto and observed carefully. I also breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, I passed out of a coma. If I was killed, then things would be troublesome. I declare. The winner of this match. Hyuga Hinata. Liao Nuo Jiao. After hearing that Shiranui Schwanma announced the result, Hyuga Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blue veins in the corners of the eyes also slowly disappeared. Finally, I no longer have to stare blankly. Father, my sister won. Hyuga Hanabi looks excitedly at Hyuga Hiyashi. Well, the performance is considered qualified. Hyuga Hiyashi puts his arms on his chest, and his expression is neither salty nor weak. Hyuga Hanabi. Wasn't it the time when you stood up excitedly just now? Father is really strict. Hearing the shouts of the audience, Hyuga Hinata swept over everyone again. She didn't know who Tsubai was among these people. But she thinks Tsubai must be watching her game. It is finally time to complete the task enacted by Senior Tsubai. Hinata's tense mood relaxed. At this time, she was also very emotional. Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto slave. She really didn't expect that the current self would be able to defeat these two existences that she could only look up to back then. I have to go to my seniors tonight and let the political reformers praise themselves. The idea popped up. Hyuga Hinata's pretty face blushed suddenly. Hastily shook his head. How can you have such an idea? It's really embarrassing. Hyuga Hanabi. Sister. What are you doing? Chapter 84. Konoha collapse begins. Hitaki Kakashi is confused. After Hyuga Hinata defeated Uzumaki Naruto, Tsubai then heard the voice of the system in his head. Congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for defeating Uzumaki Naruto. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host. Chakra limit has been greatly increased. The increase limit has been greatly increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Close black lens bracket. Multiple shadow clone technique. Tsubai's eyes lit up, a little beyond imagination. Unexpectedly, after defeating Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata was able to obtain the ninjutsu rewards possessed by the opponent. It doesn't feel useful. But Tsubai kept it. Well, Hinata is doing well and is very obedient. Tsubai thought of Hinata, who didn't say a word and didn't roll his eyes until Shiranui Genma announced the result. Shrugged helplessly. Now there seems to be no excuse to hang her up and bully her. The following match was exactly what Tsubai expected. Not much has changed. Tamari and Shikamaru battled wits and courage for a long time, and finally Shikamaru announced his abandonment of the game. Then Orochimaru finally waited for Uchiha Sasuke's match. Tsubai disturbed him last time, but this time Orochimaru took a good look at it. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. There was a little incident before that. The daimyo of the country of grass bought Uchiha Sasuke to win. So they sent two ninjas from Kauyan village to block Gaara in the corridor, and they both died. Hitaki Kakashi watched Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. Frowning. Walking to the side of Might Guy. There are only 8 people from Anbu in such a large venue, and it is not clear what the adults of the third generation project want to do. Might Guy also spoke softly, for fear that others would hear. I don't know either. Maybe it's because we can't get information about Orochimaru and the others, so the third generation project put more people in the village. While not taking it lightly, let's pay attention to the game now. Hitaki Kakashi nodded. But I thought in my heart. Could it be that there is an ulterior deal between third Hokage and Shirayasha? After Kakashi thought of this, all his attention was focused on Sasuke. Might Guy also looked at Sasuke a few more times, then suddenly turned around and said, Kakashi, I will watch Sasuke's performance carefully. 633 inches. Look at the results of your teaching him to practice. You are my eternal opponent. Kakashi. Kakashi, who has been following Sasuke, seems to have sensed someone saying something next to him. Then he looked at Might Guy. Huh. Did you say something? Might Guy. This kind of thing just made Might Guy cry. No way. Kakashi, why are you always so heartless? However, Tsubai, who was sitting not far from the aisle, was in a daze. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, this pair is indeed interesting. But what Tsubai has been unable to figure out is the question about Might Guy's little acorn. Why is such a strong man possessing such lovely things? Not like myself, not to mention scary, but also hideous. But think about it, maybe the stronger the physique. Like Uzumaki Naruto, he should be on par with Might Guy. After all, there should be nothing wrong with what Sai said himself. And, still speaking in front of Haruno Sakura, no wonder these two guys ended up missing out. Think about it, it's really frightening. Uchiha Sasuke has also improved by leaps and bounds through the guidance of Hitaki Kakashi for a month. Gaara has been in a passive situation. But looking at Sasuke's proud face, Tsubai sighed. Sasuke, kid, is too proud. It's hard to tame without letting him suffer. Well, forget it, anyway, it won't be long before he realizes how scary Gaara is. Tsubai smiled and leaned on the back of the chair. I used my white eyes to observe it just now. In the dense forest outside Konoha village, many ninjas have been ambushed. Anbu, who Sarutobi Hiruzen sent to follow, was also killed completely. It won't be long before Orochimaru will launch the Konoha Honkai plan. Of course, Sasuke also had other thoughts in his mind at this time. Gaara is powerful. After defeating Gaara, it is conceivable that eventually he can write the Hyuga Hinata trick. I want to see who is stronger and who is weaker between me and her. The final BCCB result did not deviate from the script. Uchiha Sasuke used his newly learned Chidori to penetrate Gaara's absolute defense. This shocked the trio of Sunagakers Temari, Kankuro, and Baki. The trio also didn't expect Gaara to suffer such a serious injury in this game. But Orochimaru was extremely excited. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't been sitting beside him, he would have stuck out his tongue and licked it now. It looks like it should be about the same. Yakushi Kabuto, mingling with Anbu, glanced at Orochimaru in the stands. Putting his hands together, he hid behind the crowd and used illusion. Feathers immediately floated down from the auditorium of the venue. Ordinary ninjas had no power to parry at all, and fell asleep one after another. Illusion. Feeling the strange movement beside him, Baki broke out in cold sweat. Does it mean that Do intends to act now? But Gaara. He also didn't expect that the opponent would choose to do it when Gaara was injured. On the highest stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen also seems to have noticed something strange. He turned to look at Orochimaru beside him. At this moment, Orochimaru was also looking at him. The moment the master and apprentice met each other's eyes, the two subordinates behind Orochimaru left in an instant. He threw out the smoke bomb in his hand. Boom. The loud noise from the highest stand immediately attracted everyone's attention. Third generation project. Not good, there is a situation. Shaw, take Hanabi and leave quickly. What happened so suddenly? Hyuga Hiyashi was horrified, and hurriedly asked Hyuga Shaw to take Hyuga Hanabi to leave first. It's a password. Sunagakure ninjas and Otogakure ninjas getting ready outside Konoha village after seeing the rising smoke. Immediately acted. Summoning technique. Several Sunagakure ninjas sat around the ground, facing the glowing summoning circle in front of them, and used the scrolls together. Boom. A huge white smoke filled the entire forest. Roar. With a roar, a three-headed python suddenly appeared outside the wall of Konoha village. Not good. Third generation project. Chunin exam venue. Except for Yakushi Kabuto, who pretended to be Anbu, the other 7 Anbu moved immediately and ran towards the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. Master Kazekage, what does this mean? As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized when he looked at Orochimaru's cold eyes. Thousands of calculations did not count that Orochimaru would always sit beside him as the 4th Kazekage. What a mistake. The Wood Squad protects the 3rd generation from above, and the Fire Squad protects the daimyos from below. Action. When the Anbu members were about to reach the highest stand, the two teams separated. However, just as Muban Anbu was about to reach the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was, he found that he had been hijacked by Kazekage to the roof. Swish. At the same time, 4 ninjas with the Yinyan village's forehead protector followed closely behind, standing at the 4 corners of the roof. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Formation. Looking at the rising enchantment. Anbu members clenched their fists angrily. Damn it, it's an enchantment. The auditorium and examinee rest area below. Everyone was rubbing their hands by the intrusion. Even inexperienced. But the Shaoqiang who are still conscious at this time also know that the current situation seems to be very bad. Is it a barrier? Damn, it's even faster than Anbu's. It seems that he is not an idle person. Hitaki Kakashi was rather calm. After all, he was mentally prepared before and looked at the enchantment in the distance. As expected, Orochimaru is there. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect Tsunagakure to actually team up with Orochimaru to betray the alliance with Konoha village. After hearing Hitaki Kakashi's complaint, Haruno Sakura, who was not under the illusion, trembled with fright. What does it mean? Could it be that? Is the other party trying to invade Konoha village? Kakashi and Might Guy are just about to make a move. With a whoosh, a figure stood in front of the two of them. Seeing the other party wearing the Konoha village Anbu mask, Might Guy scolded angrily, "What are you doing? Master Hokage is in danger now." It's a pity that the other party didn't pay attention to Might Guy. When he appeared, several ninjas from Yinyan village appeared in the audience. It looks like you are Yakushi Kabuto. Hitaki Kakashi frowned slightly, and asked lightly. It's just that Yakushi Kabuto didn't seem to want to talk to the two of them, and he still didn't speak. However, at this time, Might Guy screamed, "Kakashi, look inside the barrier." Hearing the sound, Kakashi looked at the barrier suspiciously, only to find that the original fourth cage, as he thought, was indeed Orochimaru. It's really Orochimaru. Nani? Orochimaru. After hearing this, Haruno Sakura on the side looked in the direction of the barrier. Orochimaru's terrifying face suddenly attracted Haruno Sakura's eyes. Really Orochimaru. Recalls the encounter with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Haruno Sakura couldn't help shivering with fear. Why did that scary guy appear here? And also kidnapped third Hokage. Little Sakura. Looking at Sasuke going to hurt Gaara in the distance, Cassie hurriedly called Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura, you go and wake up your genin at the same time. Go and call Hinata and Shino, you guys hurry to help Sasuke. Kakashi didn't explain too much, and directly cast the summoning technique to call Parker, the ninja dog. Go, Parker will lead you to catch up with Sasuke. Haruno Sakura was shocked even more when he heard that. But now there is no time to think about it. A large number of Otogakure ninjas and Tsunagakure ninjas have entered the venue. Taking advantage of Kakashi and Might Guy's support, Haruno Sakura shook Ino, who was sleeping soundly, and the two scrambled and crawled to wake up the others, and then ran towards the rest area. At this time, swish, swish, two figures suddenly rushed out of the auditorium. Why are there still people? This is ellipsis dot. Ellipsis quote. The sudden change caused Kakashi's complexion to change. He was a little confused about what those two guys were doing just now. The person behind those two, Kakashi finally knew his identity. White Yasha. If I think right, you should be Shiroyasha. The appearance of the villagers is not under the illusion, so it should be strange no matter how you think about it. With a bang, Kakashi punched the Yinyan village ninja who rushed aside, and looked at Tsubai solemnly. Hey. I should be like the two guys from Cloud Shinobi village, just pretend to sleep for a while and then I'll be fine. The voice fell to the ground. Boom. A white smoke streaked across, and Tsubai returned to his original appearance. It really is you, your purpose here? Hitaki Kakashi asked warily. Now is not the time to joke around. It is clear. Tsunagakure betrayed the alliance with Konoha village, and combined with Otogakure Orochimaru launched a war against Konoha village. Just didn't expect. Among them are the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village. Those two Cloud Shinobi village ninjas. Could it be that? Hitaki Kakashi is naturally aware of the event that Cloud Shinobi village wanted to snatch Konoha village's eyes. They came here at this time with only one purpose, to take the opportunity to capture Hinata. Damn, things are getting more and more troublesome. Hitaki Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He asked Haruno Sakura to ask someone to chase Gaara, but he satisfied the other party better. Feeling the shock from Kakashi, Tsubai said calmly, by the way, let me know. That Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Sunagaku. Now it is possible to completely transform the tail beast through some kind of power. You send those genin there, it's actually no different from sending them to death. Yes. In addition to being enraged, Uzumaki Naruto uses Nine Tails Chakra to summon Wentai the Toad to fight Shukaku. Others go. Same as White. Although Hinata has indeed become much stronger than before, but want to defeat the tailed beast. Tsubai didn't dare to make such a big deal. It's just a pity that the current Uzumaki Naruto was sent to the hospital by Hinata. Nani? Hitaki Kakashi was even more shocked when he heard this. As early as just now, I felt something was wrong with Gaara, and that chakra was a bit chilling. But no one thought. He turned out to be Jinchuriki of Sunagaku. This time things seem to be really playing big. Chapter 85. Ino and Hasho 39's shock. Nani, Hinata, do you like White Yasha? Might Guy is fighting the enemy. Kakashi. He looked back at Kakashi. You. White Yasha. Just wanted to ask what Kakashi was doing. Might Guy is also sharp-eyed, and also spotted Tsubai sitting on the chair. You're not going to make an enemy of Konoha village at this time, are you? Might Guy jumped and kicked two Otogaku ninjas. No. I just came to see Hinata play, who knew it would happen, this kind of thing. You keep busy, I will withdraw first. Tsubai smiled. The space distorted for a while, and the portal appeared beside him. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto wearing an Anbu mask finally stopped sweating. Fortunately, this guy didn't fill us out as an enemy. Yakushi Kabuto let out a long breath. He was afraid that Tsubai would stab him suddenly. Wait a moment. However, at this moment, Hitaki Kakashi yelled, won't you help Hinata? Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Sunagaku. Hinata she. Hitaki Kakashi said anxiously. Although he didn't know Gaara's identity before, since Tsubai in front of him knew that Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he probably wouldn't watch Hinata in distress. Hinata, when she is in danger, she can use time and space ninjutsu to escape just like me. So, nothing to worry about. That's it, I'm going first. Tsubai waved at Hitaki Kakashi, and was sucked in directly by the portal. Wait for sleep. Why? Seeing Tsubai leave, Hitaki Kakashi showed bitterness. Things were really unexpected. This was really the worst decision in his life. But, who would have thought? Kakashi. Don't show such an expression, we must now resist the joint attack of Yinyan village and Sunagaku. Those children, you can only trust them. The other side. Parker the ninja dog leads the 8th and 10th squads. And Haruno Sakura. Everyone was galloping through the woods. Did Neji and Tiantian go to the village to help? Yes, but it's not clear whether Neji can do it. After all, he hasn't fully recovered from his previous injury. Inuzuka Tooth's face was not very good looking. I remember that Sunagaku is an ally of our Konoha village, why is this happening? Yamanaka Ino looked confused. She had never seen such a battle. War. Quote. It's war. However, at this moment, Hinata's words caused everyone to look at her at the same time. Hinata, you seem very calm. No. Hinata was surprised by Ino's words, and said repeatedly, it's just that I was lucky enough to meet him before. Nani. Have you seen war? Hinata, don't be joking, where did you see it? Inuzuka and Shino's expressions darkened, and they hurriedly asked, we are in the same class, why haven't you mentioned it before? Facing everyone's surprise, Hinata didn't speak again. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura gritted his teeth and asked, did you meet Senior White Yaksha? Yamanaka Ino and others were dumbfounded on the spot. Who? White Yasha? Senior? What the hell? Hey! Little Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? White Yasha? Isn't that the wanted man with a bounty of 800 million? It's the man who kidnapped Hinata. Senior. This is. Yamanaka Ino asked excitedly. At this moment, she, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It's no wonder Hinata's strength has improved so much. If you think it's right, you must have learned from White Yasha. Nani? This remark stunned Ino, Kiba, Shino and Choji even more. Hyuga Hinata, as the ninja of Konoha village, was jumped so hard by the criminals in the black market. This is impossible. Now, Hinata doesn't want to hide it anymore. And listening to Haruno Sakura's words, she knew very well that the pink hair in front of her must have been in contact with Tsubai. Yes. It's all thanks to Senior Tsubai that I can become so powerful. Without him, I would still be as weak as before and nothing would change. As soon as Tsubai was mentioned, Hyuga Hinata's face turned red immediately. But her remarks made others dumbfounded. Even Haruno Sakura, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, couldn't help but widen his eyes. I admitted it, Hinata admitted it personally. Sure enough, it's Senior Tsubai. It's just that Yamanaka Ino still can't accept it, and can't understand the reason. Hinata, isn't Shirayasha a bounty? Why would he help you? Yeah, Hinata, that doesn't make sense. Inuzuka Tooth followed suit, and even looked at Haruno Sakura, and... Little Sakura, how do you know? Haruno Sakura had no choice but to explain to everyone what happened to Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. The people who said it were even more frightened. You mean? Inuzuka was sweating coldly. You mean that the black-red energy that soared into the sky was emitted by Shiroyasha? Haruno Sakura nodded. Quote. So powerful. Inuzuka and Shino looked at each other and gasped. Shino's voice trembled a little and said, when Yoba and Shiroyasha met for the first time, the two of us actually wanted to fight him. Fortunately, he was fast enough. Before we could react, Hinata was captured. Otherwise, we will definitely be killed. No. Hyuga Hinata interrupted Shino at this moment. Weakly said. Zinao, Senior is not that kind of person, he doesn't like to kill casually. And Senior Tsubai is very gentle, and he cooks delicious food. Haruno Sakura. But I just like to take advantage of it. Hinata blushed more and more. Yamanaka Ino narrowed his eyes and looked at Hinata in front of him, and he was instantly transparent. There is a problem. Hinata, do you like Shiroyasha? As soon as this remark came out, Hyuga Hinata's tender body trembled. This matter. This. Seeing Hinata's strange appearance, everyone understood immediately. Yamanaka Ino even looked at Haruno Sakura. Hey. Little Sakura, it's really strange. Hinata doesn't like handsome guys, but likes ugly guys like Shirayasha. Haruno Sakura. What are you saying? Ino's words exceeded Haruno Sakura's expectations. But then I thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. She was just like herself back then. She had never seen the real Bayasha, she just heard from hearsay that Bayasha was very scary and frightening. Naturally, it is attributed to the type of people who are not good-looking. Ino, what are you talking about? You actually said that Senior Tsubai is ugly. Haruno Sakura raised her voice and shouted. Yamanaka Ino's eyes widened when he heard the sound, and he quickly blocked Haruno Sakura's mouth. Hey! Are you crazy? Are you afraid that Hinata won't hear you? Damn guy, you have a big head and a smart head, why are you acting stupid at this time? But immediately, Yamanaka Ino smelled a conspiracy. Haruno Sakura has been yelling, Senior Tsubai, since just now, which is clearly showing his favor. Could it be that? Bastard little Sakura, isn't Shiroyasha very handsome? But seeing that Haruno Sakura kept his mouth shut, Yamanaka Ino affirmed what he was thinking. Good guy. Damn your brain, you actually plot against me. Just when Ino was about to stab Haruno Sakura in front of him, Hinata turned around and said with a smile, Senior is certainly not ugly. But it's okay, I don't care what you say, Ino. After all, the seniors themselves don't care. That was natural, just like Tsubai told Hinata back then. The mouth grows on others, no matter what they say so much, can I still live? Sorry. After Ino smiled awkwardly, he said apologetically, I didn't expect Shiroyasha to be so generous. Haruno Sakura. No. You know what? Even if you call him ugly, he is actually handsome. If Bayasha is really as ugly as you think, try calling him ugly. I'm afraid he will give you a knife if he doesn't come up. Ninja Parker wrinkled his nose and said suddenly, okay, stop chatting here. There are pursuers behind. There are 8 people, no, 9 people. When Parker said this, his face changed again. There are 2 more people coming towards us at a very fast speed. Ask for flowers. It adds up to 11 people. Nani. When they heard that 11 people were chasing after them, everyone was stunned. They all showed fear in their eyes. Hey. Why did you get caught up so quickly? Ino and Haruno Sakura shouted in unison. Shikamaru also seemed to be a little busy, maybe they have been following us since we first posted. However, at this time, Parker's words brought everyone into the abyss. The speed of those 9 people is much faster than ours. The remaining 2 are faster. Nani. The meaning is obvious. The strength of those 9 people will definitely not be weaker than them. Even stronger than them. Based on this calculation, that person's strength is probably at least at the level of Chunin. Those 2 faster guys. Perhaps the power lies with Jonin. Jonin. Nara Shikamaru's conjecture made Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura turn pale with fright. The opponent is not only stronger than them, but also should not have more people than them. In this case. Ino looked at Shikamaru with a trembling voice. Shikamaru nodded and said, once we are caught up by them, our entire army may be wiped out. Everyone. Scare. That dog. Don't scare us. Yeah, don't scare us. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka looked at Parker with surprised and trembling eyes, but Parker didn't say a word. Wow. Akamaru. You mean? 0. After hearing Akamaru's call, Inuzuka Ya's face also changed. That's right, Akamaru felt it too. Those people may really be much stronger than us. Just when everyone was terrified, Hinata and Parker shouted at the same time, everyone, stop and be careful. The voice of one person and one dog just fell. Everyone stopped immediately. Hi. Hinata. Just when Haruno Sakura was about to ask, a burst of laughter suddenly appeared in front of him. Haha, I didn't expect your reactions to be so sensitive. With laughter. 2 strong men came out slowly. The forehead protectors they wear on their heads are exactly the forehead protectors of Cloud Shinobi Village. Hateful. I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. When Parker saw the 2 people who appeared, the dog couldn't help but sweat a little on his face. The strength of these 2 people in front of them must be at the level of Jonin. That forehead protector. You are the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Haruno Sakura was shocked when he saw this. Why did the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village appear in this place, and what is their purpose? I didn't expect Sunagaku to betray the alliance of Konoha Village and start a war. That bunch of idiots really did us a favor. The short Cloud Shinobi with a sticky face and egghead laughed. The other one also said, yes. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the Konoha Village exam to sneak in to see if there was any chance. I didn't expect that damned bastard Shirayasha to send the young lady of the Hyuga family back. It should be the people from the Zong family who were right this time. Yes, we don't need her in person, we just need to kill her, put her head back and close her eyes. Boom. The dialogue between the 2 scared the Shaoqiang opposite them to death. When have you seen such a scene? When I came up, I was about to cut off Hinata's head and snap off the eyeballs. Isn't this like what Tsubai was rumored to do? Hey. You don't come out to joke, do you? Hearing the sound, Yamanaka Ino asked with a trembling delicate body and a smile. It's a pity that the other party's face darkened, and he said with a disdainful smile, huh. Konoha Village has been peaceful for too long, otherwise how could the new generation of ninjas say such ridiculous things? Okay, enough nonsense, let's go. The 2 were just about to start. Brush, brush, brush. Several figures appeared behind Zhang Shaoqiang. Seeing this, the 2 frowned slightly. Who are you? A ninja from Yinyan Village. The 9 people who came from Yinyan Village were stunned when they saw the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village. People from Cloud Shinobi Village. What is your purpose? It's over. Being double-teamed back and forth, Zhang Shaoqiang's heart suddenly sank. We're going to take that girl. Cloud Shinobi pointed to Hinata and said lightly. The ninjas of Yinyan Village heard the words and looked at their captain at the same time. Captain Yinan nodded. That's right, we will help you too, but please work harder, we can kill all these little ghosts as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Haruno Sakura. Am I so easy? After a few simple conversations. Yinyan Village Ninja and Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja have a clear division of labor. 2 Cloud Shinobi against Hyuga Hinata. Juming Yinyan dealt with other Shaoqiangs. Ugh. The Yinyan Village Ninja was gearing up, his twisting neck rattled. Deal with a few brats, hurry up, and get rid of them. Go back to Konoha Village and kill their villagers. Otonen's words made all Konoha Shaoqiang gnash their teeth. But the gap in strength still made them tremble a little. Let's fight them. To kill one is one. Inazuka Tooth stared at Otonen fiercely. Hyuga Hinata was also nervously moving her eyes. She is very clear that no matter whether she can defeat these people or not, as long as she wants to run away, the other party is completely rich and she has nothing to do. She can run away, but the other companions will all die here. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata felt a little guilty. Sorry, Senior. Tet. You must stay and fight the enemy to the death. 260 glanced at the number of the opponent, but Hinata was even more nervous. Once the other party threatens other companions, it will be bad. But at this moment, the space suddenly distorted. The portal suddenly appeared beside Hinata. Su-bai then walked out from the portal. Senior. Seeing Su-bai appearing, Hinata was startled at first, but a smile filled his face immediately. Su-bai. Who? Yamanaka Ino shook his head back and forth. Senior. Who is it? Could it be that? White Yasha. Hey. Little Sakura, is that Shirayasha? Ino hurriedly looked at Haruno Sakura only to find that Haruno Sakura's eyes were shining with countless little stars. Steady. Ino. Yes, he is Shiroyasha. Seeing that Haruno Sakura ignored Ino, Shino hastily added something. Yamanaka Ino. Nani? For a moment, Yamanaka Ino froze in disbelief. So handsome. Isn't it the man-eating devil that was said, with a face full of flesh and scars? Ah, this. Which bastard is it that spread rumors to fool my wife? As soon as Su-bai came out, he found that there were so many people surrounding Hinata and the others. Can't help frowning. The tone was a little unfriendly. Hinata, why are these 2 guys standing here alive and kicking? Su-bai originally thought that according to Hinata's current level, it should be no problem to deal with these 2 Cloud Shinobi. Although he told Kakashi Hinata can escape through the portal. But according to Hinata's personality, it is absolutely impossible to abandon her companions and escape alone. So come and see. As a result, they didn't meet Gaara, but found that several people were surrounded by people. Seeing that Su-bai was displeased, Hinata blushed immediately and twitched. They just caught up with us. Su-bai. Knowing that you are being chased, why don't you just turn around and kill them on the spot? Do you have to wait until you are surrounded by others before you prepare to attack? It's really. Go back and clean you up. What a good excuse. Su-bai was secretly pleased, and then turned to look at the duo of Cloud Shinobi Village. At a glance, the 2 of Cloud Shinobi Village only felt their entire skin tremble. Unconsciously, the hairs stood on end. Bye, Yasha. The 2 of them took a few steps back unconsciously, and said hesitantly, could it be, do you want to be an enemy of our Cloud Shinobi Village again? What? White Yasha. At first, the ninjas of Yinyan Village thought that the little powerhouses in Konoha Village were joking with them again, and purposely Shiroyasha came to scare them. But looking at the expressions of the 2 of Cloud Shinobi Village, they realized that the person in front of them seemed to be the man who offered a reward of 800 million taels on the black market. Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Fang looked around and noticed that they were nervous. Immediately feared in my heart. Awesome, does the name alone make these people afraid to move? Subai looked at the duo of Cloud Shinobi Village, and said calmly, the thing with you Cloud Shinobi Village is not once or twice. I usually make a joke with you guys at Cloud Shinobi Village. But it's embarrassing for you to focus on my people. I can only send you to die. Do you usually hang out with Cloud Shinobi Village? Hearing this, several people were stunned again. Could it be that Senior Subai had a big feud with Cloud Shinobi Village? But Hyuga Hinata didn't think about that at all right now. She kept repeating in her mind what Subai said in the middle, my people. Isn't that referring to her? I hate it, Senior Subai. So many people are listening. Subai's words calmed down the Cloud Shinobi duo on the spot. If it is death to advance or retreat, then it is better to give it a go. Damn it, we fought with you. Earth style. Tu Liubo. The land sent out bursts of fluctuations, lifted up like waves. The tall ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village jumped on it with a whoosh. Earth style. Earth cracking needle. Quote. The rock wave began to fluctuate with the seal of Cloud Shinobi, and when it rose backwards, it turned into sharp thorns. It suddenly pierced Subai's eyebrows. Swish. The sound of breaking through the air. Blue chakra light emerged from Subai's palm. The elongated chakra scalpel directly sliced through the stabbing attacks from the opponent. Crash. Accompanied by the pungent smell of blood, the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village was split in half on the spot. Impossible. What the hell is going on here? Seeing this, everyone struggled violently in their hearts. The tragic death of Cloud Shinobi made their scalps tingle even more. It's Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village. You didn't understand anything, and you were cut in half with a knife. Also, what the hell is that knife? It feels like it's made entirely of chakra. Nara Shikamaru looked stiff, and while thinking about the problem in his heart, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, Shiroyasha has an unusual relationship with Hinata, and it would be terrifying to think about being his enemy. The remaining all-faced egg-headed Cloud Shinobi was even more startled, and his eyes quickly popped out. Isn't Shiroyasha the ninja who doesn't kill Cloud Shinobi Village? He is naturally aware of this matter, the most is to break the arm and break the leg. And even though the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village wailed and cursed at Subai, he didn't see him taking his life. I thought the other party was afraid of their Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, so they didn't dare to go too far. But now, he looked down at the two halves of his companion. The all-faced braised head was terrified. Wow. Wow. Quote. After he screamed a few times, he turned his head and wanted to run back. Hinata, kill him. Subai said lightly, then turned to look at the other Shaoqiangs in Konoha village. Hinata was also slightly taken aback. I just told my companion that Subai doesn't like to kill people, and the result. What a slap in the face. But I remembered that the two of them were going to cut off their heads and gouge out their eyes just now. Hyuga Hinata gritted her teeth, and looked at Cloud Shinobi who was fleeing in a hurry. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. After a soft sound. Everyone saw that the body of Cloud Shinobi who was running away suddenly jumped up like a marble. The blood draws a beautiful parabola directly from the sky. Then he fell heavily to the ground, as if he was not breathing. The remaining 9 Yinyan village ninjas will be handed over to you. Gaara ahead, don't pass by. Of course, if you have to die, just pretend I didn't say so. Subai left a word. Snapped. 5.5 snapped his fingers. The Night of God activated, and all of Konoha Shaoqiang's bodies suddenly emitted a faint blue light. What is this feeling? Inuzuka's body trembled. Wow. Akamaru on his shoulder also jumped up excitedly. Our strength. Our strength has been strengthened. Aburame Shino felt the chakra surging in his body unbelievably, and he was very excited. Don't be so excited, this is only temporary. As for Gaara's matter, I'll just go over and take a look. Gaara is fine. In fact, the current Gaara is just running for his life. It's a pity that Uchiha Sasuke, the Iron Man, insisted on chasing after receiving the order. It was really a pity that it was shot to death. Wait until Tsubai's figure disappears. Various cries came from the woods. Tooth. Parasite bugs. Shadow imitation. Heart-turning technique. Meat bomb chariot. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Haruno Sakura. Chapter 87. Tamari, for Sunagaker, spread out. Picture. Shadow killer. Deep in the woods. At this time, Gaara has already turned into a half-tailed beast, and he is fighting with Uchiha Sasuke. Tamari and Kankuro were trembling nearby. Neither of the siblings dared to step forward to help Gaara. The reason is that Gaara warned the two before that he had to make a break with Uchiha Sasuke. Whoever dares to step forward to help will die. You are my prey. Sasuke. Gaara, who entered the tailed beast, became more irritable. The two eyeballs sway left and right, trying to find out where Sasuke is hiding, only hiding. Sasuke. You coward. Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding behind a tree, was horrified. He didn't expect Gaara to hide such a terrifying power. Especially seeing the monster-like arm growing out of his right side. Sasuke feels that the current Gaara can no longer be described by human beings. Cut. Hearing Gaara call himself a coward, Sasuke naturally couldn't accept it. What's more, his task is to chase Gaara, and he can't retreat. Hateful. Sasuke gritted his teeth. With a whoosh, he jumped out from behind the tree. It turned out to be here. Seeing Sasuke appear, Gaara was drooling, and excitedly stretched out his tailed beast-like right arm towards Sasuke. The thick and long arms of the crane quickly reached out to Sasuke. The speed is fast. Sasuke couldn't dodge at all. At the moment of the hit, a piece of his abdomen was hollowed out, and his whole body flew out. When hitting a tree, boom, turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. Sasuke. Gaara roared again, words filled with disdain. Right now. But Sasuke's voice came from above his head, I'm here. When the voice fell, Sasuke took out 6 kunai with both hands. Throw it at Gaara. Seeing this painless attack, Gaara raised his right arm casually. It easily blocked the attack. Met. After kunai stuck on Gaara's right arm, he seemed to be trapped in mud and sand. Until Ku 12 was completely swallowed, Gaara smiled evilly, I will return it all to you. Whoosh whoosh. 6 bitterness with flames were shot out. It is so powerful that it can break through several wooden branches. Kunai's speed is too fast, Sasuke is still unable to dodge. It's a pity that Sasuke's figure disappeared when Kuwuji commander helped him. Gaara frowned slightly, with a slightly displeased expression, is it clone technique? You coward, don't hide like a mouse, come out if you have the ability. Uchiha. Sasuke, why don't you come out, why run away? The monster-like roar made Tamari and Kankuro turn pale. This feeling. That's right, Gaara is even crazier. Sure enough, after Gaara finished yelling, his eyes were tearing apart. After a cry of pain, Gaara clutched her head tightly. He knelt on the ground on the spot. Memories, bad memories come flooding back. It was when he was a child, helping the children in the village to pick up the high ball. But when everyone saw it was him, they ran away in fright. It's Gaara, run. Why run away? Why run away when you see me? Wait a minute, don't leave me alone. The more Gaara thought about it, the angrier she became. His eyes were bloodshot. Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. You can't escape. Ah. Gaara opened her mouth wide, and the saliva flowed out continuously. Due to tail beastization, the teeth on his right side have turned into sharp fangs. Uchiha Sasuke, don't try to escape. With one paw down, the trees in front of Gaara's eyes were snapped off on the spot. This is not the end. He jumped up and destroyed all the trees in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ellipsis quote. Gaara laughed wildly and kept scanning her eyes, trying to find out where Sasuke was. Are you afraid of me? Coward, Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke was hiding behind a tree not far away at this time. Terrified. What kind of brute force is this? It has such a terrifying breaking power. This guy. The strength is too strong. Uchiha Sasuke is certainly not stupid. If he went out like this, he might really be killed by the monster in front of him. Should we retreat first? He looked up into the distance. Sasuke squeezed his fist lightly. Why didn't Konoha village send reinforcements? Kakashi, Haruno Sakura. What the hell is going on with them? At present, Sasuke can only pin his hopes on these two people. Uzumaki Naruto has been knocked down and went to the hospital. Cut. It's really evil, but at this time, Naruto was admitted to the hospital. It's also unclear whether the hospital has been affected. Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Gaara yelled again. He had seen Sasuke's eyes, understood Sasuke's eyes. Yes. Same as him. Those eyes are full of hatred. Are you afraid of me? Is your hatred and killing intent covered by fear? Hey. It's so pitiful. Are you at the level of a close friend? Is it just this level of existence? Come and fight with me, feel it, and confirm your value in existence. Come out, you coward. Gaara snarled a few times in disdain. Shuhei's paw on the right arm even raised his middle finger. Made an international gesture. And Uchiha Sasuke hiding behind the tree. But he was deeply hurt by his words. Can't help but think of what Uchiha Itachi once said to him. Standing up slowly, Sasuke's waist stood up. What is the purpose of surviving? That, of course, is to kill Uchiha Itachi. However, if you shrink back from such a person. Sasuke seals quickly. Lightning flashed in the palm of his hand. Hearing the sizzle sound, Gaara turned around and looked behind the tree not far behind. The blue-white light immediately caught his attention. And Sasuke didn't run away anymore, and walked out slowly. That is. Temari and Kankuro were shocked when they saw Chidori. This is exactly the ninjutsu that Chunin exam commander helps penetrate Gaara's absolute defense. If Gaara gets hurt again, he will be even crazier, and no one will be able to stop him, and everyone present will die. Run. Run. Run for your life, Temari. No one can stop Gaara. Kankuro said tremblingly. He could clearly see the excitement on Gaara's face. No need to guess, because Chidori hurt Gaara. Chidori's reappearance will only make him more excited. But Temari put his hands on his chest, his left hand tightly clutching his right. The two white legs kept shaking. He wanted to run again, but he was afraid that something might happen to Gaara. Coupled with the trembling of fear, she seems to be a little unable to walk now. Beauty, look at your frightened appearance. Do you think your legs can't move anymore? Do you need help? Give you a lift? At this moment, a strange voice sounded from behind the siblings. The two were startled when they heard the words, and turned their heads behind them quickly. But Tsubai was looking at the two with a smile all over his face. Who is this person who is not afraid of death? Kankuro was visibly taken aback. Under such a crisis situation, there are still people who will take the initiative to come over to join in the fun. Look at his weak appearance, and he doesn't have a forehead protector on him. I'm afraid it's not a passing villager. Can't you see what's going on? He looked at Tsubai with a smile on his face. Kankuro is also in admiration. The so-called those who don't know have no fear. Presumably he is referring to this kind of idiot in front of him. Tsubai gave Kankuro a blank look, and said angrily, "Who are you? Don't you see that I am talking to this beautiful woman? Is it related to you? Are you an opera singer? The face painting is gaudy." Kankuro. If it was normal, Kankuro would have taken out his puppet and tore the impolite person in front of him to pieces. But now the situation. He could only hope that Tsubai's voice would be quieter. Avoid putting Gaara to the side. I don't want to fight with you. But I hope you leave quickly and don't shout here. As soon as Kankuro finished speaking, he saw that Tsubai didn't respond to him at all. What's more, Tsubai had already pinched Temari's face while Temari was trembling. Look at how terrified you look. As long as you leave here with me, you don't have to be afraid. Certainly. Quote. I'm not a dangerous person. At most, in 2 years, you Sunagakure can have a few more children who pop out of your stomach. What? The siblings were startled when they heard this. The guy in front of him actually knew their identities. Who are you? Seeing his sister being bullied, Lang hurriedly reached out to take Subai's clutches away. But he was caught by Subai in an instant. With a slight force, Konkuro suddenly felt his whole arm go numb. The pain gradually spread to the whole body. Who the hell are you? Konkuro was in pain, beads of sweat rolled down his face. Gritting my teeth, he stared at Subai fiercely. Seeing this, Temari naturally understood that the guy in front of him was not easy to mess with, and quickly asked, Who are you? What is your purpose? Nasty man. If it weren't for Temari's trembling with fright and lack of strength, according to her violent temper, she would have taken out her 3-star fan and turned into an Iron Fan princess long ago. Subai. Never heard of it. Temari shook his head and begged, Whoever you are, can you let Konkuro go first? Well, she is really a good sister who loves her brother. As soon as Subai let go, Konkuro immediately grabbed his wrist. He looked at Subai warily. Even his relationship with Temari is clear. The person in front of me. Definitely not your average person. Subai. Could it be that? Konkuro seemed to remember something. The eyeballs are wide open. Could it be that you are the rumored White Yaksha? Temari. Konkuro's words undoubtedly brought great shock to Temari. The Gaara matter has not yet come to fruition. Suddenly, White Yaksha appeared again. White Yasha. After looking at Subai in amazement, Temari anxiously confirmed the result. Subai nodded and admitted generously. This move made Temari inexplicably flustered. I have also heard rumors about White Yasha. He usually wears a black knife around his waist. But you. To a beautiful woman in Konoha village. 357. Subai naturally knew what Temari meant, so he said it casually without paying too much attention to it. For the beauties in Konoha village. This. At first, he didn't believe it, but when he thought about Subai's mopping up behavior just now, Temari felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. So he asked more vigilantly. Then, White Yaksha, what is your purpose for coming here? Are you coming to deal with us? Hateful. Konkuro is naturally not stupid. He heard that Subai even gave the swordsman such an important saber to the people of Konoha village. To say that he has nothing to do with Konoha village, ghosts would believe it. No, I'm not that busy. Nonsense. You gave the most important saber of the wandering swordsman to the people in Konoha village, and you said that you are not our enemy. Subai glanced at Konkuro, who looked nervous, and shook his head helplessly. I said it just now, if Temari comes with me. You Sunagakure may be able to have a few more children with my magical power in the future. It's not much better than a saber. What a load of nonsense. Konkuro couldn't listen anymore. Subai's name is indeed resounding, but few people can see him make a move. Who knows if he is strong or not? Please stop talking nonsense. Although Temari has a bold and unrestrained personality, he has never heard such despicable words since he was a child. She flushed with shame and forgot about Gaara. In a hurry, he pushed towards Subai with both hands. As a result, Subai made a dodge, and after Temari pushed short, the whole person fell from a high branch. Temari. Konkuro's heart tightened. Damn it. One thing after another. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around Temari with the chakra thread that operated the puppet. But Subai had already appeared below. Already holds Temari in his arms. However, at this moment, Konkuro only felt a figure fly by beside him. He slammed into the opposite tree trunk hard. Take a closer look. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Quote. Konkuro swallowed, a coolness rose behind him. What's wrong? Is this the level of your existence value? Hearing Gaara's voice mocking Sasuke, he mechanically turned his head away. Seeing this, it scared me into a cold sweat. Gaara at this time. Not only is the right arm a thick Shuhei arm, there is an extra tail behind him. Kankuro is too familiar with this situation. Gaara's rampage is getting worse and worse, and it won't be long before he may become the one that haunts Kankuro's heart. A terrible monster that cannot be waved away for a long time. Chapter 88. You are ugly and not sweet. There must be no girls in the village who like you. Picture. In fact, Sister Nan is the first generation's leg shadow, and Haidu should be the second generation's leg shadow. Uchiha Sasuke sat slumped on the branch, and his strength was a little weak. Gaara laughed even more crazily after seeing it. After laughing, I still don't forget to continue to mock Sasuke. Sasuke. You are really naive. Why are you so weak? It's because your hatred is too weak. The power of hatred is the power of killing intent. The power of killing intent is the power of revenge. Gaara's words inadvertently reminded Sasuke of Uchiha Itachi. And these words deeply hurt Sasuke's heart. Shut up. Sasuke lowered his head and roared loudly. Too bad Gaara ignored Sasuke's impotent rage. Continued. Your hate is weaker than mine, do you know what that means? I tell you to shut up. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Gaara angrily. That means, you are weaker than me, Sasuke. Gaara's wanton jokes made Sasuke explode with anger. After barely standing up, he squeezed out some chakra again with all his might. Chidori suddenly appeared in his hand again. The interaction between the two seems to be too focused, completely oblivious to Kankuro who was sandwiched between them. At this time, Kankuro was in a cold sweat. Because Sasuke has already left, and he can also feel the strangeness coming from behind. Presumably Gaara was on his way too. It's over. It's dead now. Thinking of this, Kankuro closed his eyes in fear. Just this momentary effort. He felt empty under his feet, and his whole body fell downward. When he felt it again, he found that he was firmly held by Tsubai. Chidori. When Sasuke and Gaara in the air were about to confront each other, Sasuke suddenly felt exhausted. The sudden thunder light also became weaker. Yeah. Just when he was about to despair, a deadly blue light suddenly appeared on his body. Power surged up instantly. Chidori. Although it felt strange, Sasuke didn't have time to think about it. The thunder light in the palm flourished again, piercing through Gaara's entire crane's arm with one blow. Crash. After the sand attached to her arm fell off, Gaara let out a painful whine. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro were also taken aback by the strange phenomenon before them. Why did Sasuke, who was already weak, suddenly produce strength? Could it be that? Kankuro looked at Tsubai. Could it be that you did something wrong? Thump. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Kankuro was thrown to the ground by Tsubai. What do you mean by hands and feet? Your little brother really doesn't listen to what you say. Among the girls in Sunagaku, it must not be very popular. I saved you and Temari just now, it's not too much to help Sasuke, you're even. You can really open your eyes and talk nonsense. Kankuro, who was lying on the ground, decided not to get up for the time being, and looked at Tsubai slightly. What happened to Temari was obviously caused by you. Are you ashamed to just open your mouth to save others? And when am I blind? Don't think I didn't see where your hands were when you hugged Temari. Besides, if you just fall from a tree, you won't be able to kill anyone. The bastard. Hearing Gaara's mournful wail, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist. The strength is not only restored, it is even stronger than before. What exactly is going on? He turned around slowly and stared at Gaara, but from the corner of his eyes, he found the three of Tsubai under the tree. White Yasha. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. Swish. The body moves. The next moment, he came directly to Tsubai's side. White Yasha. Did you use some spells on me just now? After hearing Sasuke's words, Tsubai lightly kicked Kankuro under his feet. Listen to what Sasuke said, he is handsome and sweet. You know why so many girls like him, it's not like you. The face is painted gaudy, and the mouth is not sweet. If it weren't for your sister's face, I would be lazy to care about you. Konkuro. Hearing this, Konkuro wished he could jump up and beat Tsubai hard on the back of the head. But due to the fact that he couldn't fight, and Gaara's roar was too terrifying, he still chose to lie on the ground motionless, as if he had become a corpse. Well, your current strength has been temporarily improved. There are no side effects, but I'm afraid that if you fight too much, it will bring great fatigue to your body after the spell loses its effect. Just pay attention. Uchiha Sasuke nodded after hearing Tsubai's explanation. By the way, his eyes aimed at Temari, who was strangled by Tsubai's waist. Originally, I wanted to ask something, but Sasuke's brain was still bright. The subject changed, and he asked lightly, "By Yasha, about the thing you said you wanted to guide me. When did you start?" But Sasuke's words made Temari and Konkuro frown. These two were indeed a team. Let's talk about it after finishing the matter in front of us. Go, go, go. Tsubai pushed Sasuke and signaled him to continue fighting with Gaara. Sasuke glanced at Temari again, with a little disdain in his heart. White Yaksha, this hateful guy. If he is a girl, maybe he has already started to guide himself. Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Sasuke did not intend to argue with Tsubai about these meaningless things. Don't irritate him at that time, it's really bad if you don't care about anything. After all, Tsubai is not Hitaki Kakashi, who can let himself play with his temper. Thinking of this, Sasuke didn't say anything. The figure moved and returned to the tree again. Hey! You also said that it has nothing to do with Konoha village. I heard it during the Chunin exam, and it seems that you also coached Konoha village's Hyuga Hinata, and she became so powerful. This time it's Sasuke's turn again, and that unnamed beauty from Konoha village. You put me down. Temari kept shaking his legs and arms, expressing his dissatisfaction with Tsubai. Plop. Immediately, like Konkuro, she fell to the ground. Hiss. It hurts. Temari grinned, bared angrily, and stood up. Just as he was about to accuse Tsubai of being barbaric, Gaara's more terrifying cry came from above his head. Look up. Temari's delicate body trembled even more. This. If this continues, Gaara will definitely turn into a monster. At this time, Gaara's whole body has been completely covered by sand, and both arms have completely turned into the arms of the crane. The big tail behind him swung non-stop, and the one tail was pulled away, and the tree as thick as 5 people was cut off in an instant. Shiroyasha, do you have a way to stop Gaara? If Gaara turns into that monster, we'll all die. In desperation, Temari asked Tsubaifeng for help. But unfortunately, the purpose of Tsubai's coming here is really to see the legendary Shuhei. I also want to see what level my strength is now. No, I can't make a move. It's not fair to Gaara. This is a battle between Sasuke and him, and I can't interfere. But don't worry, if there is a serious problem, I will take you away, there will be no danger at all. Tsubai sighed, pretending to be extremely fair. And tell Temari not to worry her. Konkuro. Running with Temari. What about me? It's a pity that Jutai didn't have the nerve to ask such a question. But even if he asked, the answer he got would be a blessing to himself. Snort. Sasuke dodged several sand shurikens thrown by Gaara, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth. Such a body is so flexible and convenient. And the strength is also much stronger than the previous self. White Yaksha. Sure enough, there are many secret methods that can make people stronger. Even though Sasuke knew that the current power was temporary, he was still addicted to it. Originally, he could only release 3 Chidori shots a day. He who had already used it up today, now held Chidori again without any effort. Chidori. Swish. Sasuke flicked the thunder light left and right, shattered the incoming sand shuriken, and rushed towards Gaara quickly. What? Facing Sasuke, whose speed increased, Gaara was also shocked. Too late to avoid. He had no choice but to make a defensive posture with both arms, allowing Chidori to directly penetrate the arms of the 2 guarding cranes. Wow! Gaara screamed in pain. But Sasuke didn't seem to want to give up the attack. Taking advantage of Gaara's injury, he turned over and kicked Gaara on the chin. Lion Bombardment. Under the bonus of the Night of God, Sasuke's physical skills have also been greatly improved. Gaara, who was covered in sand, was kicked up with one kick. Bang bang. A few hard hits. Sasuke kicked Gaara directly from the sky to the ground. Boom. After a loud noise, dust and smoke rose everywhere. Gaara's whole person forcibly sank into the ground. HMPH. Vulnerable. Yu Jurang let out a cry. Lightning reappears in the palm of your hand. This blow will kill you. Gaara sat up reluctantly after hearing the chirping of birds from above. Impossible. Uchiha Sasuke, why did you suddenly become so powerful? Impossible, impossible. He kept muttering in his heart, and the civet cat's pupils suddenly closed. Gaara roared to herself. My existence will not disappear, it will not disappear. The one who is going to die is you. Uchiha Sasuke cast a disdainful look at Gaara. Just a lost dog. Is it just powerless to roar? B. Just when Sasuke was about to get up and launch the last Chidori, the washing sand like a huge wave suddenly rose from the ground. Scared, Sasuke's heart trembled, and he quickly moved away. Boom. After a loud noise, the sudden powerful impact made Sasuke stagger and almost fell from the tree. What happened? Uchiha Sasuke looked suddenly serious. An ominous premonition emerged from the bottom of his heart. However, after seeing this scene, Temari sat down on the ground completely frightened. Kankuro kept digging the dust in front of him with both hands, as if he wanted to bury himself. A huge figure enveloped the entire forest. Wait until the white smoke dissipates. Uchiha Sasuke was also frightened on the spot, his eyes straightened. Hey! Look, what is that? Civet cat. It's a strange Jiao Qian Jiao thing. Where have you seen a civet cat as big as a mountain? On the other side, Konoha Xiaoqiang, who finished cleaning up the ninjas of Yinyan village, is touting the magic of Tsubai. Yamanaka Ino was about to ask Hinata about Tsubai when he heard a strange movement in the distance. Look up. It was only then that a civet cat the size of a small mountain appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Hyuga Hinata hurriedly looked towards the place where Shuzuru was with her supercilious eyes. This kind of monster. Is it the same monster as the Nine-Tails demon fox in Naruto that Senior Tsubai said? Hateful. Sweat dripped from Hinata's eyebrows, anxiously looking for Tsubai's figure. As that, Sasuke. Hinata saw Sasuke, who was stunned on the tree, and felt even more anxious, and then looked around Sasuke again. Finally, under a tree, I found Tsubai's figure. Senior Tsubai. Tsubai. Hearing the sound, Yamanaka Ino hurriedly came to Hinata's side. Hinata, do you mean that it was Tsubai who fought that monster? Unfortunately, Hinata shook her head. I don't know very well. But those two ninjas with Tsunagaker, Sasuke, Paper, and Senior Tsubai. Tsunagaker's two ninjas. Shouldn't it be three? Could it be that the monster is? Haruno Sakura's face was also frightened with several black lines. As soon as she finished speaking, Nara Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Sakura, what do you mean? Gaara. Could that monster be Gaara? Chapter 89. Guarding the old silver coin of the crane, not martial arts. Jump jump jump. Every time Shuhei took a step, the ground trembled accordingly. When did Uchiha Sasuke see such a battle? I was so scared that I didn't know what to say. The swaying tail of the crane slapped the ground, and the forest below was instantly shattered. Hum hum. Uchiha Sasuke, I want to see how much you can enjoy me. Gaara's indifferent voice surprised Sasuke even more. He was a little unsteady on his feet. As this Gaara's full-body-tailed bestialization, Tsubai can naturally feel the momentum from Shuhei. It's just that he also knows that this is not Shuhei Benhei. It is still Gaara who currently controls this power. But unfortunately, the relationship between Shuzuru and Gaara does not seem to be particularly good. So Gaara still can't exert the power of Jinchuriki's complete tail beast. Ta. Shuhei is very insidious, and he especially likes to go berserk while Jinchuriki is asleep. This also led to Gaara not having enough sleep time since childhood. The two big panda eyes may be caused by this reason. Do you know this monster? When Temari heard Tsubai talking about full-body-tailed animalization, his expression was slightly condensed, and he looked at Tsubai nervously and said, "Since you know how terrible this power is, why didn't you stop Gaara in the first place? It's too late now." Tsubai didn't respond to Temari's anxious complaint, but shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, come here quickly." Sasuke heard the sound and glanced at Tsubai. Hurriedly ran towards Tsubai. How should this monster deal with it? As soon as he stood firm, Sasuke asked anxiously, "What the hell is going on with Gaara, isn't he human?" Tsubai replied, "It's a special kind of human being. Well, like Uzumaki Naruto." As soon as these words came out, Sasuke was even more startled. "You mean Naruto?" Seeing that Tsubai didn't continue talking. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke realized. He suddenly remembered the scene where Naruto fought Hinata before. That strange orange-yellow chakra. The population of the village is called 617 Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Shuzuru carefully. Tanuki. Fox. Steady. The two seem to have something in common. Okay, let's not talk about it. You three get out of here quickly, and leave the rest to me. After Tsubai finished speaking, he kicked Konkuro who was lying on the ground. If you don't want to die, get up and run away. The other side of the distance. Konoha Xiaoqiang finally understood why Tsubai didn't let them get close to Gaara. Gaara's voice had already reached their ears just now. It's definitely Gaara's voice. Nara Shikamaru looked flustered and continued, "We should evacuate this place now. Otherwise it will be affected in a short time, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave if I want to go." But Hyuga Hinata didn't want to leave at all, and even had an urge to run to Tsubai's side. Seems to have seen through her thoughts. Haruno Sakura grabbed Hinata's hand and said, "Hinata, I know what you're thinking, but now is not the time to think about such things. It is absolutely impossible for the door to be the opponent of that kind of monster." Quote. "And you don't need to worry about Senior Tsubai, he possesses time and space ninjutsu, if he really wants to leave, no one can stop him. If you really care about it, you will be chaotic." Hyuga Hinata thought for a moment and nodded. But at this time. But a sharp roar came from a distance. "Hey ha! I can finally come out. Hey! What's going on here? Who is this voice?" Everyone's eardrums were about to burst from Shuhei's shrill cry. Hyuga Hinata also covered her ears with difficulty, and looked at Shuhei with her white eyes. That is. Gaara appeared on top of that monster, looking like. Huh. Why does Gaara seem to be asleep? Fell asleep. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura looked at each other. How could Gaara fall into a deep sleep at this time? Are you sure it's sleeping, or dead? Of course, these people naturally don't know Gaara's sleep technique. It is to use the sleeping time to let Shuhei appear in person, which is the so-called tailed beast rampage. Feeling the pressure from Shuhei, Hyuga Hinata looked at Tsupo again. Only then did they realize that Tsubai had already stood on the top of the tree in front of Shuhei, and the powerful chakra overflowed, emitting black and red light. And Uchiha Sasuke, Temari, and Konkuro, the three have already fled towards the distance. Hey! As soon as he appeared on the scene, he found the person he wanted to kill. Shuhei in the distance can naturally feel the chakra emanating from Tsubai's body. And the black-red light is particularly eye-catching. But what makes Shuhei a little bit aggrieved is that the kid Gaara actually let himself out to deal with a kid. Shuhei's character is really interesting, he is a happy-tailed beast. Tsubai stood at the top of the tree, feeling the noise of the cranes. But Shuhei didn't seem to want to give Tsubai a chance. The big hand directly patted on his bulging stomach, wind style. Practicing empty bullets. The wind ball composed entirely of chakra is hitting Tsubai at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsubai saw this. A sword swung out. The black and red laser slashes collided with the empty ammunition. Boom. The moment the roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. A typhoon-like wind disperses in all directions. Wow! Temari, Sasuke and Kankuro, who were running for their lives, were still slightly affected. After a scream, the three were blown away on the spot. What a powerful force this is! Sasuke stood up leisurely, only to find that Tsubai was also affected by the strong wind. Jumped from the original station to other treetops. Then another sword was swung out. The powerful laser light wiped out the three training empty bombs faintly visible in the air on the spot. Rumble. After the roar sounded, the laser light also scattered around. The entire sky was dyed crimson. Ah 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 ah. Seeing this, Yamanaka Ino crouched on the ground holding his head in fright. Even if the distance is so far, she can feel her fine hairs standing up continuously as if being electrocuted. Chakra scattered in the air, making her shudder. I really don't know how the two people at the scene felt. Several consecutive rounds of empty ammunition were blocked. Shuhei let out a doubt. This kid is a bit interesting. This energy is actually composed of pure chakra. It's more like the tailed beast bomb released by our tailed beast. It's just that Tsubai at this time seemed a bit boring. In the face of a huge tailed beast, I really don't have that kind of punching to the flesh, the feeling of hitting with a sword. Thinking of this, Tsubai looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. At this time, the three of Sasuke hid behind the boulder. He stuck his head out and looked in Tsubai's direction. Temari and Kankuro, brother and sister, have been dumbfounded for a long time. As this white Yasha, facing that monster with one person's strength. As soon as the two finished talking, Sasuke smiled disdainfully and said, HMPH. That guy hasn't contributed at all. After hearing this, Temari froze in place. Is there no BCEG contribution? Meanwhile Kankuro suddenly remembered something. Does Temari remember that eerie black-red light in the dead forest? The truth of his words reminded Temari. Hearing this, Temari's pretty face trembled slightly, and she said in horror, could it be that the person who caused such great damage in the Forest of Death was White Yasha? Mentioning this matter, Uchiha Sasuke had to say proudly, it is this person. And against him is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. Temari and Kankuro looked slightly startled. Why does this name sound so familiar? It's a pity that the two of them didn't have time to think about it, and Sasuke shouted loudly, the storm is coming, pay attention to avoid it. As soon as the words came out, the three also forgot their identities as hostile to each other. They all fell to the ground. Even though they were hiding behind the boulder, the three of them could still feel the strong attack of the storm. Wait until everything is calm. The three looked up, and were even more surprised by the messy scene in front of them. The trees were cut off, and even the boulder just now was broken by 2/3 by the strong storm. No. This distance is still not safe enough. We've got to go a little further. Shuhei. What other tricks do you have? Use them quickly. I'm getting a little bored. Tsubai shouted loudly. This remark immediately made Shuhei feel extremely humiliated. Its wind-style training empty ammunition has absolutely no effect on Tsubai in front of him. Instead, the other party seemed to be playing with it. Playing its practice blanks like a baseball. Hateful. You bastard, I'm going to blow you up right now. If you have the ability, you can cut my next move. Shuhei angrily shook its huge tail, sweeping away the forest behind his buttocks into flat ground in an instant. Hearing the sound, Tsubai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shuhei's bright civet eyes narrowed into a slit. I thought sinisterly in my heart. What a stupid and bloated guy, you can cut it, I think it is the tailed beast bomb or the sword in your hand that is more powerful. Very well, just wait for me. Shuhei let out a cry of joy. He opened his mouth suddenly. Purple, black and blue spheres of chakra kept gathering in his mouth. Is it really tailed beast bomb? A high-density pure chakra energy ball formed by continuous compression of yin-yang chakra in a ratio of 2:8. This chakra energy ball can be pushed out in one go, waiting for the moment of eruption to produce great destructive power. It can also swallow the assembled tailed beast bomb into its stomach. It is then jetted out in a laser light pattern. Wherever he went, there was no grass growing. It is definitely a hemp-level existence in ninja war. What is that monster doing? Sasuke couldn't understand Shuzuru's operation, and turned to look at Temari and Kankuro. But the two were equally confused. I have no idea what Shukaku is doing. Complete. When Gaara ran away in Sunagaku, they only knew that this monster was extremely destructive. Even a tail twitch can destroy a house. The siblings, who hid in the shelter every time, didn't know what moves Shuhei would make. I only know that every time after coming out, Sunagaku seems to be washed. Feel the chakra gathered. Shuhei's big civet cat eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Subbed. It swallowed the huge-tailed beast bomb into its stomach in one gulp. The belly, which was already swollen, swelled into a huge sphere at this time. The ground under his feet also sank deeply. Why would it swallow that stuff? Uchiha Sasuke was dumbfounded for a moment. His face was full of sluggishness. That kind of thing doesn't look like a good thing no matter how you look at it. Shuhei just swallowed it into its stomach, isn't it afraid of bursting its own stomach? It's a pity that Temari and Kankuro still shook their heads, expressing their incomprehension. However, at this time, Tsubai frowned. Good guy. Shuhei is indeed an old yin cat. Didn't you say let him chop the tailed beast bomb? It broke its promise. However, the moment Shuhei devoured the tailed beast bomb, Tsubai knew exactly what it wanted to do. Without further ado, he held the handle of the sword with both hands. The Night of God is added. The light on the sword of vowed victory became rougher and brighter. Snort. Shuhei sneered in his heart. The closed mouth suddenly opened. Dazzling laser light burst out from its mouth. Where the tailed beast bomb passed, a deep pit was drawn out because of the ground. Seeing this, Tsubai didn't hold back. He waved the holy sword in his hand. The black and red laser light galloped towards the tailed beast bomb. Boom. The moment when two forces intertwine. The three of Sasuke only felt the ground tremble a few times under their feet. The tyrannical energy made them feel a great sense of oppression. Boom. After the two forces collided for a few breaths, a violent explosion occurred. It was as if an earthquake had occurred beneath the three of them. The ground trembled. In desperation, they could only lie on the ground again. HMPH. Brat, it's a little powerful, but... Shuhei just wanted to praise that Tsubai's move can be evenly matched with his tailed beast bomb. But the black-red light flashed before its eyes. Immediately, a broad black and red laser beam struck Shuhei with overwhelming momentum. Shuhei. This is... What's the situation? Chapter 90. Temari. When did you date White Yasha? The Shaoqiangs in Konoha village in the distance are crouching in a low-lying place with their heads in their arms. Frightened by the distant explosion and the vibrations, he cried loudly with his head in his arms. Hinata can raise her head to look at the scene in the distance. The red and black laser flashes across the side of Shuhei, and directly penetrated the distant mountains. Boom. The flames soaring into the sky with crackling lightning and thunder blasted the distant mountain peaks flat. The powerful impact dissipated in all directions. Even Tsubai himself was knocked off his feet by the blow and fell from the top of the tree. Senior Tsubai. Hinata let out a cry. What's wrong? Hinata, could it be? Seeing Hinata's surprised look, Haruno Sakura's heart skipped a beat. If even Tsubai can't deal with that monster. How powerful is that monster? Unfortunately, Hinata shook her head. She saw Tsubai's figure pause in the process of falling, and an afterimage disappeared. Tsubai appeared on the top of the tree again. Hey! As expected of Senior Tsubai. Hinata covered her mouth and smiled. Haruno Sakura. What do you mean? Why is it suddenly hey? What does hey mean? The situation on Shukaku's side is less clear. The huge impact force produced by the explosion behind him made its huge body move forward continuously. Finally stopped. Shuhei was full of surprise. That brat. Something scary. It has completely lost the confidence it had when it first came out. Wishing even now that Gaara would wake up quickly so she could be back in him. Tilting his head, Shuhei looked at his lost right arm. I was also terrified in my heart. It seems that because of the confrontation with the tailed beast bomb, the boy's attack was so thick that it deviated. Otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Otherwise, at that moment, even if he could not kill himself, Gaara would be dead. As long as Gaara is dead, it will also disappear for a while. Although it will regain its freedom after it reappears, there will still be other people from Ninja Village who will come to arrest Shen. It's better to stay in Sunagaku, which I'm used to. However, at this moment, Shuhei suddenly felt that the power in his body was gradually decreasing. It stared blankly. The big raccoon eyes slowly lost their luster. It looks like that kid Gaara was also woken up after being affected by this incident. That's good, hee. The old Yinmao sneered a few times in his heart. But there was a whining of complaint. Damn. I just came out not long ago. Bastard. I don't want to go back. As soon as the words fell, Shuhei's eyes completely lost their luster and turned dead gray. Only the huge body made of sand was left standing among the trees. This is. Quote. What happened? Gaara, who was woken up, was still a little dazed. He seemed to have forgotten that he was currently in combat. Before he could fully wake up, Shuhei's voice came from inside his body, little devil. Run, stay away from that little dong in black armor. He's scary. Hearing Shukaku's voice, Gaara was a little dazed. Shuhei Crane. You actually took the initiative to talk to me. Hey. What are you still doing? Run away. Shuhei's voice sounded again, but it was too late. Seeing Shuhei's eyes lost their luster, Tsubai immediately set off and came to Gaara's side. It's over, I can't run away. Little devil, if you want to live, beg him for mercy. Shukaku kept urging Gaara. Anyway, begging for mercy is what I love, and I can't blame it for staying on the crane's head. At least face is saved. What? Shuhei. Gaara was horrified. Shuhei's tone was so anxious. That is to say, the guy in front of him is wearing black armor and holding a black long sword. Was he the one who defeated Shukaku? Gaara couldn't believe what she was seeing. The reason why he can be used as Sunagaku's secret weapon. It is relying on the tail beast in his body. Result. Shuhei was frightened by being beaten. Hey. Brat, it's not that I was scared of being beaten. If you didn't wake up, I would have torn him to pieces. It's a pity that you woke up at the wrong time. It's all over now. You should first think about how to save your life. When you recover, we will settle the score with him. Yes. Please beg for mercy. Gaara. Gaara is not an idiot either. Shuzuru's anxious tone doesn't seem to be capable of tearing the opponent apart. He glanced at Tsubai standing beside him and asked, Who are you? Tsubai tied the oath of victory on the head of the statue of Shohesha. Looking at Gaara, he said lightly, Tsubai, you can also call me White Yasha. Of course, if you want to get close to me, you can also call me brother-in-law. After all, your sister has already been booked by me. Nani? White Yasha. He is the rumored 800 million tales of bounty criminal by Yasha. Gaara's expression changes somewhat. After a moment of surprise, his face was full of surprise. Moreover, the ridicule behind Tsubai made Gaara feel a little confused and at a loss. When did Tamari find a boyfriend? It turned out to be a bounty offender. But the sense of oppression Tsubai gave him was too strong, and Gaara couldn't arouse the courage to fight. At this time, Shuhei's voice came to his mind again, Idiot. What are you still doing? If you want to survive, get close to him. Shuhei was really worried. It is very clear that with Tsubai's strength, if he wants to kill Gaara in front of him, he may be able to solve it with a single blow. Moreover, Gaara is still a tough-headed young man, who developed a murderous personality due to the cruel childhood in the past. If you can't think about it, let's compete with Tsubai. It and Gaara are afraid that they will die together. Hey. Brat, let me make it clear to you that if you are going to die, I will die with you. Of course it won't be long before I can be resurrected, but if you die, you are really dead. I am thinking of you. Don't be ignorant. Gaara. However, Shukaku's words did not shake Gaara. As a ninja, he still has his own self-esteem and bottom line. Are you going to kill me? Then let's do it. Yes. As a ninja, Gaara has long regarded life and death as insignificant. Besides, in his world, there was no happiness at all. His biological father used him as Sunagaku's secret weapon. He took away his mother's life when he was born, and his mother hated him and named him Gaara, a Shura who only loved herself. Mother's younger brother, Yasha. It was a pity that Yashimaru was the only light in his life who lied to him. He wished that he who had taken his mother's life would disappear from this world. The whole village regarded him as a monster, even his own elder brother and elder sister regarded him the same way, and they were unwilling to sit at the same table with him even for dinner. Such a life. Death may be the best relief. Besides, he could die in the hands of Yasha. There is no shame in spreading it. Shuhei seemed to sense Gaara's state of mind, and shook his head anxiously. Idiot. Then you go to die. Far away. The three of Uchiha Sasuke finally came out of shock. They looked into the distance at the same time. What happened again? As Gaara awake, Temari looked at Gaara who seemed to be moving a few times, and asked quickly. I think he seems to have moved, he should have woken up. He and Shiroyasha seemed to be talking about something. Konkuro's face was pale, and he kept swallowing. Scary, I didn't expect Shirayasha to be more terrifying than the monster in Gaara's body. Especially looking at Shuzuru who was not moving anymore, Konkuro trembled with fright. When did such a frightening guy suddenly appear in the ninja world? Only Uchiha Sasuke's heart was pounding with excitement at this moment. If I were to be guided by this kind of guy, that kills Uchiha Itachi is a sure thing. However, Gaara's expression was trembling at this time. Tsubai didn't attack him, but chatted with him. But the truth of what was told was too shocking. You mean, as what Yashimaru said that night all false? Yes, it's all fake. Tsubai nodded and said, and most of your power comes from your mother, not the scared raccoon cat inside you. Ask for flowers. Shuhei. What did you say? Say it again. Believe it or not, let me come out and beat you again. Gaara couldn't believe what Tsubai told him. Yashimaru's so-called mother doesn't love him is a lie, and it's also a lie that he hates him. It's just that everything is for the sake of the village, and Yashimaru has no way to disobey the order given by his father, who is Kazekage. The purpose is to test Iluo's control of emotions and control of Rampage. However, he died at the hands of Gaara. Recall the usual Yasha Wan yourself, believe it or not. I'll go first. Wait for Sasuke and the others to come over later. You tell Sasuke to let him join the other people in Konoha village and go back. Looking at Gaara who was trembling all over and couldn't accept the fact for a while. Anyway, the purpose of testing Shuhei has been achieved, and Tsubai doesn't plan to stay here any longer. After leaving a few words, he returned to his home space. Wait until Tsubai leaves. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't sit still. Why did this person leave again? What about the things you promised to guide? Thinking of this, Sasuke didn't care about Temari and Konkuro, and ran in the direction of Gaara. Stop. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Temari and Konkuro hurried to catch up. At this moment, Gaara sat quietly on the ground with her head buried between her legs. 0. He closed his head when he felt someone coming. I took a closer look and it was Uchiha Sasuke. Where's the white yaksha? Sasuke just landed. Looking anxiously at Gaara. Gone back. He asked me to tell you, after meeting the ninjas in Konoha village, let you go back to Konoha village. Hateful. When Uchiha Sasuke heard this, he clenched his fists irritably. What the hell is this white yaksha doing? Why did he leave as soon as he said he would? Gaara. With a shout, Temari and Konkuro also came to Gaara. The siblings also acted quickly, directly blocking the weak Gaara, for fear that Uchiha Sasuke would be unfavorable to him. Okay. Temari, Kankuro. Do not fight. Gaara. Kankuro and Temari were taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly turned their heads to look at Gaara, who was a little lost. Gaara, what's wrong? White Yasha. Temari asked worriedly, thinking that what Tsubai did to Gaara caused the current Gaara to show such a disappointed expression. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the weak Gaara, and felt that his body was also extremely tired at this time. Presumably, Tsubai's secret technique has long since failed. If you continue to fight, you will definitely not have an advantage. Without saying a word, Sasuke immediately set off to find Hinata and others. He is also smart. Even if Tsubai leaves suddenly, as long as Hinata can be found, it should be possible to find Tsubai's location. If it doesn't work, Sasuke will visit the house in person. See Sasuke leave in a hurry. Temari breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at Gaara, his face was full of worry. Gaara. Temari called softly, but Gaara didn't make any statement, tremblingly ready to stand up. But it seemed that he was too tired. He looked at his brother and sister and said, "I'm sorry, can you help me?" Gaara's performance simply overturned the cognition of the siblings. The person in front of you. Is it really that terrible, Gaara? After the two looked at each other, they were overjoyed. No matter what happened, but for them, Gaara's transformation is a good thing. I didn't think about extra things anymore. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara's arms from left to right and helped him up slowly. Thanks. Gaara's thanks surprised the two of them even more. As Brokan's Temari, my heart is even sweeter. However, the long-term fear still made Temari smile. No, it's nothing, I love degrees. Heard. Gaara turned her head slowly, looked at Temari, and after a few seconds, asked seriously, Temari, when did you date Shiroyasha? Huh.